Welcome, everybody. I know it's been a while, but we are back with the Meatheads podcast.
Moves done. Fuck with De Niro, I got a Snyder extender clip, so who wanna play hero? Go bad shit like Ozzy, I was born in the darkness. Oh, you the wolf, so we pull up and you're harmless. So pray to
Burberry scars, shrimp and Perry on. Living like a comet, moving amongst the stars. $100,000 sports car.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is...
How's everybody's father feeling today?
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Circle of the podcast and Floor Slapper Sports, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, we're here. That's right, Wrestling Index podcast is here as well, folks. You saw me on Tuesday, but we're here. Let's fucking go. The host team is what I see here with my other hosts, my two other hosts, mis compadres, my family, my blood, my sangre, my all. And of course, let me go ahead and introduce the man who makes the world of podcasting nothing but bangers, ladies and gentlemen. He makes the whole world of the community going banger after banger. I'm not showing that guy because I don't want to talk about that guy at all. But banger after banger.
Banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger.
Banger, banger, banger.
That
Let's
is
go,
right.
baby.
A banger. The one and only, ladies and gentlemen. The banger of podcasting, Tim King. What is going on, man?
Yo!
You prefer the PK. You prefer the PK.
Always the most gracious of introductions when I come on the Debate Network, man. I'm so excited to be spending my Friday night with you fellas. Poppy, Pepsi, Phil. We had a great time at that watch along not too long ago. Three of us hanging out. Oh, man, I'm so glad to be back here with you guys tonight, enjoying a beverage on this Friday night. Royal Rumble weekend, the CM Rumble weekend, or, you know, I'm a Patrick Mahomes lover too. I'm calling it the CM Patrick Rumble weekend. Let's go, baby. I'm stoked, dude. I'm stoked for this weekend. I'm so excited. Going up to Michigan, chilling with the guys, dude. But before I do that, I am right here on the Debate Network with my guys, having a drink, enjoying my Friday.
The full name is the Patrick Mahomes Travis Kelce Royal Rumble.
Okay. All right, Pepsi Phil, I see it. You just call it the CMT Swift Royal Rumble if you want to go that route.
That's right. Of course, my other host, ladies and gentlemen, he is nothing but only. He is the OnlyFans of podcasting.
Ka-ching!
That's right.
Ka-ching!
There you go. I can't play it all because YouTube will fucking ban my ass. But that's right. Pepsi Phil, so OnlyFans of podcasting. If you go back a world's end, fucking watch it live. He's right there cozying, waiting for y'all ladies to come in and join this man in the bed, baby. That's right. Pepsi Phil, what's going on?
Invitations open. DMs waiting.
Hey, you gotta thank you got to thank Tim King for that because he's the one that, hey, you know what? Give him that Valvina Steamer.
Everything I learned from Val himself.
we had to. Oh man, what's going on? Great, and what is going on, man? I appreciate you for tuning in.
It's been a good. It's been a long, good week, but good to go.
Oh man, what's going on? That's right. Subscribe and follow. Get your podcast, all audio platforms. What's going on, Mr. Bums? What's going on? What is going on? The Dango in the house. Oh. What's going on? The GOAT. He is the GOAT. He is the GOAT of podcasting. I tell you,
you guys are too good, Poppy. You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT, Poppy. You're the real GOAT around here.
I try to be as much as I can to be the GOAT here.
You are.
But at the end, we're all GOATs here, folks. All of us are. We're the greatest of all time.
Go down OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's right. Except for that,
racking in that dollars and change.
We can't be filming here with the OnlyFans and podcasting.
Hey,
so, you know,
like the $1 million man taught us. Cha-ching. Mr. DiBiase himself.
Oh man, absolutely. But man, ladies and gentlemen, what a week of professional wrestling, and heading into the journey. As you see, the title of the podcast is "Let the Dynamite Journey Begin," because besides Royal Rumble, our predictions for that, and also the news, except for one news we're not going to touch because that one is very sensitive for the audiences, and that one is more to further notice, folks. In case you're looking for a Sean Ross, all that, nope, you're not getting it here because we're not. It's a sensitive subject, and we have people that have been involved in those type of situations. So I would rather not touch it. But we're going to talk about Dynamite and everything else in the Raw. But we're going to start off. If you guys missed Floor Slappers this past Tuesday, go back at the Recent Wrestling Index. Go to the YouTube channel. You know, Tim broke it down, everything as well of what happened, the announcement of which we're going to combine these two because, you know, why break it all at one? And that's, of course, y'all heard it here, folks.
Mm-hmm.
That is Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is now part of TKO, part of board of directors. And, of course, Raw is officially now with Netflix. So that'd be 2025. And the news that we're coming up today, which this is brand new news, folks. This is why I put them combined because there's not room in your windows, folks. We might not see this man in the Rumble. We maybe see him. However, there is Netflix that are saying, hold it off, man. Could you save that until you guys come over here to our side? So maybe we're not going to get this Mania match between them and The Rock and
Please.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Netflix, for doing us that favor because I don't want that to happen.
Please. For the love of God, please.
You want to talk about a match that would mean nothing?
Yeah.
Nothing. Build it for a year, please. My God, just build it for a year.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Even if we know the ending, at least make it. At least give us some foreplay.
I miss this man right here, the J-Man. I miss him.
Hey,
Justin, man, I miss that man very much. Yeah, it's a Taylor Swift Rumble. That's right. But man, I want to get into it with Pepsi Phil on this. Let's combine them both. I want to hear yours. I want to hear yours, Pepsi Phil.
First of all, this feels, I would say this kind of feels random, but The Rock never really left WWE if you count that time he was doing the XFL stuff. Which he still had some kind and honestly, it's a good move for The Rock right now. Because I think from exposure, that's pretty like this has always been his wheelhouse. And truth be told, if he keep like movies, whatever you want to say about his movies, but honestly, this is like a good way to pretty much keep him active. I mean, I'm also enjoying the fact that this technically makes him Triple H's boss.
Very much.
Which is kind of hilarious. If you grew up during the Attitude Era, that is hilarious. For the most part, I actually am real happy with The Rock. And honestly, for a wrestler in general, this is huge. Like, I don't know if this is going to change the state of like wrestling in general, but maybe at this level, wrestlers will pretty much get a little bit more respect, and like from an industry standpoint, they'll get more benefits even after career wise, so that we don't see some terrible stories. And having him on the board might be that. I also feel that we may get like the entire Anoa'i invasion going. I would like to do this storyline with you, and just have The Rock being a new authority figure, which would be. I mean, that's just a random funny thing that I was thinking about. But true, because you need to find some way to bring the rest of the Tuesday into this family, into the WWE, and that'd be fun to do it that way. The Raw on Netflix thing is weird to me because I feel like people seem to think that going on Netflix will cause them to lose viewers. Netflix is a worldwide global community. Yeah, they may lose TV people, but think about it. Netflix has what? Netflix is in what? I think 53 countries right now.
It's about so, right? Yeah, about right.
Yeah. At this point, going to Raw to Netflix is a really good move, especially since their exposure is good. Not to say Peacock wasn't that, but Netflix.
The cock. It was good, all right?
Yeah. But Netflix already has their foot in every market. I mean, they're so good, they're important Asian shows pretending like it's theirs. So for me, I think this might be the. I mean, if Raw maintains the quality of show, and I don't know if you. I mean, they say they're still going to have some type of commercials that's run internally through WWE, not like regular USA Network commercials. But even then, I don't know if you can do 3 hours on Netflix that way, because that's 3 hours with no real commercial time, but a bunch of bumps and a bunch of like promos. And I don't know if you could do that on Netflix. Not because I don't think the show Netflix can carry it, whether they can maintain interest for that long. Because I mean, they were struggling doing it on regular TV, and they had commercials. So that's the downside of it. The upside is that WWE just expanded their footprint basically into 53 different networks and gave themselves more negotiating power with Fox in regards to SmackDown. Because think about it. If SmackDown start to yell at them or start to quote unquote do the thing where like they start to say, we would like this type of content.
I think SmackDown's gone to USA in October.
Is it okay? Yeah,
they're going to USA in October, so they're going to USA. Fox,
same thing with USA. If they start to give them a little more guff, they can go. Well, Netflix is still hiring, and then you get SmackDown and Raw on Netflix, leaving networks behind, and that's a giant hole networks got to fill. So, and also I'm wondering about the content. Will it still be the PG-13 content that we come to love? Right. Or will it be the Attitude Era level of content where, you know, we get them disturbing promos by Kurt Angle talking about he wanted to have an affair with Booker T's wife.
Whoa.
Exactly. Like, so you got to wonder exactly what that, because Netflix ain't got the same rules as network TV. So, which is kind of the point. So, I am curious to see what they do. I feel like this will probably be a really good shot in the arm for them to go back to the wrestling we love from the Attitude Era, but hopefully with the less misogyny part, which is what we're hoping for.
I just want to read the chat very briefly. So JD said there's a lot of people who will cut the cord who will watch Raw now. Been sailing the seas now. So now my view counts. That's very true. It doesn't count. It's very true. Justin said The Rock being associated with WWE again in capacity is going to be massive. WWE on Netflix announcement is huge. WWE is now going to have their own shows on cable streaming this year and next year. That is right. But
if think about it, The Rock's name carries a lot of sway with TV and network folks, like TV and executives. So that's a good negotiating tactic right there. So he overshadows the other guy.
Okay, let me see what Grady had to say. Netflix can be a blessing and a curse for both parties. If it is step into the live TV for Netflix, let's hope their servers can keep up with that. That's another thing too. I'm with you on that.
That is a really good point. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. If they go live, I mean Hulu does it. So,
but at this point, like you think they're gonna give a shit? Like you got $5 billion from Netflix, so like, oh well. And not only that, I mean the ratings on this is no longer what it is on the TV ratings that we're looking for. Now this is more of a stream. The encouragement of this for me, I feel more digging into this situation is more that Netflix is looking for more subscribers, more people to come and, hey, come purchase Netflix. Come pay $23 a month so you get all this package.
I think
Which
I
is
think
almost
that's, I think that's
it's almost a network. I mean, it's almost to that point with the networks before. Even though the network was what $10, right? When the
yeah.
networks come out.
15. Yeah, I think that's the benefit to Netflix. But I only watched Raw because it was live. Like I don't want to watch like some tape recording thing because honestly, I could just go to YouTube for that.
But I rather
Hulu
for
the next
me.
day.
Yeah,
That's true. Who's the
If they keep that,
Oh, as a matter of fact, TK, you brought that up. Actually, that's going to end too. It's going to end with this year with them too. So Hulu is going to be over. So they're not going to have Raw anymore there.
Okay.
Yeah. So that makes a lot of sense.
I mean, on the one hand, this is nice for wrestling. Netflix does give them a lot more exposure. A lot of people who wouldn't go to USA to watch wrestling will probably at least a look at an hour of wrestling on Netflix. Like I said, I don't know who's gonna be hardcore. Like other than wrestling fans, I don't know who's gonna be hardcore enough to watch like 3 hours of pro wrestling, especially if they're just a quote unquote beginning viewer. Because I mean, it's like 3 hours is hard. Even Triple H admits that.
You gotta assume they're gonna have some sort of ads on there.
Yeah,
whether it's like WWE ads or Netflix ads or like Peacock has ads. They just have their show ads on there, or like go back and watch this show, or go back and watch this. You gotta think it's gonna be like a minute. Like,
yeah.
What up, De Niro?
Oh, brother Nero, he'll be back. As you already heard on Instagram, since he watches on Instagram Live, folks, as well. De Niro is in the moving process, moving to Jersey. So once he is settled in, he'll be back here on the Debate Network doing his Raw Talking with De Niro. That's what you'll see. Oh, the future is here. That's right, Procast. What's going on? Tom, what's going on? Oh, he is the future. I know you're ready for Rumble, Tom. I know you are. Oh,
has the Rumble started there yet or no?
Tom, can you answer that question? Has it started?
But they still have to wait, right? Like,
well, he is the future, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think they got 2025 before they kicks in.
It just happens to like be on Sunday instead of Saturday.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, sure.
Man,
that's better than Monday, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think this is a major move for them. Like this is a 2-pronged hit right here. You got The Rock, you got the Raw Netflix. This is not a bad move right here. That honestly I'm genuinely happy with.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, honestly, and that means if it's on Netflix, that means they probably get the recast. So even if you don't watch it the day of, you still get the next day to watch it, that kind of thing. Even though I know we just made fun of the fact that we needed to be live, but so yeah, it's I mean, 2025 is looking good. I mean, 2024 is looking great as well. But this says 2025 in a whole new picture.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a whole different picture, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to turn out to be. And now with the news of Netflix kind of putting their input on here to TKO, hey, hold off The Rock and Roman Armenia, can you save it for for Netflix? Because the way, if that's the case, then that's how you know that Netflix is really trying to persuade of taking all the programs, especially having the PLE events. Mm-hmm. Now, JD would say it, my queen, if you're here watching, of course, premium live events, how JD would say. But, maybe so, because remember that Netflix are going to be doing those sponsorships that is not affiliated with Peacock. The only thing that Peacock has is any event Saudi Arabia, like Crown Jewel or anything else. But Netflix has outside of they could probably even have, like any type of events outside of the United States that will go for them, but Peacock won't have access to that. They might have it beginning in October because how Tim mentioned on Tuesday on Wrestling Index that it'll be over by then. Mm-hmm. So maybe by that time we might see a PLE event on Netflix by that time before Raw even shows up.
That's the concern I have, honestly. Netflix putting their 2 cents into programming stuff. Like, I don't want them to go, yeah, we don't like this champion because in India he doesn't poll well. Or say in Japan he doesn't poll well. Or we're trying to break into the Japanese market. Can you make a Japanese champion? Like, that's a concern I have. Like, when you mentioned the fact that Netflix was like, can you hold off on The Rock? I was like, no. You bought them because of the formula that they currently have that makes them money. Mm-hmm. Tell them how to make money to make you happy because they're already doing what made you happy. Don't try to change them. It's like being in a marriage and realizing I love my wife, but I wish she was like smaller or something stupid, or something stupid like that. So that's the concern I always have with networks, because there is a rumor that the reason why they had to bring in a second world championship versus Roman's championship was that Fox apparently was getting jealous of the fact that there was only one championship and it was on USA Network. So they had to build up another one, which whether that's true or not, and for me, I feel like it is. Hey,
that's right, Mr. Universal himself. And check out his channel as well, the Universal Wrestling Podcast, as Nick and Keith gave their predictions for the Royal Rumble as well. Fantastic, by the way, Nick. I loved it. You guys actually killed it right there.
But yeah, that's the only real concern I have with them sticking their noses into the programming.
Great insight. Well, I wonder if the Reed Hastings, the co-CEO of Netflix, stepping down has any effects on this. That's a good question, Graydon. Well, I think Graydon will get that answer for us on Floor Slappers for the director's cut, baby. So make sure you tune for that. That's right. And Lennox, what's going on, Lennox? My man, Lennox is there. Oh, love that man. And shout out to Temple, because Temple is actually in California. I might see him tomorrow at the Royal Rumble watch along. I might see him. He's told me he's in town, so I would be surprised to see Temple there. So I'm excited to see that. TK, any more final thoughts on these two incredible news that happened in the world of professional wrestling with Dwayne and with Raw and Netflix? Any final thoughts you have? I know you broke it down on Tuesday, but you haven't broken it down here on CD, Papi Chulos. You got to break it down on here on the COD.
Of course. Yeah, man. It's fucking what a crazy day Tuesday was. Just nonstop news. We had 3 pieces. You know, we had the Rock news. We had Raw to Netflix. Kevin Patrick's out. That day was nonstop. Rock coming and being on the board of directors. That's fucking excellent, man. Like I said, this guy is a guy who I would vote for to be the president of the fucking United States. Him coming in to help run this wrestling company that we all love is fucking huge. He's the biggest star to ever come out of wrestling. Like, what his story is ridiculous. Fuck, I mean, just watching young Rock, you know what I'm saying? That's ridiculous. Taking, like Pepsi Phil said, taking all of his real life experience, his Hollywood experience, and then being able to come and bring that back to WWE, I think is huge. In whatever capacity it is. Listen, this guy's got his own tequila. He's got his own fucking football league. He's on the board of directors for fucking TKO now. Like, it's huge. And just having Dwayne The Rock Johnson there is incredible. Not to mention for him, what does he get out of this? Well, he gets the trademark of The Rock. He now owns the name The Rock. That's huge. Huge for him. So I love it all around. From a booking perspective, I don't think Netflix is going to have anything to do with it. With booking period, I don't. I am concerned that he wants to come in and he wants to get it done right now. Like he wants to come in right now and he wants to make this match happen right now because he's here. I'm obviously he's around. Like, what movies is he doing right now? I mean, I don't know. I'm not Mr. Hollywood, but like, what's he got going on? Obviously, he's got the UFL thing, but that's about to kick off. He could work. He's getting in the ring shape. You know, working out again. I mean, he's always working out. He's a monster, but ring shape and working out is a completely different thing.
Agreed.
If he says, I want Roman right now, it's going to fucking destroy everything. Just like it, and I hate to bring it back to CM Punk. I always find a way to. But just like, I think about it. This motherfucker is basically the reason CM Punk left WWE in the first place, all right? He deserved a main event at WrestleMania. Very fucking worse. It should have been a triple threat match with Cena once in a lifetime, right? Once in a fucking lifetime, right? At very worst, it should have been a triple threat match between Dwayne, CM Punk, and John Cena for the title, all right? And this guy came in and shit all over it, and shit all over Punk in the process. This man's going to come in and shit all over Cody in the process, and I'm not going to be fucking happy about it. Listen, I understood last year. Cody was still new in the company. He's only won a couple of matches. He was hurt. You got to build him up. You got to tell the story. You told the Brock story. You fucking told the Cody story. There's no more. There is no more for Cody to tell than him losing the Royal Rumble. You know, spoiler alert. I'll talk about that later. That's still part of the adversity. All right. There's still one step in the adversity. Okay. But him not getting that title shot, not winning at WrestleMania would be the biggest crock of shit. And I really hope The Rock isn't involved in that.
So I actually have an interesting theory behind that, and it's a Seth Rollins thing for me. But I'll wait till we get to that part later. But it's an interesting theory in regards to, like, I'll show you. We'll wait till we get to it because it's an interesting concept that I think they're trying to do.
I look forward to hearing it, and I'm going to rebuttal by saying that the only title that matters is Roman.
I mean, I agree.
Well, we'll just talk about that later in the process when we get there, right?
Honestly, I'm on the same level, but I think I understand what they're doing, and honestly, it might satiate a lot of people.
I'm not with it. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm not with that at all. It would be Roman. Roman keeps that belt for sure. De Niro, that's what I would think that Roman would keep the belt for sure. My hope and my prayer is that The Rock is at WrestleMania 40, special enforcer in the championship match to keep Solo away. Solo interferes. Rock takes Solo out. And then we have a whole year build of Rock to Roman for 41. As far as Netflix goes, 5 billion fucking reasons why this is a yes, yes, yes. I love it. Like Pepsi Phil said, you can maybe incorporate more of some PG-13 Attitude Era stuff. I don't need all the Attitude Era. As a matter of fact, go back and watch it. It's not that great, all right? No. I just give me a little blood every now and then, and shit, bitch. I love when AEW drops a fuck bomb every now and then. Like that's cool. Like maybe drop something like that and some blood. That's really the excess that I need more than the current product right now. It doesn't matter if he wants to finish his story.
So here's the interesting thing.
I love it, JD.
Here's the thing about The Rock that I enjoy. Rock's pure entertainment. Like when it comes to sports entertainment, The Rock's there. For him, and I think this is how The Rock's thinking, WrestleMania 40 is way more exciting than WrestleMania 41.
Yeah, it's a fucking spectacle.
Yeah. 40 looks good on the banner. 41, no one cares about 41. Maybe 45 or maybe 50, but The Rock ain't gonna wait that long.
Which is why my buddy Big Sexy been saying Rock Roman is the biggest sex appeal match that you could fucking do, period. Why wouldn't you do that at WrestleMania 40? So you do Rock and Roman at 40, and you can save Cody for another year and do Cody Roman at 41 and just let Roman keep that belt another year. Because I mean, you got the 2 titles, so let the other one be the workhorse champion and let Roman still just piddly dick do bullshit with this belt. Whatever, we'll talk about that, I'm sure. Netflix, again, 5 billion reasons why I fucking love it for them. Cable is going away. My only question is what we're going to happen with commercials. I do think it's going to be more of like a Peacock thing where we get like Netflix specific commercials or WWE specific commercials during the WWE programming. I do think that they're going to keep it 3 hours. I do think they're going to move Raw. It will no longer be Monday Night Raw. I think they're going to move it to maybe Wednesday. I think it would be interesting to see them fuck with Dynamite.
Yeah.
But it's also on a streaming service, so I don't really know how you like adequate that in the ratings. Or I can see them moving to Thursday because there really is no wrestling on Thursday, but there is a football game. And the reason Nick Khan, great interview on the Pat McAfee show, I believe it was Tuesday. Go back and listen to it. Fantastic. There's a reason that Nick Khan said, he said, listen, we're still killing it in our target demographic. We're still doing great numbers. But at the end of the day, why are we going to compete against Monday Night Football? Why are we going to compete against the NCAA basketball championship? Why are we going to compete against the NCAA football championship? So maybe it's Wednesday they go to. Maybe it's Thursday they go to. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe SmackDown gets moved to Wednesday on cable and they compete head-to-head with AEW. And then Raw goes to Friday. Who knows? I'm fucking real. Maybe Raw goes to Tuesday.
I think you're right.
There's a plethora of options.
I think you're right, though. If they do Tuesday or Thursday, even if
you took Tubi TV. That is cold.
Here's the interesting thing. In America, you don't go against the NFL or the NCAA championship. However, around the world, no one cares about the NFL. As long as the World Cup is not
wait a minute. I care about the NFL. Hold on.
But you live in America. You live in America, though.
America!
But think about it. If the World Cup's happening, ain't nobody going to go programming against the World Cup around the world. I don't care who you are. No one's that insane. However, since it's only every 4 years and you go, I'll adjust in 4 years, the rest of the time it's like, I will put it on a Thursday night or a Tuesday or even a Wednesday.
All right, so riddle me this then right quick before we probably did. So we go Raw to Tuesdays, all right? So NXT goes off of Tuesdays. So you know where NXT is going, right? NXT is going to Wednesdays because we're going head-to-head with that bitch-ass company. That's what the way they're thinking. Like, what did you say earlier, Pepsi Phil? They are building, and I remember maybe it was in the pre-show fist fight, but they are building NXT up to the level that like it makes you must see TV that it's going to take over Raw. It's going to take over SmackDown. Like NXT is getting that good. So why wouldn't you go and put that level of television against the competition and say, hey, Tony Khan, let's see what your TV numbers do against our third brand again.
Exactly.
And then you keep SmackDown on Friday.
And NXT technically is still that weird hybrid between their developmental, but also an actual full brand. So Raw and SmackDown don't get hurt and still does the same thing. But NXT gets to go get some actual competition to go against, which honestly, I think NXT's usually been competing against other WWE shows. But now, if you're going against another rival company, that does something to you.
I want to see it. I want to see this now that we're talking about it. This is what I want to see. I want to see NXT AEW Part 2.
Yeah.
That was the original war. It was AEW versus, and I bled black and gold back in the day. So I was like, step on this pissant company, step on them hard, and kill them. Now I'm like, I love all wrestling, so it is what it is now. I don't really care. But man, back in those days, this is my Keith Lee black and gold days, my Undisputed Era black and gold days.
In those days, against AEW going against that era of NXT was insane. Like no one, like you couldn't pay me to go against that group.
Right, like, dude, it was so good.
Yeah. So nowadays, and don't get me wrong, we all admit when they lost the black and gold era, we were very, very sad, and the transition was not kind.
Oh, dude, it hurt. I just got like sad goosebumps thinking about how much that depressed me, bro.
Yeah, but
it killed my favorite thing in wrestling.
It took them 2 years to finally find their footing.
And I'm still not back. Yeah, and like I watch, like I'll go on Hulu and watch the next day, but I'm still not strapped in like I was when NXT was on. Yeah, must see TV.
The only reason I am is because Regal made a really good point. I think he said NXT Toronto, NXT Toronto was probably the best that NXT could do, and they needed to come up with a change or it was going to start to get stale. Because even he was like, and he was NXT diehard back in the day. But I think what he felt like that had reached its pinnacle, and they had to do something, or it was going to get stale really fast.
And I think it's because the old man was in charge still, though.
Yeah,
I think if you had a structure that it was with how good the product was with black and gold, I think that you could have just kept churning, and you didn't have to do the name changes either. You could have just kept churning like talent to main roster. We're gonna know who they are because we're gonna tell stories and try to connect them.
Yeah. So, but I think you're right. Yeah, that one that makes a little more sense. But I will say like the others. But now I think they have found their footing and they're starting to really come into their own. Because like I said, the last NXT show and even NXT, I don't think Revolution's happened yet. But their last NXT PLE was amazing. Like it really was great. And I honestly was very happy with the stuff they did on there, more than I was on SmackDown and Raw. And even like the pay-per-view, the PLEs there as well. So,
yeah, they got Vengeance Day coming up on this.
That's the one I'm thinking.
It's coming Sunday. Not not this week, but next week.
Yeah. So I truly believe NXT going against AEW will literally just make them better. Right? Because I think it'll be one of those things with Shawn Michaels, who honestly, I don't care what anyone says, has had effect on everybody in that place. Because they're doing some moves. I'm sitting there going, yeah, you need to stop hanging out with Shawn Michaels. You remember the rope thing where all two dudes just literally like catapulted a grown man into the air on top of it?
Yeah, that was dope.
And I'm sitting there going, that's Shawn Michaels' influence right there.
This past tag match between Braun Breaker, Baron Corbin, and XCM and Nathan Frazier. Yeah, I was in awe, man. I'm sitting here like, what the
and honestly, if you told me Braun Breaker and Baron Corbin would make a great team in and out of the ring, I would say you're a damn liar. They have some great vignettes that they've done, and like I said, having someone to go against I'll give the old man credit. He was right. If you got someone to go against, when your job is on the line, you do take it up to the next level. So I will say, having them go against going against AEW, I would get chills. Imagine what that program would look like. Remember the days back in the day we used to flip back and forth in between matches to see what was going on?
Yeah.
So I was like, that's what I'm hoping happens again.
And I'd be like, ugh, Cody's on AEW. I'm going back to fucking USA. And then he comes to USA, and I'm like, oh, Cody, I love you. You're awesome. Crazy how that worked, right?
I know, right? Amazing what good booking and writing happens.
Well, he was so bad in AEW. I don't know if that's because he's booking himself or what.
Like my friend said, he made choices.
It was his fault.
Yeah,
it was all his fault. I think he booked himself into a corner by losing that fucking title match by saying, I can never be world champion. And if you're supposed to be the biggest star in the company, you never be world champion is a fucking problem.
Amen.
We'll tangent all day here.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
Okay. So what you got for us? What's next?
Oh, some news that some news, right, that came up today earlier. What is it that? Well, that's why I started podcasting. I'm like, yep, yes, De Niro. I agree. I think all of us were on that. I'll tell you that. But I do have a debate of the week because there's some news that came in earlier today. So I'm gonna hit this one, and you guys are gonna see the topic when I put it right there.
Go on.
There you go. We're back with debate of the week, folks. That's right. That is right. You heard it. Today was the news that surprised me. I was like, wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. Are we going to what? Wait, I lost my words. So when I was reading it, I'm like, wait, what the fuck? But we're opinionators, folks. Once again, we're not Uncle Seltzer. We're not piece of shit Alvarez. Not Sean Ross, Wade Keller, none of that guys. But it was reported, and of course, Booker T is making a leeway for this man. That is my homeboy, my Oos right here. That I have a cocktail or two every time I go to PCW Ultra. Always have a drink with him. What's up, Oos? That is Jacob Fatu, your former MLW World Heavyweight Champion, currently the PCW Heavyweight Champion. This man has done it all in the independent scene of professional wrestling, but now the news is coming along that Booker T is really pushing this man to be, and he might get in that foot door to be signed with WWE. And that's why it's the debate of the week here for these both gentlemen. Is this the right move for Jacob Fatu?
Ivan, I don't mean to cut you off, right? But I want to fucking ask you a question before you circle this to us. And it's the real question is, how the fuck is Jacob Fatu already not signed to WWE? That is the real question.
I know.
At the very least, he is perfect material for NXT.
Hell yes, he is. Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Hell yes. Yes. Ben. Ben, dude.
I mean,
Ben is a fucking stud.
I mean, truth be told, I was genuinely surprised, and I truly believe this is one of the few times being a Fatu may go against them because they're not trying to put too many in the division. That's the only reason I can see him not being there right now. Because with Nia, The Rock's daughter, whose name I can't remember right now, and then Us, and then honestly, that would be like that's a really good pipeline right there that's been churning out the entire clan right there. And while I love Jacob Fatu, I really got to wonder. I mean, you could do that. That'd be a.
Give me Jacob Fatu versus Solo.
That is
give me that.
I'd rather it be Solo too, because I think Solo will be way more interesting to see.
Oh, he'll take
like Jacob Fatu and Zilla fucking
Fatu,
if those two they come in together, what up? Like they come in together as the new fucking backup for Roman after Solo dips and Jimmy dips or something.
No, I actually would like them to come in just as themselves, like that, like literally just keep them away from Roman. Like I would literally keep them away from Roman. There is a part of me that would like a perverse thrill to see Jacob and Zilla versus the Jimmy and Jay. Like I would genuinely love to see that.
See, like even De Niro, he's like he was always passed up from his past.
I do remember. I remember he came up. He was in some stuff that took him a long time to kind of shake off better. And he did well. Yeah, he was. But like I said, but it's like De Niro said, he got himself right. Like he said, he got himself right.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he just made some mistakes back in the day when he was younger. And
he's a fucking professional wrestler. These guys, God, I hate to say this, but back in the majority of them were scumbags. Like,
yeah,
I mean, that was back in the days, right?
we don't like talking about it, but yeah, trying to survive in the business, you do things, you have to. But yeah, but honestly, but the good thing is that he did find a way to kind of like him. Even Zilla was the same way. Zilla had some struggles too, and so. But yeah, but I think Jacob Fatu right now, if he just showed up and slapped the crap out of Braun Breaker for a little bit, I would enjoy the hell out of that. Because I truly think that's right. That's how they, and honestly, that's how I would debut him. I'd find like I would have, even now that she's like quote unquote the general manager for NXT right now, I have the Rockstar to bring him in and literally just go, let me introduce you to, and then have him beat the crap out of Braun Breaker for a little bit. But then you'd have he would be her heavy every time. Basically, remember Teddy Long's Eric Bischoff's 3-minute warning, or Teddy Long's use of the Undertaker every so often. Like that's who Jacob
the Undertaker.
That's how you could bring Jacob Fatu in.
I wouldn't mind seeing Jacob Fatu. Let's say if Jey Uso decides to make his own faction, bring him along with Tama Tonga, have that version of his bloodline.
Right, I forgot.
Versus Roman's, and then he can end the story from there, ending the bloodline, having him dethroning his brother and Solo, and then having Jacob Fatu by his side along with Tama Tonga. Oh my God, that was.
I did forget Tama is a freelance agent.
Oh my God.
Do you think when Paul Heyman said that we're only in the third inning, he knew like we had The Rock come in, we have Jacob come in, we have Zilla come in, we have Tama Tonga come in?
Truth be told,
do you think he just like knew this? Like all these Samoans are coming?
I mean, honestly,
it's right.
It's Paul Heyman, so I wouldn't put it past him.
You're so fucking right on that.
Paul Heyman, I know we don't like saying this word, but there ain't that many wrestling genius dudes who like in the business who know it really well. But Paul Heyman for me is that guy. Like when he like to say he have his ear to the ground and know when shit's coming down the pipe is an understatement. Because like I said, you don't do ECW. Sell it to the WWE, work there, cuss out Vince McMahon, and get invited back a couple of times.
right.
And then literally go, you know what? Thanks for giving me SmackDown. I'm going to kick your ass, Raw, just because I want to. And created the greatest mid-card in the history of wrestling.
SmackDown 6, baby.
Yeah,
SmackDown 6, daddy.
Oh, yeah. So I gotta hit this for the Nero because he wants me to do it. I'll do it for the Nero. Jacob Fatu versus Gunther. Give him what he wants, damn it. That's what he wants.
So I wouldn't be surprised if Paul Heyman was like, yo, we need to get these guys. These guys look, these free agents floating around, man. And we got more Samoans to deal with. And
now that Paul Levesque's in charge of this, now he's fuck yeah, why not? I mean, Fatu will fit perfect in WWE.
And Paul's always been a fan of the Samoan dynasty. He's always been a fan.
No bullshit. Everything Solo Sikoa has done since he got to WWE, NXT, into WWE, I thought like could have been Jacob Fatu. Like that, Solo took it because I thought like Jacob was more talented than Solo. I was never like sure why Solo got the job. Maybe because he's the brother of Jimmy and Jay.
I think it's because I think De Niro said it best. Solo coming up, like Jacob had some issues before it took him a while to kind of shake all that off and get better. Like he was still a great wrestler, but there was some stuff in his past he was kind of getting past. So
I didn't know about. All I see is his in-ring work, which I think is fucking fantastic every time I've seen him. So that's why I thought like, oh, he'd be perfect in this Solo role. Solo is fucking Solo. Solo proved the world wrong. That man is fucking great, dude.
So, and don't get me wrong, Solo. I think Solo ain't clean like perfectly, but I think he was a lot easier to work with, and because like with all his stuff. So and Solo, and don't get me wrong, Solo was great. Like truth be told, if Solo never speaks, I'll be happy. Not because I don't think he has good mic work. I like the menace in Solo. Like he don't need, in my eyes, he don't need a manager. He don't need a valet. He just needs to show up and stare at you for a while, sneak up on you and beat the crap out of you with either a Samoan spike or some kind of Samoan slam. So, like, and have him do that for about have him do that for almost a year, actually, and then basically put him in the main event.
Yeah,
love it. I mean, it's
because to this day, the match I want to see is Solo versus Seth Rollins. Because
I think it might happen though. I think down the line, I think it's gonna come down to it. To be honest, I think
I would be real happy with that because like Seth's been. I mean, no offense to everybody else, Seth's been needing a heavy for a long time. Somebody to really go against, like Seth. I mean, like when he was Tyler Black, somebody going against someone back in ROH. Someone like, not to say that he hasn't had that recently. I ain't gonna say I ain't respect the caliber of competition he's had because Cody was one of them. But the Tyler Black, I miss Tyler Black. I don't care what nobody says. I miss Tyler Black badly. That dude gave no fucks. So
yeah, you see, yeah, even De Niro is saying, yeah, it would have been fire. So I mean,
thank you. So,
I mean, TK, do you have anything more on this? I mean, Jacob Fatu, and what else credentials can you give this man, brother? What else?
He's fucking no, man. I got nothing. He should be there all day, man. That's why I was asking you, like, why the fuck isn't he there already? He at any point over the last, I don't know, he lost the MLW World Title what, a year ago at this point?
Yeah.
Like, I guess the personal issues or whatever makes sense, but fuck, man, like this guy should have at least been NXT bound.
He's been floating around. He's been floating around doing a lot. Like I think he showed up in TNA recently, and he's been floating. Like I said, I think he's like, for lack of a better word, I think MOW kept him as an underground sensation, and he's been doing a lot more public stuff recently. And I mean, I don't like using the word underground sensation. It just means that he hasn't been on television, but he's definitely known in circles. Like him and the Bounty Hunter have had some great matches together. You saw that one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
It was ugly. It was ugly.
I can't be seltzer here, okay? I can't do shit. I just can't do it. It's not the sheet will kill me if I say words. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say shit.
But so he's finally starting to get like some real TV time. So I think Booker T's smart. Like Booker T sees that he's finally starting to get proper TV time. Might as well bring him to NXT before somebody else like AEW tries to scoop him up.
I'm surprised they haven't tried to grab him. It's crazy.
I'm with you on that. I'm even surprised that that's not even happening either. Like they haven't picked him up. So I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, Hammerstone too. Like both of them.
Hammerstone I think would fit well in AEW. I think Jacob Fatu. I want to see him in NXT going against the guys in NXT a lot more.
Dragunov.
Oh my God, that would be.
You got Lexus King in there. Why can't we get Jacob Fatu? You know what I'm saying?
I can't even talk about Lexus King. And it's not his fault. It is not his fault. The fact they will not let that man go by his father's name annoys the crap out of me to no end. It's like that man.
He didn't want to. Maybe it wasn't his choice.
No, that was their call. That was their call.
Did you call him, Phil? Did you call him and find out?
He needed Chris Van to get. Not to mention on the fall, Chris Van Vliet had conversation with him about it, and apparently he said they wouldn't let him use it. And all I kept thinking myself, I was like, Brian Pillman, he basically built that company. I mean, if you don't count that one period where he was walking around with the gun. He was like he was a workhorse for him. It was like him, Owen, all of them. Those were workhorse years where pretty much everybody was a goddamn workhorse at WWE.
Oh man, that's the bit of the week there, folks. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen with Jacob Fatu. Even if I would know, I can't say. So I'm not. Sorry, guys. I'm not seltzer there to go ahead and say, hey, breaking news, guys. I knew. I'll let the man do it himself. Let him do it himself for him to do it. I ain't doing it. Because if I find out, I'm going to stay quiet. I'm not going to say anything. I'll tell my fans right here, that's it. But I can say, like, put it on live. And I ain't going to do that.
I mean, it could be hilarious if he shows up on the Rumble.
Yeah, well,
That would be cool. Do you think people would know who he was, though?
No, that's the best part. They wouldn't. They would not need to. He's just a giant Samoan who's not Solo Sikoa. Shows up.
Half the crowd? No, but you had a smart crowd down there this weekend, so you should be okay.
Yeah. I mean, when he shows up, they're probably, I don't know if they'll let him use his name, but when he comes in, like you said, it would literally be after he shows up, gets disqualified, that everybody on the internet goes, did y'all see Jacob Fatu on the Royal Rumble? And then the next day he shows up on NXT. And then you're just going, oh, this is going to become a thing. Because let's face it, this is not the first person Booker T has brought in WWE who became a champion.
Mm-hmm. She gets her title shot next Sunday.
Yes, she does.
Yeah, that match is going to be very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. I can't wait for next Sunday.
Booker T knows champions. I'll give him that. Booker T knows champions.
Lyra and Roxanne is going to be fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, it is. It's good
shit. How did I do that?
Okay, it's fine. I don't TVMA right here. Give a shit. But, man, no, and for sure, and stay tuned for that, folks, because we will be doing for a watch along for NXT Vengeance combined, baby, Floor Slappers and COD here. We're gonna do it together, just like we're doing it this Saturday for the Royal Rumble. For tomorrow, we are doing that. Speaking of Rumble, let's get into it. Yes, familia, baby. That's right. We're gonna get into it. Before we get into the prediction, folks, we're gonna just talk about what we can. Once again, if you have not subscribed to Floor Slappers, do it now. We kind of brought it up there too on Tuesday. Well, there was a couple of names that, as we're waiting for the updating now, we kind of know who is there, who is not there, but you still want to hear my family, my brothers here, who these surprises are expected to be there. And that is, of course, these are so far who I have listed here. Are we going to get these? Oh, shit. Wrong one. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
What box do I want to get?
No, hold on. Let's see. I put the wrong box. Jesus,
I get it. I hate the overlays. I just scream at them all the time while I'm live. I hate you. And then I'll be like, do you just want me to log in so I can do it for you? I'll shut up, Dango. I'll do it myself.
No, I put the wrong one. I forgot to delete that one. But here we go. Let me see. I'm just uploading it right now. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yes. See, this is what happened. We hit the 4-way here. But yes, these are so far the ones that I have here listed. Who, here's the up-to-date news, folks. We know is that Monet is not in Florida. She's in Boston. But, hey, you can fly from fucking Boston to Florida within 6 hours. It doesn't matter. Sean Rossap, and I, love your work, but still, that doesn't mean that she can't fly. Leave early in the morning, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, where there's no fans. Literally at 3 o'clock in the morning, go fly all the way to Florida, Tampa. Why not? So what? 6 to 8 hours? Really? Less than that, probably.
She can take a boat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She can even take a boat. She came into boats and hoes. Boats and hoes.
Yes. There we go.
Love it. And of course, we do have the Okada update, folks. We did talk about it this past Tuesday on Floor Slappers on the Rest of the Index, that his was already mentioned, that he was on the routes. Now, as what we know, it looks like sources are coming that the direction may come in fruition that Okada may be heading into NXT WWE bound. So, but the biggest question here is, will he show up at the Royal Rumble tomorrow? That is the biggest question here that everybody would like to know. As we all know, at this moment, there has been talks. That means that there has been talks between Tanahashi, Bushido, and Papa H of bringing this man over for an appearance. So, might keep your hopes up, folks. We might, maybe. I don't know. Not gonna spoil it, maybe. But there's more here in this picture that we have in this layout. We got the one that I mentioned on this Tuesday on Floor Slappers, the Tamatonga one that maybe we might get him since he lives in Florida anyways. Trinity, of course, Naomi, because she's already done with the TNA wrestling, so we might see her debut. And of course, Camille Brickhouse, who I mentioned on Tuesday as well. She's a free agent as we speak now, since New Year's Day. And, of course, the debut of Jade Cargill, of course, the one and only one. And Andrade, who's back with WWE, will make probably his debut back here on the Royal Rumble. And, of course, the board of directors, the one himself, could be number 30, and I hope not, but we'll just see. But the other major one that was mentioned earlier here was the one is, of course, AJ Lee, because we've seen her on heel. She's done 2 episodes on heel. She's been training, of course, as well. We've seen all those subliminal messages, her taking a picture of her shoes. Oh my God, well, hello, old friend. I haven't seen you for a while, but I gotta put it on. So we don't know what route this is going, but these are by far the ones that I highlighted here. They're the most popular names right now in professional wrestling that are free agents. So I'll take a new Pepsi Phil, because we Tim and I want to hear yours. Do you have surprises that you expect? And who mainly would be all of these? Out of all of them,
I don't think there's going to be any real surprises. Like you said, I think Trinity is definitely showing up. They've already been talking about that day one. That was like the first thing. I don't think Monet is going to show up. I think she'll probably be at the event. Because, here's the thing we have to remember. Triple H is an inside dude. He is friends with everybody. Remember, when she won the championship, he called her that night. Literally, keep in mind, the time difference in Japan is 12, 14 hours, give or take. And he called her the night she won the championship. So he's watching. So her stopping by the event, she may not actually go in, but I don't see her. AJ Lee, yeah, I think so. Here's the part. This is the part where I get a little. Here's the part where I can become a little bit of an asshole. I feel like they're bringing AJ Lee in so that CM Punk don't do some dumb shit while he's there.
What?
I feel like she is literally the one who calms him down when he starts getting his head up his ass.
Don't get Tim hot, man. Because
literally,
get another beer because I'm gonna get another beer because Tim is in the back. With that.
Don't get me wrong. Me personally, I loved AJ Lee. In my opinion, her leaving wrestling was way too soon, and I blame that on the management. She was hurt, and they still made that woman work. She should not have. Her back injuries were so terrible. She should not have been in that ring, especially for the rest of her last WrestleMania match, in my opinion. I think part of the reason to bring her back is they need another injection. Because no offense, bringing the Bellas back for the injection to your women's division is not what you want to do. Bringing AJ Lee back, literally, yes. I would love to see her. I think the side effect of that is that if she's there, someone go, AJ, your husband being an asshole. Can you go fix that for me? So while she's working with the women, they're like, AJ, go fix your boy. So, part of me, I think for Okada, part of me doesn't want him to go WWE, but I want that man to get paid. And I truly believe, even if it's a short run in WWE, I would like that man to make as much of his money as he can. Because I think if we got a return of just Okada versus Shinsuke just one time, even in the Rumble, I would be happy.
Where do you want Okada to go?
Honestly, they have a system where no matter what happens, they're going to introduce him. I don't think they're going to put him on the main roster. I think he'll show up at the Rumble, but then pretty much work with NXT. It makes no sense. Excuse me. It makes no sense. He should be a main roster Raw guy. And truth be told, I would put him in a program day one against Gunther. Day one against Gunther.
What?
That is if you bring Okada in, that's his first run against Gunther.
But what about his first match?
That's a good point.
So all right. So we're on the topic of Okada, right? So you had already mentioned Nakamura. All right. Yeah. So for me personally, I think him debuting in the Royal Rumble is a fucking waste. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Put him in there at 4? He gets eliminated at 27. Okay, cool. Maybe Gunther eliminates him in sense of a WrestleMania match. Now we're talking. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now we're talking. Or maybe he eliminates Gunther and then Gunther comes in, beats his ass, throws him over. Now we're talking. Okay. But if that's not the case, he's not. Please not in the Royal Rumble. Save him for Mania against who? What has Nakamura been doing? All he's been doing is calling people out left and right the past 4 months. Call out your former Chaos member, friend. Dude, make it happen. Make it fucking happen. Nakamura calls out this mystery man for WrestleMania, and that's when Okada debuts.
Yeah.
My bad. I just wanted to know your thoughts on the
No, that makes perfect sense because truth be told, that would be a really good start match for him because let's face it, nobody knows him better than Shinsuke. And Shinsuke, like you said, Shinsuke's just been calling folks out. And let's face it, his last run he had, even though he didn't win, I actually enjoyed that one. I thought he was fighting really well. I thought he did a good performance. But I think him against Okada, him fighting against his old boy, would be delightful. And honestly, I think from a perspective of an international crowd, seeing those two fight from an international level literally brings you your New Japan crowd who weren't really fans of WWE to begin with. That's a New Japan. Like if you want to introduce some New Japan fans to WWE, that's the one you use it with right there. You basically get two pillars of New Japan fighting in WWE right there. So that's something. Now, I'm on a bubble with Jade because I feel like bringing her in the Rumble again is another waste of her, in my opinion. Even though, like, I think right now they've had her in the Performance Center working her ass off, and she has been. I feel like putting her in the Rumble might be good just to get her used to the crowds and stuff. But at the same time, I don't like the fact that she'll probably be overshadowed by like 29 other people, and we won't actually get to see the real Jade. Other than just seeing her. Andrade, yeah, he's a Rumble dude. Like, honestly, if he shows up at the 15 or something, that's pretty much a good spot for him.
Let me ask you this question, guys, because I'm curious now. Because I forgot who I was hearing earlier today. But it is a good question to ask. Okay, Andrade comes back, right? Do you want him involved in this LWO, situation? That's the biggest question.
Why would you do that? There is no reason to do that. No, it's not that I don't. Like, first of all, his first run in WWE was the most disrespectful shit I've ever seen. Like, literally the most disrespectful shit I've ever seen.
NXT was the best, though, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
With his mask, is that what you're talking about first?
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, like
I
understand what he wanted to do, but I don't think they understood what he wanted to do, which is why his booking was kind of mid at best. But I think putting him in a faction with LWO seems a waste of that man's talent. What you need to do is book him, and you book him like you would a Cody. You book him like you would a Cody, right? And you have him build himself up.
What you want him to say in fucking Spanish? Well, what are we talking about? You want him to say that in Spanish?
No,
de que hablamos? Like you want him to say that.
I would like him to show up.
Oh god!
And I would like him to kind of do the thing with, like, honestly, him showing up against Seth would be nice. Have him fight on that, having him fight on that card level where it's him, Seth, LA Knight, all these other guys who are like they're in the mid, they're like in the mid, almost main event guys, which is kind of where he needs to be, and then let him work to be a main eventer at WWE. But starting him out in a lower tier makes no sense to me.
You don't think he needs Zelina Vega?
No, I don't. As much as I love Zelina Vega, she's got her own storyline, and I don't think it meshes well with what he's doing or what he could do right now.
But does Zelina really have a storyline? She's kind of just like pitter-pattering around with the shitty part of the LWO. Like, how long is it until she turns and joins them? Or how long until, like, the LWO? I guess they have Rey Mysterio, and it's going to be Rey versus Santos at WrestleMania, I guess. And that's where they're going to go. So, yeah, I feel you. There's no need to have Andrade involved in this. But Selena is being criminally wasted in what she's doing.
Yeah,
I would serve Andrade way better than what she's doing in this bullshit role.
I'm wondering why she isn't wrestling more. That's the thing I'm curious about. I don't think she's injured, but they had her wrestle in Puerto Rico, and that's the last time I remember she wrestled anybody on a pay-per-view premium live event. Like, I was proud of her to be wrestling in Puerto Rico. I'm not gonna lie, that was great with her in Puerto Rico. But honestly, they haven't let her wrestle or booked her in a match to wrestle against anyone, and I do not know why. Truth be told, there is a part of me that wouldn't mind if she did join Andrade to be a wrestling partner with him, not like an actual wrestler, but kind of like how the Alpha Academy does it. So, like, if you're going to put them together, at least make all of them a wrestler. Don't make it like a valet thing, because she's, in my opinion, she's better than a valet. She always was. Like, I understand they put her there because that was just like that was the old management, but having her be a wrestler like they're doing with the Alpha Academy guys would be, in my opinion, great. And then you can have him go against. You could have him go against the Alpha Academy guys. Like those, that would be like it'd be. I don't think it'd be a mixed tag match, but you could have like the thing where it's like he's on the outside while like Zelina and whatever her name is, drawing a blank on her right now, wrestle. Like so,
Maxine or something,
yeah. So I mean, like you said, if they're going to use her, they need to. If they're going to put her with Andrade, I don't want to see her just as a valet who just hangs out with him. I need to see her as a wrestler. It's like, honestly, it's like making AJ Lee a valet. Why would you do that?
No, bad move.
Camille, I would love to see her to WWE. I would love to see her, but I mean, she's obviously NXT bound, so they may bring her in for Vengeance Day, in my opinion.
Oh, I like that. I love that.
Bringing her in for the Rumble does, like, because like you said, no one would know who she is. No one would know who she is.
I wish they, man. You see, you're bullshit, Billy Corgan. You had it right. You fucked it up.
Man, Billy Corgan fucked a whole lot of things up during that year when he had his name's not Festus, but
he had it right on fucking YouTube. You had it right during the pandemic.
Yeah,
NWA was going fucking good.
I ain't gonna lie to you. They had the most banger of entrance themes. Into the Fire, still one of my favorite entrance themes for a wrestling show. But yeah, I don't know what happened to Billy Corgan. I just found out that the CW deal is still intact, except apparently it's just streaming.
Yeah, it's only streaming. They're not on television, unfortunately.
Which is a big problem for them still, because
well, we know why. I mean, come on. We do
know why.
They busted a Tony Khan there. Come on, man, on a fucking pay-per-view.
Well, you know. I mean, you know why it's there, but the thing is, if you want exposure, CW streaming ain't what you call the new hotness. When was the last time either of you watched something on CW streaming that wasn't a superhero show from the CW because you missed it the night before?
I can't recall time other than One Tree Hill that I've watched a show on the CW, and One Tree Hill ended about 15 years ago.
Exactly. So
there's one show I did have that I used to watch on CW back in the days, and that was what was it called? The brothers that were like
Supernatural.
Yes, that's the only fucking show that I was at because I was into it. That actually was not bad. That was
it's a good show. It was good. Yeah. So like I said, the thing is, the streaming, it's a good deal for them, but honestly, they're going to have to work their way out of the cave on that one. So, yeah, but I don't think, like I said, I'm still banking on Mercedes Moné not showing up. However, here's the only reason that they would get Mercedes Moné. Charlotte is hurt. Charlotte is out for what? If I'm not mistaken, 6 to 8 weeks. She's definitely missing Mania. Yeah,
that's right. Tree Hill. I forgot about that one. Great show too. But look at that, Jess.
Exactly. But so if you need a true main eventer for Rhea, Mercedes, like Sasha Banks, is not a bad call. And think about it. They just cut a $5 billion deal with Netflix. So they got a little bit of pocket change floating around and they can pretty much give her the money she wants. There will be some people complaining about it, but fuck them. That's business. You want her to feel bad because someone goes, we're going to give you more money than everybody else to work here. What you going to say? Oh, that's not fair.
So what, you've been here in a year. Is that how you feel? Are you feeling like this? Fickle. They're fickle. That's how you're feeling? You're feeling fickle over here? Are you going fickle mania over here? Phil, what's going on?
Sasha, like I said, even at the height of Sasha leaving, everyone loved her, and they were mad that she was gone. So, like I said, having her come back goes real would be nice.
I just read De Niro's comment right now. Like, no, De Niro, I do not want it to happen. I'm sorry.
Mm.
Hulk Hogan better not show up at number 30 and be body slamming Omos and in front of 93,000 people, as you could say, because we don't even know how much.
There.
I don't want to see that at in the Silver Dome. Is that what he called? What is it he called it? The Silver? I mean, Tropicana Field.
I mean, here's the thing. If
also Charmed. Oh, that's right. Just you're right. Charmed. That shit was not a bad show too. Right?
Your knowledge of CW shows is concerning to me. Just saying. But I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. But yeah. So like I said, I think Mercedes Moné could come back with Charlotte being hurt. They don't really have someone on Charlotte's level right now who could
what?
Here, think about it. Think about it on Charlotte's level.
Are we gonna debate that shit? Are we really gonna do this?
I mean, you can have. I'll give you Becky. I'll give you maybe Bailey. But truth be told, at a certain point, you need somebody new. Granted, Sasha's not new, but I'd be real happy to see her go against.
I'm sorry. Fucking De Niro caught me up on that. Maven De Niro?
I mean, he has been doing
been
doing them YouTube shows, so maybe. But yeah, like I said, for me, I think that's the only reason they bring her in at a god awful amount of money. I don't see Zilla Fatu showing up. I don't see Tama Tonga showing up. I think Tama's going to end up at TNA.
I think so too. Probably TNA. I think Tama's going to go to TNA, but
I think for a year. I think he's going to be there for a year and then leave.
Oh, word, no CW love. I got CW love. Just I hate it.
I'll give you the Arrow. I'll give you Arrow at least.
The Arrow wasn't bad. Hey, he did eliminate Taker. That's Maven. Okay, yes, he did. Did Nero? Why did? Oh my God! Why Maven? I don't want to hear. I think we hear that shit.
For what it's worth, I think he hated that theme song as well. So
maybe so. I think we got the. Well, it wasn't bad of a theme song.
So I think Tama Tonga is going to probably be at TNA for a year and show up.
There's the news which I was going to get to. That's why I could debate that. See, he's pretty much staying right here. I do think Rhea can take Charlotte's spot, and that's what I'm saying. She's already at that spot already.
No, I'm not saying. I didn't mean to say she wasn't. Who's she fighting though?
Rhea, we'll get to that to the Rumble. We're gonna save that.
Not the Rumble thing, but like in general, who can she fight? Becky.
If Jade Cargill can be ready for that, I think she can fight Jade Cargill towards the end of the year. But the first thing is that she has accomplished the things that we haven't seen as of yet. That like I said, we're gonna get into the Rumble, so that's something that we're gonna have to see. Okay. Yeah, see, damn, pushing me to the side because I watched Seventh Heaven.
Exactly. Exactly.
I know, Jess. I know that. I already know how you are.
Oh yeah. So I agree with you that Rhea is on that Charlotte level. I guess my thing is what competition does she have on that level? Becky, Bailey.
We just have to wait to see.
And even if you bring in Jade, you can't just have her show up and go against Rhea day one.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's gonna. That's why if you heard me, I said that by the end of the year could be the case.
You're right.
I'm not saying like right away because we have to first get her debut, and then from there to see what she's gonna bring, in the ring. Because we talked about this weeks ago, like a while back. Us three, we talked about it about her, her going WWE. Her in-ring style is there because Bryan Danielson helped her, but now with Regal's. It's back on television. Yeah. Now he's already familiar with Jade Cargill's work to help her along the way. I feel like Jade Cargill's gonna do fantastic job.
But that's the thing, though. If you bring Sasha Banks in, she can be that main eventer day one. Like she can be the one to challenge Rhea day one, and no one's gonna go, no.
No, I'm not saying I wouldn't want her to do it now. No, because it's too soon. For me, it's more just give her the debut, give her now the crowd going ape shit, and I like I said, I don't even mind down the line if let's say they put Jade Cargill versus Bianca at Mania. Yeah, this is where you can make Bianca a heel because of her TV show, and this is where something you can literally have. I'm just saying.
We already begging for the Bianca Jade Cargill fight.
Why not? But no, because I want something that Triple H could do that Tony Khan can't do, and I said it on Floor Slappers on the wrestling in this. I said it on Tuesday.
Mhm.
They could do Monet and Jade Cargill. They could do that. But do I see it soon? I can't answer that question until we will find out tomorrow. But I wouldn't mind seeing Jade Cargill and Bianca making Jade Cargill's debut at WrestleMania 40 versus Bianca, and Bianca, losing that match because of her television show.
Mhm.
Keep in mind, we haven't seen Bianca turn heel in a long time. So this could be the right way to do it because of her television show. Now that her husband is a heel alongside with Lashley and and his partner in crime, so this could be the right way to kind of introduce Jade Cargill. She could still be the controversy, not be a face or a heel. She could be the baddest bitch as she was in AEW and still be the same way going in there like, yeah, I'm the baddest bitch. I don't give a shit about your show. It's all about me. She could be that way she wants to be. And that will give that Temptation storyline. Man, book this shit, damn it. Book it. Damn it.
I'm not arguing.
Damn it,
Give me what I want. Give me what.
But no, I agree with you because, if you have Jade at the end of the year go against you have her start off against Bianca, then end it against Sasha. That's at the end of the year. That's a great run right there. But like I said, what we were talking about though was if you have Rhea at the top spot, which is where she is right now. If you have a future for either Rumble or Mania, who do you put her against to make it a worthy match?
That's the banger podcast.
Becky.
That one.
But it's going to be Rhea and Becky at Mania.
Would you really say? I'll see it. Here's the thing, though. I don't know if I would enjoy that much.
I need to get a beard.
I love it. You got it. I mean, they're two of the four biggest women in the company.
True.
I mean, you got to put them. That's a marquee of the only marquee matches left, and we've already seen one of them. Well, you got three of them. You got Becky and Rhea.
Yep.
You got Bianca and Rhea on the main roster. We've seen it in NXT, but we need it on the main roster. And Bianca and Charlotte. Those are the only three marquee matches with the women on the roster right now. And yes, once you get Jade incorporated, hell yeah, then you can mix and match a couple more dream matches. Yeah. Mercedes comes back. Oh yeah. Now we're twisting and turning a little bit more. Yes. But as currently constructed with this women's roster, it's just those are really the only three dream matches. So for Becky and Mommy versus the Man, yes, absolutely.
That is a good point. So yeah, I could do that for WrestleMania. I guess I just want Sasha Banks back. Like I loved her run in New Japan. She had a great run. Like I genuinely I saw all of her matches in Japan. And I said when she took was it Iwatawa or she took this horrendous suplex that honestly I'm like I don't know how she still has a spine after that suplex. But her run in Japan was great. Like the new hair came out, all that. She was dressed up like an anime character, and literally her storyline was she's the new girl in town slapping bitches left and right. That was her entire run, and I don't know how she pulled it off, but she did. Hey, Eli,
what's going on, my man, Eli? Good,
considering
man.
she don't speak Japanese, she was just slapping bitches left and right in Stardom. Just a part which honestly, sometimes the simplest storylines work best.
Oh man, TK, do you have any final thoughts on this, brother?
Yeah, it's Naomi obviously is coming back. Andrade obviously is coming back. Jade will be in the Rumble. For me, I would love to see her wrestle Bianca this year. I just don't know that it makes much sense. If she was going to come to the main roster, I would be down with her and Bianca being in the stable, the Pride with Bobby and the Street Profits. I think they recently turned face because the fans won't boo them. So I feel like they're going to have a hard time booing Bianca as well, even though they're starting to get a little stale of her. But if she joins that faction, Jade with her joins that faction, and you got Bianca Jade with the Pride, that would be a little bit fun. However, I would bring Jade down to NXT, have her first actual match at NXT Stand and Deliver. So she's in the Royal Rumble. That's where she makes her debut. Goes back down, trains, shows up in NXT, gets a challenger. I don't necessarily think it should be for the women's title, but she goes and wrestles Roxanne Perez or something at NXT Stand and Deliver to a banger of a match. Camille would be awesome. I just don't anticipate it happening. I fucking would love it. She is a WWE superstar. Just look at her. She's a fucking brick, dude. I told you my story on Okada. I hope he's not in the Royal Rumble. I do think he should be going to WWE. AJ Lee, that would be a hell of a fun story. Sure, I'll say yes. I think she will be a surprise on the women's side. Rock, stay the fuck away. Tonga versus Solo or Jay or Jimmy or Solo and Jay Jay and Tama while Solo and Jimmy are in the match or something. That would be a lot of fun. So I think that could be cool. And Mercedes, you know, I've been screaming about this. If Mercedes comes, her WrestleMania match will be for the tag titles against the Kabuki Warriors. It'll be the two women you see on your screen, Mercedes, or it'll be Sasha Banks and Naomi taking on the Kabuki Warriors at WrestleMania for the tag belts. They win the tag belts night 1. Bayley beats Io night 2. On night 2, they come out with their tag belts. They raise Bayley's hands. The 3 best friends celebrate in the ring together, happy as it could be. So I don't know if that means she's going to be at the Royal Rumble, but fuck, do I hope so? Because otherwise, they're going to keep going on and on about how she's going to sign the
Did we have that Japanese faction jumping Bayley going, "What you doing, playing with the enemy?"
Yes, yo, oh yeah, oh dude, it's going to be. I think I would even. If they could land her and she does show up in the Royal Rumble, I would go as far as to say at Elimination Chamber, it'll be a 6-woman match. It'll be Bayley, Mercedes, and Naomi against Asuka, Io, and Kyrie.
Yeah.
That will lead into the 2 title matches at WrestleMania.
And, you know, like, and it's funny because, you know, Eli's mentioning here, and you both guys mentioned it earlier. Like, yeah, I agree with you, you know, Eli. I think that could be the case when my CJ Cargill out of vengeance. And that'd be awesome to see. And I'll fucking lose my mind. I will really go nitty.
Tim just gave me a really good vision of Jade Cargill versus Tiffany Stratton.
Oh,
and that right there, that's your money, right? That's your money.
Yeah, because she can come in as a face. You're right. I was just thinking she got to be a heel because I mean she's a heel. But.
Her against Tiffany Stratton, that right there is a pre-WrestleMania run right there. That can happen.
I agree with that.
That is a WrestleMania run right there. That's 4 months of just Jade talking shit about Tiffany Stratton, which I am perfectly fine with.
Loaded trying. Hey, just it's kind of like how it was fucking was it Lucha Underground back in the days, like when they had their just like that.
I think we need to accept the fact those 3 Japanese women are insane.
Fuck yeah, they are, dude.
They are insane. Io, for some reason, ain't found a trash can she don't love.
Oh no, I know.
So I'm, like I said, they already made me happy. So, maybe Julia could show up too. That'd be nice.
She was pulled from Windy City Riot. So
yeah,
maybe done rolling with her, falling from the shades. Yes. I love that, Eli. I am with you with that, brother.
So
yes, you see, there you go. See, we gotta do a top 5 lucha again, man. I haven't done that in like 2 years. I think.
I will say this though. This is one of the few Rumbles I'm actually excited for, because this is the first time you could actually say the Rumble will be a surprise.
That's the point of it, and I was saying this, on the Wrestling Index on Tuesday with Tim, that we've mentioned it, that it was just really like the booking of this has not been built up as we're so used to, right? Like seeing the storylines and into the Rumble with the matches and the Rumble announcement. It's just more like, hey, here's the matches, that's it. Enjoy it, pal. Fuck. All right. Damn, Pop H. All right. Hell yeah, let me enjoy this one. Surprise me. And I love this,
So my one big complaint about the Rumble was I have never been surprised. The last time I was surprised at Royal Rumble really was when AJ showed up.
I'm down, just
even when Edge showed up, he ruined the surprise. Because on his Instagram the week of, I should say, he took a picture of his new gear that he was wearing. That he wasn't wearing it, but he basically took a picture of his boots. And I'm sitting there going, don't get me wrong, I was excited to see Edge come back, but it wasn't a surprise. The man basically told me it was going to happen on his Instagram.
Well, I had no idea. I had no idea.
So I was just, like I said, considering how he went out, I was really happy to see he was healed enough to come back. So from that perspective, I was really excited to see him. But that's my feelings of surprise pretty much came in the middle of the week going, oh, look, that's his wrestling boots. I don't think he's bragging about days old, because that's new gear right there. That's brand new gear. However, when AJ showed up, I lost my shit.
Oh man, I was telling Tim that on Tuesday. I fucking went crazy on that shit. And it was like, oh my god, I went crazy.
But yeah, but other than that, yeah, I don't. There has not been a surprise, and I don't even know how long.
I mean, unless right now unless they busted somebody take over Brian Danielson about, hey guys, I don't want no social media stuff. All right, I'm pretty sure Brian was fickle. They're fickle. I'm pretty sure he did that.
In the long run, I'll be happy if Shane don't show up again.
Well, no, he's not. He's hurt. He's fucking hurt. He's not gonna do that. All right, now it's time to get into it. The predictions. Yeah, it's time to get into it because we need to get to Dynamite too. Because I want to get to Dynamite. But yes, Matt Hardy's prediction time. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, it is wonderful. It is wonderful. But before we get into the prediction for that, folks, people in Southern California who are watching or listening on all the other platforms, now you can catch us now on Amazon Music Podcast. You can catch us there now. We're officially now part of the Amazon Music Podcast. You can catch us there too, and you'll also catch Force Left Sports there as well. You can catch us there, folks. But if you're listening this evening or tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, if you are alone watching the Rumble, come and join me as I will be there. Being like Matt Hardy, wonderful, enjoying a nice refreshment, of course, courtesy of our sponsorship here. And let me play the video so you guys That's right, folks. Join me this Saturday, of course, tomorrow. Join me. I'm on Monrovia, California, of course, at Pacific Plate Brewery, as I will be there in attendance with the Royal Rumble watch long. And we also will be having here on, not only just here on the COD Debate Network, but also on Floor Slap Sports YouTube channel. The combined, we will be having the Royal Rumble watch along together with both of the familias together all in one. I'll be attending here once in a while, coming in live. Like, hey, what's going on, folks? But we'll be busy over there. But if you're watching this now, folks, and on Instagram, all your SoCal Pro Wrestling fans, come and join me. No cover charge, of course. Delicious beer that they provide you over there. And, of course, we're going to have a great food vendor, Tacos Garbardali, that provide the best tacos and birria that, of course, I've been told already that you got to try this birria. Like, I've been not avoiding that shit, but now I have to because now it's a fucking must to try that birria. So, you know, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how.
All I'm saying is I wish they delivered it because that mango IPA looked like it'd be great for getting drunk and preventing scurvy.
Well, I can't get some. There's some secrets that are going to be coming out soon, so stay tuned for that. Oh yes, but stay tuned.
Predictions,
right? And with this, good, there's something much we can really talk about. I mean, what can we say? Well, let's kick it off here, folks. Of course. The U.S. Championship matchup here, Logan Paul versus Kevin Owens. We already saw what happened this past, Tuesday. And I saw you, Bakley, your chat. We will get to that in a moment because I mentioned earlier in the first beginning of the show, I didn't want to touch that subject. But I think I'd rather wait more on that to know what's going on. And that's the one that I'd rather wait on that.
Huh.
I respect the audiences here and listening, everybody, because it's a very sensitive subject that I do not want to touch, nor the community won't like to know about it because we're disgusted. So let's just keep it that way. But let's get into it right here. All right, Logan Paul and Kevin Owens. Pepsi, Phil, the only fans of podcasting. That's right.
I want Kevin Owens to win. From a booking standpoint, Logan Paul is such an ass. Having him be a heel with that belt, as much as it pains me to say it, I think having his face on it makes that belt a little bit more relevant because everybody just wants him to lose. And the longer you stretch that out, maybe the Mania, the USA title gets talked about. With
What
all
is to talk about?
with all due respect to Kevin Owens,
Respectfully.
His championship runs have been a little bit lackluster. When he won the tag team championship, it was a little boring. When he won the Universal Championship, it was boring. No offense to him. He's more fun when he's just a guy, just when he's fight Kevin fight. When he's fight Owens fight, he is great to watch. When he's got a championship and everybody coming after him, it feels like they don't really have a direction for him to go. Like it doesn't like it's not like say a Gunther who just exists and the IC belt is amazing. Like I said, Kevin Owens one of those. He's an animated character. He's a great character, but I need to see I need to see him do something with a championship that really blows it up. And this is no disrespect to him. And I think he's great. I just think the booking that they have for him is all they see him as is the prize fighter.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, truth be told, for me personally, I'd rather see Kevin Owens win. From a booking,
what?
Yeah,
you're the first one that everybody looks at Logan Paul.
From a booking standpoint, Logan Paul makes me more money. Logan Paul makes me more money with the belt.
He makes money. Yeah. He makes money. Yeah.
Like I said, it's painful for me. It's painful for me to say that. By the way, he like as I said before, he is adequate enough to hold that belt, so it doesn't seem like it's a waste of time. But like I said, he's done. Like I said, he's done enough that people talk about the USA title, and in the end, for a belt, that's what you want. Like it doesn't flounder in obscurity. For me, yeah, that's what I'm picking. TK.
I love it. But the banger of bangers. What are your thoughts?
I like everything you said, Pepsi Phil. This one's really easy for me. But the sad thing is, I don't know what the fuck KO is going to do at WrestleMania.
Mm-hmm.
But if Logan Paul wins, he keeps the belt to WrestleMania. He's going to take on LA Knight. Yeah. And that's when LA Knight will really become a superstar, get his first singles title, and go. But Logan Paul has got to keep that belt just growing. So when LA Knight takes it from him, it really just solidifies it.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, for me, this one, it's just it's going to be a banger match, to tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
I think Kevin Owens is going to put over Logan, and I can see that happening. But I think Logan's going to retain, of course. He has been making a title relevant, so that's something that I'm really excited for. That he's been doing by far, even on social media and everything overall. Mm-hmm. So I am looking forward to that. Everybody's messaging the shit out of us right now because of the breaking news.
He's blowing up too about it.
I know. We'll save that for last, folks. Let's get through this very quick, and then we'll save that for last because, like I mentioned, I'm not trying to get into details of that reason because I do it for you guys who are watching and listening. It's a very sensitive information that I personally myself don't like to talk about because that's something that is very difficult. But anyways, but let's move forward. I'd rather say that for last. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's how I feel about this one. So yeah, I mean Logan Paul retains, but it'll be a solid match. I think Kevin Owens going to put him over. Mm-hmm. All right, we got the fatal 4-way for the undisputed Universal Championship. Pepsi Phil, take it away, brother.
Man, we already know.
Yeah, I mean, what is he
talking about? We already know.
What is there to talking about?
Roman ain't losing his belt before WrestleMania. Period. I do think the best thing about this match is we get to see AJ and LA Knight. We get to see Randy and LA Knight.
Randy,
like we get to see those matches up, and honestly. Truth be told, if LA Knight or even if LA Knight doesn't go for the US title, an LA AJ at WrestleMania would not disappoint me. Randy and honestly, Randy could pretty much have his pick of the litter on this one. If you want to, Dom, what's up, baby?
The Tories won.
Truth be told, Roman's keeping this belt, but I think this right here is a build up for another rivalry that we want to see. LA Knight versus Randy would be great as well. I don't know if that'd be a WrestleMania run, but I think that'd be, if we want LA Knight to take the US title, having him in a program against Randy would pretty much be a really good way to go, oh, okay, I guess he's ready for the big time now. Because honestly, as far as I was concerned, after he did his Roman match, I was like, y'all need to put a belt on that man right now. Like, that's what you need to do. That match against Roman was legitimately I know we say meat and potatoes, but that was some steak and foie gras right there. That was a good match.
What is foie gras?
That is
that some shit like Shrek eats in the fucking jungle and shit? I never heard of foie gras.
It is. My accent's terrible right now.
If you guys don't follow Pepsi Phil on his social media, this guy's a cook. Okay, he's a chef.
I don't know that I would understand what you were actually trying to say. I wouldn't know that I would know what that was. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what that is.
Because the biggest thing about LA Knight was everyone was like, "Oh, he ain't ready for Roman. He ain't ready for Roman." He was ready for Roman, and the fact that they have let him flounder a little bit. And not really put him in a title run against someone is, in my opinion, a shame. Like, granted, I could understand him not putting him against Gunther, but he deserves. Well, I'm not gonna say he deserves because all of them work hard. But trust me, I would not be disappointed in U.S. title LA Knight. So pretty much, yeah. So like I said, if he has a good showing in this, he has a good showing against whichever rivalry this blows into. Because this is all about who else he needs to fight that next.
I thought that, dude. It sounds like a name from Shrek, dude. I know shit, dude. I swear to God, it does, dude. That's why I thought of Shrek. Something must have taken my mind to Shrek, man.
I'm never gonna live that down.
I don't either.
So it ends. So I think for this, in my opinion, this is a good rebuilding thing for AJ because, God, I don't know what the hell he was on, but was he working out with Randy when he went away? Because, damn.
I have no idea.
Like, God damn. Is it just like, I'm going to go on vacation and blow up like the Godfather? So I but at the PC. So I think it'll be great for, like I said, LA Knight can fight either one of them and come out looking strong no matter win or lose. So I think that's what this right here is what this 4-way is for. I mean, do I think Roman's going to be interested in this? This will sound terrible, but I think he's going to steal it. I think it's going to be the same thing it always is. Solo going to sneak in and give Roman the championship. Like, that's how boring it is at this point. Solo's going to help him win, and then WrestleMania is going to come in and he's going to fight whoever. So I'm watching this just to see who LA Knight ends up fighting at the end of the day. For at least sort of next Monday night to see who he's has the next rivalry with. So, but in the end, yeah, Roman's walking away with this still.
Oh, we already know. Papi Chulo, how do you feel the same?
Yeah, a lot of people seem to think that Randy's going to take this belt and he's going to wrestle Cody for it, and The Rock's going to cost him. I don't understand. This match is probably going to main event the night because Roman's in it. Roman's got to win. I didn't fucking see it any other way. I'm still confused why it's not Roman versus Randy, other than the fact that they don't want Randy to lose clean with him just coming back. So I guess AJ Styles or LA Knight are there to take the pin. I personally think AJ Styles is going to take the pin because, I mean, sad to say, but who gives a fuck about AJ Styles, right? At this point, if he eats a pin, he eats a pin. It's not a big deal. But, you want to keep LA Knight strong. You want to keep Randy strong, whatever. I already just talked about LA Knight. LA Knight, Logan Paul at WrestleMania, that's going down 100 in my mind. That's been stapled in my head for quite some time. Since Money in the Bank, when they both were in it, like I said, these guys are going to have a feud. This will be, now we just know this is the feud. Like, cool. I'm glad that I said it. Now it's going to happen. It's great. Roman, please, just Cody, for fuck's sake. Randy, AJ. they get fucked by Solo and Jimmy. And they're like, what the fuck? Like they're pissed off again. So they'll be in the Elimination Chamber match at or they'll be in the Elimination Chamber match at Elimination Chamber. I believe LA Knight will also be in the match because he'll feel some sort of fuck too. And then someone brought it up because like, how do you get Cody into the match? I'm not taking credit for this because I don't remember who said it. I think it was someone in the comments of the last stream, and they said you just do I lost to Roman, Solo fucked me Elimination Chamber. And that is how you get Cody in that match. Maybe KO's KO's already on SmackDown, so he's an easy person to put in that match. Maybe you get Drew McIntyre in that match or something along those lines. And everyone who they fucked over, and Roman's just like, are you fucking serious? And that's how Cody wins his match. I mean, think about that. LA Knight, Randy, AJ, Cody, Drew McIntyre, Jey Uso, like Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, whoever the fuck they want to put in that. That is sick. So I think all three of these guys are in the Elimination Chamber match. And maybe at WrestleMania, I wanted Randy and Solo, but we just had that on SmackDown for free. Fuck! I thought Randy and Solo at WrestleMania would have been dope. Like, that's a great match.
It was, Solo looked great. And honestly, even that was like, well, some bitch Solo might be ready to break away from the bloodline at this point.
Yeah, which is why I thought him beating Randy at WrestleMania would have been cool. Someone that mentioned, I see on Twitter today, it was a reversal. When AJ and Randy wrestled last time at WrestleMania, AJ was the face, Randy was the heel. They say this time, just do it. Do the inverse. Do the match again, do the inverse. Randy's the face, AJ's the heel. Yo, I could fuck with that all day at WrestleMania. Give me a night one AJ Randy match. I could really see it and I could really get behind it. But this match to me is like 102%.
So this is a complete side note that has nothing to do. I'm sorry. I need Randy to shave off his damn mustache because he looks like a character from the Untouchables. I keep expecting
the point. Let the guy have the mustache, man.
I keep expecting that man to come out with Elliot Ness talking about where your booze at. So, but either way, this is probably in Randy's thing.
Man, you're just jealous because you're the one to be the only man with the mustache, the only fan of the podcast. We already know why you wanted to have the only mustache. We already knew that.
But that said, this might be the best shape I have ever.
What's wrong with Elliot Ness?
There's a man who looked like Elliot Ness at home.
Oh my god!
But this is the best shape I've seen Randy since Evolution.
Oh, he's been what? How long has he been? He was out for like almost a year and a half, right?
Guys? It was pretty bad. It was definitely pretty bad when he got up. So, Lord have mercy.
Now it's time to get into the Rumble. The men's and women's. We'll do it combined here, folks, because we got a lot to talk about, and I want to end this very short. So we got the men's and the women's. Who is your winners? I put these pictures here because these are potentials that could maybe. As much as everybody's like, why Finn Balor? Well, keep in mind, folks, this contract's coming up this year. I'll explain.
No, you're good.
I'll just explain it because it's like his contract's about to be up. They haven't really talked to him about, hey, you're gonna come back or hey, you're gonna resign me back. There's none of that as of yet. We hopefully he does, which I think he will. I think if Okada does really come, I think he'll stay. I don't think that man will leave. I think he'll be like, hey, Okada's here. My homie's here. I'm gonna stay. He'll resign. I feel that Finn Balor will take a cut just for Okada to get signed. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. Hey, they're friends. And keep in mind that Okada and Finn had their rivalry too back in the New Japan days.
I love my boy. Ain't taking a pay cut for him.
Not when your company just got a $5 billion check. Pay me and pay my boy, motherfucker.
Exactly.
Fuck you, pay me.
Exactly.
You pay now. You pay now.
So, me, I still have Cody winning, but I have Cody winning, but he wins by eliminating CM Punk. Like, I truly believe he eliminates by getting rid of CM Punk. And I think that right there is your next pay-per-view event right there is him versus Punk. I think, like I said, I don't think Seth is going to happen, as much as it pains me to say it. But
Yeah.
I think that's how for the men's, it's already going to be. We already know it's going to be Becky. I mean, in my head, I think Tim, you hit it on the head. It's going to be Becky. I mean, there may be a Bianca Becky little like the last two in the ring, but honestly, Becky's winning that match.
See, Dom already given his. I'm going to say Cody. I'll be holding the other side. Take Jade. Wow, he took Jade Cargill. Wow, they need Becky for.
I mean, it's not unheard of, though. I mean, it's not unheard of. I mean, they let Rousey win.
Wait, did she win the Rumble? Did she?
She, she didn't win the Rumble, but like she came in right after the win of the Rumble. Pretty much, I forget who won that Rumble, which is the problem I had with it. Is she shows up and you're like, I don't even remember who won the Rumble after that because she basically stole the win or the moment from the actual Royal Rumble winner and walks in and points to Mania. So I think she could probably come in either win the Rumble or come in at the last minute and challenge the Rumble winner if it's going to be Jade. Like that's how I think that's how I think Jade shows up. Like I think it's I'm coming in for the big dog, so to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, she was undefeated still, and then she lost in the biggest bullshit. She got overshadowed by Ronda Rousey. Like, let's not sit here and pretend like
exactly
Asuka's winning was good. Like, sure, it was good on paper, but she got cucked by Rousey, and then she got fucked by Flair.
Preach it. You preach it, brother.
You're right, Dom. I mean, you're not wrong by any means.
But the spirit of the win was bullshit.
But the win's like, right. What the fuck did she get out of it?
Yeah, exactly.
Ronda Rousey to steal her fucking moment. Oh, cool. Asuka just won the main event of the Royal Rumble. How cool. Oh, no. We know why. It's, and that first match Rousey put on was awesome. So
you are way more forgiving than I was, man.
Tag match was a blast, bro. Ronda Rousey and Kurt Angle against Triple H and Stephanie McMahon was dope, dude.
First of all, that knock-knee temptress was bothering the hell out of me in all her moves. No offense, if I wanted to see a judo throw competition, I'd watch the Olympics.
What about her quick sparring with Triple H in the corner?
Oh, that's right.
Man, the number of people we all seen pull that move, it's usually the I can't do nothing else, so I'm gonna pretend I'm a boxer. or as they put it, the greatest striker in WWE history. How many of those had they had? No offense to Taker.
I was just gonna say, wait, the Undertaker?
Isn't
that what he does?
Respect the Taker.
Respectfully, right?
So I mean, either way, like I said, I'm excited for this Rumble. I like everyone in it, and so like I said, I still think it's gonna be Cody eliminating Punk because they've already started the tension between those two. So if Cody eliminates Punk or Punk eliminates Cody, heaven help us. I think the next week we get to see Cody just go, you know what? Yeah, you're fucking up one of my chapters. Let's go.
Fuck. What's the way I say? Why are you writing up my chapter, Holmes? And I go like, Jesus. TK, we heard on Tuesday, but give the people here on the Debate Network what your pick for your Papi Chulo. Let them know.
Yeah, so Pepsi Phil, first of all, yes, it will be Mommy versus the Man, but I don't think the Man will be winning the Royal Rumble.
Oh,
yeah, I think the Man wins a number one contenders match in Australia the same way that Cody wins a number one contender match in Australia, and the Royal Rumble winner is on the screen. Good old Bubba Butt herself. Bailey gets her shine. Listen, she is so overshadowed by the rest of the four horsewomen, man. Mercedes is the star of stars, Becky's the man, Charlotte's the GOAT, and then there's Bailey. And Bailey's done it all. Bailey winning the Royal Rumble, going on and winning the title from EO at WrestleMania will just be the ultimate fucking check on her resume. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think we take the credit for her and damage control, like her running damage control the way she has, because that's literally been a great run for her. Because I think her being, I mean, she comes out as a leader, and seeing her with a belt as a leader would be a lot of fun.
And well, that's because see, the thing was, Pepsi Phil, it was very on in the days of the old network when we started doing the watch-alongs and shit. We watched the match where it was Bayley versus Bianca in Saudi, and it was the TLC match, and like that was the match that Bayley should have won as the leader of Damage Control to get the title from Bianca and like solidify herself as the champion. And I think we all sort of then were just like, damn, this Damage Control shit's whack, dude. Like, they're not going to give these women anything in this group. And obviously, they were the tag champs. They actually won the tag champs back. They won the tag titles back at that same show, and like that's what they were doing, Dakota and Io. But Bayley was not shining. Sure, she was the leader, and I don't know if this was their plan from the get. I don't think it was. I think just booking matures throughout time, but. Obviously, adding Kyrie and adding Asuka to it like makes this group so big, bad, and dominant. But it's just leading to Bayley getting out of it. So, like, while I love Damage Control and the War Games match was dope as fuck, and I do think you're right. Like, this has been a year and a half now that she's been running the stable, and it's only gotten bigger, badder. Never mind. They've had tag team championships. I feel like they will get tag team championships in the future, as I've said. Kabuki will defend against her girls at the WrestleMania pay-per-view. So I think Bayley's got to get her moment here. And she's going to go on SmackDown and she's going to be like, Io, you're the champ. You rule this. You girls are going to get the tag team championship. I'm going to Raw to take Mommy's title. And then they just jump her. And they're like, fuck you, you dumb bitch. Who do you think you are, overshadowing us? And they're just screaming in Japanese, and Dakota's like, and then Naomi comes out for the save or something and chases them off. And like, that's where we get this like trickle. But Bayley wins the women's. It'll be a lot of fun. Bayley and Becky should be the final two. That to me, that's the final two. Nia, Jet. You know what? The final three: Bayley, Becky, Nia. Maybe Bayley and Nia end up being the final two, but there's no suspense there. You know, Bayley's going to win. So I think for a suspense route, we're going Bayley, Becky, final two. Bayley wins. Men's side, man, to me. When CM Punk came in, I said there's no reason to feed him into this Royal Rumble. There's no reason to give him the win. There's no reason to put him in a title match at WrestleMania. You put him in a feud with like KO throws him out in the Royal, or like what I explained earlier about Gunther and Okada. It's a very easy premise in the Royal Rumble to build a match, man. We've seen it with Shawn Michaels and Kurt Angle. We've seen it with Goldberg and Brock Lesnar. It's the same exact shit you could have done with Punk and KO. Punk eliminates KO. KO pulls him out. I mean, KO's a face now, obviously, but these two don't even need a reason to beat the fuck out of each other. Story's there. I mean, all smart fans know the story. He's best friends with those jizz bitches on the other side of the screen, so let him just fucking go, right? But if we're going this route, 10 years later to the day, today's the day, tomorrow, 10 years later to the day, I don't care what the fucking Sports Illustrated suck my dick. You're out of business, bro. You're out of business, Sports Illustrated. You ain't got writers. You got writers fucking doing artificial intelligence for you. You're the report, Justin Barrasso. Suck my dick. Get out of here. It is CM
Get out of here
versus Seth Rollins. It is the only match that is coming from this match. Punk, Rollins, WrestleMania. Cody, hey, bro, you will be in the final two. Cody and Gunther start 1 and 2. Punk, Cody, Gunther, final 3. Punk, Cody, final 2. I know you said that's going to be wild. It will be wild. Punk eliminates Cody. Cody shakes his hand. Cody puts his head down. Fuck. What do I do now? Cody gets in the Elimination Chamber on SmackDown with good friend Nick Aldis. Got a lot of history there, don't we now?
Yeah.
Wins that match, goes to WrestleMania, finishes the story at 40. The end. Punk. Hey, fuck, they're right next to each other. Punk and Bayley. Those are my picks.
That's awesome. I love it.
I mean, that's a hell of
we gotta have a bet. We gotta have like a
No, I think that's a legitimate call right there. I think this goes back to the conversation we had. So I think the WWE thanks, and keep in mind, this is only because of Seth Rollins. This is only because Seth Rollins is phenomenal. No pun intended. You have Roman at one championship level, but let's face it, Seth Rollins is a championship level, but he's the workman's championship level. Like not like the IC belt, but like literally like world champion workman level. And I think that's because of Seth and the way he works. So I think Cody can finish his story. He may finish it not as a Universal Champion, but if he finishes it as a World Champion, I think that's a good ending to his story.
And let's be real too, Pepsi Phil.
Mhm.
All right. And it's crazy the comparisons. Roman Reigns is the Hulk Hogan,
Mhm.
as Seth Rollins is to the Macho Man. Okay.
Oh my
And
God! Thank
if-
you.
and if we only had one world champion, like we did back in the day, one world champion, one intercontinental champion, one tag team champion, bro, we're talking the workman champion we're talking about right now. Sure, it's still Seth Rollins, but he's wearing the IC strap right now. He's not rocking a fake. I'm not going to call it a fake world title because he deserves. He made it. It is a real world title because of what he did with it. But let's be real. If we're still on the one belt system like back in the day, Roman is Hogan, Rollins is Macho Man, Rollins is the Intercontinental Champion, Roman's the World Champion, and maybe at WrestleMania 5, we're headed to a fucking collision.
Yeah. I mean,
man, I'm sorry, but Tim broke it down like, oh my God.
I
fucking love you.
Honestly,
What you just said right now.
Let's fucking go.
I mean, honestly, with
Love
Seth,
it.
let's face it, Seth is champion. The championship, we'll say the championship aura is a lot more palatable. Like there is, I will say this: to say Seth Rollins is a gift to WWE would be an understatement. Like that dude has come in, and every time he has done anything, like anything, we sit there and go, "Holy shit!"
Oh, dude's a fucking star, man. We were I was looking at the end of the 10 years ago, the 2013 Royal Rumble. In the final 8 guys, it's so crazy because everyone was so upset about Rey Mysterio. Oh man, I'm fucking scrolling really quick. I put it in a fake tournament earlier just because I love doing fantasy shit like that. But you had the Shield in the match, all right? So you had Roman Reigns, you had Seth Rollins. Oh my man. Yeah, right. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense because he was that guy while Savage was out there working. And it's no disrespect to Seth Rollins when I'm saying it all about him because he is the star of stars. Like the Macho Man is a fucking star. Like don't get me wrong. But at the end of the day, like if we're talking about like where these titles rank and why Cody has to go get that title, is because at the end of the day, this title is still just not the real world title.
I know. Fuck.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
but think about it this way: Cody is the son of a plumber, a working man, a blue collar
plumber daddy.
Exactly.
Daddy.
So him winning the Workman's Championship, whatever you want to call it, IC, the mid-grade, is still a championship his dad never had. But it's still a salute to his dad being like a worker's worker.
Yo, so check it. Roman Reigns, Batista, John Moxley, Rey Mysterio, Seth Rollins, Big E, Cesaro, CM Punk, and the late great Luke Harper, Brody Lee. I put them into a tournament. Roman versus Batista, Moxley versus Mysterio, Rollins versus Big E, Cesaro versus Punk, Punk versus Rollins, Moxley versus Roman. Oh, and you know who I finished with? Roman versus Rollins, all right? Because they're the best in the world, all right?
No, that's fact.
They're on levels. Those guys are on levels. And I love John Moxley. Everyone knows I love John Moxley to death. And I love CM Punk. But at the end of the day, when all their careers are said and done, Roman and Seth are levels above Punk and Moxley. Sucks to say, but they are.
See, that's the funny part, though, because I would put Seth above Roman.
That's fair. And you can.
Because honestly, like going back to the Shield debut, when he turned on them, that became a thing. Heist of the Century, the Beast Slayer, all of that. Literally, like, don't get me wrong, Roman did some good thing when he was the big dog and whatever. But when I look at Seth Rollins' battery of work, and I'm not talking about his independent stuff at ROH, but in WWE, the work he did going back to like even NXT, that dude has had a legendary run from probably day one when he walked into NXT. When he first won the NXT championship, that dude has literally done some legendary work. Like when he retires, the definition of GOAT will be thrown on him easy.
I agree.
Yeah.
Shout out to the chef, Brian Cook, man. What's going on, BC? Hopefully you'll join us tomorrow for the watch along, brother, man. Pure Truths, Razor Rollins, both Shield members are basically Hogan and Savage reincarnated. What up, brothers? Let's go. Oh, man. All right. Any final thoughts here so we can move on? So we could go ahead and talk about what happened 48 hours ago.
Who do you got winning these matches, Poppy?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about my.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't forget about yourself, Poppy. Who do you got?
Yeah, man. I said it on Tuesday on Floor Slappers, and I said it also on World Elite Podcast as well. This one, it's tough, man. It's really hard to do because there's so many stories that you can really book at these matches that you can really give heading into WrestleMania. A lot of them that is really tough. Especially, I watched today's earlier show on Busted Open. I see, Sam Roberts and Tommy Dreamer, discussing with Gunther. Gunther looks in great shape. He looks, and how they talked about his performance. And this man had the balls to say, put me as number one. I was number one the year before, and I lasted this long. So that's how you make yourself like a legend. Make yourself number one and win it all for you number one.
That's the Joe
Kudos
Namath.
to that man. Kudos to fucking Gunther.
That's the Joe Namath move right there.
Exactly. Thank you for putting it very well said, my brother. And I totally agree with Gunther's comments about that. And I was just like, man, this is why I love this man for a reason. I seen him as Walter PWG and we've seen it long years ago. This man has done an incredible. Tommy gave him, of course, his credentials. Of course, I do too. I think we all do because this man came from the independent circuit, coming to the main roster, becoming the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion, making that title now relevant because most of the majority of the time, excluding Miz, because he's made that title relevant, has not been a title that's been like, oh my God, if at least this guy is doing it, and the Miz have done it before too. But this guy's currently doing it with professional wrestling and besides entertainment. So that's the one thing that I give this man. This is a tough one. It's tough on the men's side because I would like to see Phil Brooks to win it. I wouldn't mind seeing Cody win it or even Gunther to win it at this point. Those are the three guys that I can really see who can win it at this point. It's tough to say, but for me, if I want to break it down, I'd rather have Phil win it, Cody win the chamber, and that's fine. Yeah. And, and move forward from there to begin the chapter of WrestleMania, beginning the chapters of the heading into WrestleMania, because it gives him more a detailed explanation. It gives him more details and a better storytelling, because from there, I know we're getting, how Tim mentioned earlier, like, okay, you're giving the spoil, for CM Punk. Yeah, we are, but he has never made it in WrestleMania. At least he's getting one thing. The dream come true is main eventing WrestleMania. Had the opportunity that was given, but fucking, of course, I'm not going to mention that as men until that's to be the last topic of the night. We'll talk about him. Did not give him that. Him and Jericho. It should have been him and Jericho main event in WrestleMania, because I feel like that match was actually awesome. I think it was great. I never thought it was like whatever. I never no. When I watched that match, it was actually great. It was great storytelling from bringing back of his past of his alcoholism, avoiding all of that. What Jericho did was awesome. That's why he's a good jolt. The greatest Tom Brady of professional wrestling. He is the greatest Jericho of all time.
Okay, here's the question for you. If it's not The Rock, do you want to see a triple threat of Roman, Cody, and Punk? Because that's always been Punk.
I'd rather see Gunther, Rollins, and Punk. I'd rather see that.
But here's the thing, though. Remember, Punk's dream that, like you said, drove him out was he wanted to main event WrestleMania.
But he never said he wanted to win.
But he can main event night one, though, against Seth, who never main evented either. Seth's never main evented either. Which is why this if Dwayne, dude,
Netflix, do your favors.
If Dwayne fucks it again, I swear to fucking God.
Tim's mad when he's using The Rock's Christian name.
If he does it again, because Cody, Roman, night 2, Seth, CM Punk, night 1. It is very easy. It's very easily booked. It is so easy. Cody and CM Punk does nothing. Gunther and Seth does nothing. And as a matter of fact, if CM Punk and Cody is a match and Gunther and Seth Rollins is a match, then Becky and Rhea better main event night 1. All right. And you better give it to the women, because to me, Becky and Rhea is a bigger match than CM Punk and Cody and Gunther and Seth.
I love it. And Brian, you brought up a good fucking battle point there, and that's something that I totally forgot.
Yes, that is that.
I fucking agree with you on that.
Yes,
that is honestly that part about Gunther getting Claudio's push. I really do wonder if that. I feel like that might really be true.
It is, because if Paul Heyman would have been still the direction at the time, we would have seen right now Claudio still saying WWE. He probably would have been main eventing WrestleMania. Probably not this year, but probably the last 2, like what, 3-4 years ago, he probably could have. You know, why not? I think, and I'm with you, Brian. Like, that's a valid point, and this is something about Gunther. Who knows that we don't know, gentlemen? That probably Paul Heyman's behind this and saying, "Hey, telling Paul Levesque now that the other piece of shit is out of the way now, and telling him, hey, push this guy because this guy is your future, and he has it all. He was match of the year at NXT UK. This match he had matches prior in the independent circuit. Why not?
Poppy, do you really want him in a world title match at this WrestleMania, though?
No,
don't you think that could wait till 41?
I think
or SummerSlam. Can't he beat Cody at SummerSlam? Or can't he beat Seth at SummerSlam?
I honestly, I'm with you on that. On if it's too soon, yes. I wouldn't, as in, let's say that's why I said triple threat. Might as well add
not even that it's too soon, just that there's other stories to be told right now.
And what are the stakes? Like you said, what are the stakes that would make
title? Winner takes all. Put the title. If he fucking takes the Intercontinental all the way to Mania, but put winner takes all.
That's the case. That would mean Roman would have to lose, and I do not see that.
He's not going to lose, unfortunately. But
I hate
to say that.
That's the problem. That's the problem right there. Gunther right now is a great champion, and having him lose to Roman and then losing the belt, and then having him walk around and then Roman walking around as a double champion makes no sense, because then it's just like, oh look, Roman's got another belt, and we got to watch him not lose more times. And
on a real note, Roman and Gunther would just bang, slap, and fuck is my guy.
Oh my
Justin.
God.
Oh yeah.
Roman and Gunther would just do things, dude. Like,
That'll be
that is a nipple
I have no doubt about that. I'll just be worried about the ending. I'll be worried about how they finish the match.
No doubt. Yeah. You know how that match goes.
Yeah,
how does every match go?
Yeah, that is what I know.
Boot, big boot, leg drop, 1, 2, 3. I mean, Superman punch, solo, spear.
Yeah, so
that's
what I said. But here's the thing, though. The thing I like most about Paul Heyman is that what people don't realize enough is that Paul Levesque, not Triple H, Paul Levesque likes wrestlers in management 100%. Like,
and you're telling me that Gunther is not managing his wrestling style?
No. I'm at the Paul Heyman part. Like, honestly,
okay.
I think the fact the way Gunther is being booked is probably because of Paul Heyman.
That's what I was mentioning. That I'm going to guarantee you that part of Paul Heyman is the one. Tell me fucking Paul Levesque. I hear what you're saying, Pepsi Phil, but that's what I think. You know?
Oh no, I don't think it's. I don't know. I don't think. I mean, in the sense of, I think he's like Paul. I think Paul Heyman's at that point right now where he knows he doesn't need to have Gunther fight Roman right now. Right now, he is building up Gunther really well on everyone he fights. Like, to this day, I still get goosebumps thinking about him and Chad Gable. Him and Gunther, Chad Gable.
Hey, you know what? That was a badass match.
That was a great match.
It was a fucking banger.
And think about it. As an IC champ, he's basically going around making people better. He is making people better. There is truly no reason to have him go against Roman and have him lose. The best thing about him is he does the one thing Paul Heyman loves doing. He likes making the future of wrestling.
One thing I wouldn't mind, and let's say I would have seen fucking Imperium versus Bloodline at fucking Survivor Series.
I mean,
having those three versus them three, I would have seen fucking Gunther get in the ring with Solo and be like, "Oh, you can't do you think your shit's gonna hurt?" I can picture Gunther going like, but really not selling the finisher of Solo and Gunther looking at Solo like, no.
But do you see Imperium as a face faction though?
No, it's gonna be heels. Keep it heels. No switch.
No, remember, in every wrestling thing though, there has to be a face and there has to be a heel.
I get that, but it was now
Remember when
But-
Midnight Express fought Road Warriors?
I get
They
that,
had-
but
no, not Road Warriors. I'm sorry, it was Arn and Tully. There had to be quote unquote a good side.
but
Well,
keep
that's
in
because
mind-
the crowd will decide that, though.
Yeah,
Thank you.
The
Thank
crowd
you,
should be able to
thank you.
decide who they want to root for.
Thank you. There you go. That's what I was getting to, and Tim really brought it out of my mouth. Exactly. Because it doesn't have to be that way. Keep in mind, we're in a generation that is like how AEW did it when they started. They didn't have no fucking, oh, yeah, it was face versus face, heel versus heel. It doesn't matter, but as long as there were people that liked it and enjoyed it. So, I mean,
Which
it was
New Japan does great all the time. They do
Absolutely.
great all the time. Even like the Sonata versus Naito main event, you could have said Sonata's the heel, sure.
Yeah.
But you could say Naito's a heel as well. So like,
It's-
and you could say,
I mean, that wasn't. I mean,
obviously Naito's the biggest face, but
Yeah.
you could still say, who doesn't love just 5 guys?
Yeah.
So
I mean, Wrestle Kingdom. Yeah, it was insane. That was an insane Wrestle Kingdom recently. So.
and the crowd loves Sonata because
Yeah.
who hasn't loved Sonata in his whole journey to get here? So you know,
I mean, as an
hold on.
I'm so glad Naito won, and that
Yeah.
was the moment that we thought was going to happen last year.
Can we do a New Japan rollback real quick? Did you see Tanahashi winning that match?
No,
I'm the president. And they let him get a belt as the president of
not just a belt, but he had double champions.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he's still currently a double champ, but even though Okada relinquished his, so I don't know who's going to be their third partner. So we have to
Oh, they're going to get a third partner. There's going to be a tournament.
Nah, there might be a replacement for them for Okada.
But that was the thing that cracked me up. I was like, okay, so he's the president, he's gonna lose. I'm like, they let
I
that
don't know
man,
what's going on, my brother.
they let that man win. It's like he booked himself to win. Oh, I guess he ain't Cody.
There was a good match too. That was the best fast-paced Tanahashi match that I've seen in a while because he'd be all slow and shit lately.
Well,
but like, it was okay. I'm not hating, but like, he's not Tanahashi anymore. You know what I'm saying? But the match, Matt, and you know what's funny because Marlon made a great point on his show earlier.
Yeah,
this guy's like me who's never been in the ring before. Like, oh, he's all slow and he's slowed up. I'm like, what are you?
Well, no. Here's the thing, though. There are,
but he wrestled a great match.
Yeah.
Great show, by the way, earlier, Marlo. I really enjoyed it. But he wrestled a really good match against ZSJ. It was fun. It was fast.
Yep.
And he slowed it down a little bit, but I enjoyed it for sure.
Well, no, but I mean, the thing, going back to your point about being slow, honestly, that's the mark of a real good wrestler. Let's face it. You can wrestle fast. If that's the only mode you have, by the time you get older, you're in trouble.
You said this about Jeff Hardy earlier, so you're consistent.
Yeah, as long. But if you can control the pace, either fast or slow, for your storytelling, then you get to see exactly how good a wrestler is. Because the person I always go back to is they were asking the Undertaker about the Young Bucks, and he basically said he likes the Young Bucks, but the problem is everything with them is a spot. Everything's a spot.
Everything is a spot.
Everything is a spot.
So he's like, why is it special then? Like, you got to learn how to control the story. You got to learn how to control the match. So when I saw Tanahashi wrestle, it was definitely a slow dude. But the fact that he can still work that, and Zack Sabre is one of them dudes you just like, you have to love working for that dude because that dude can do anything you need him to do.
Oh my God. And I love that loss if we're talking about it, because what does that mean? What does the loss mean of that belt in wrestling? What does it mean? He's moving up.
He's moving up. Yeah.
Hopefully to the world title picture against Naito next. Because he should pass that global bullshit and go right after the world title. And wait and take it off Naito down the road. Like, he should be the guy, ZSJ, to take that belt off of Naito. And God, we have
it is, and honestly, it is about his time. I feel.
This is why I love this man, because this man really thinks how I think. And you know, my wife gets jealous sometimes. I talk about this. but listen, you're there. I'm sorry, but he's my bato. But it's true. You're fucking right. You're hitting the very valid points, because not only that, TK. But think about this. I mean, all the roster that they lost, and now that this is the last man, a gaijin that you have left that's there. You can give this fucker the belt now. You already gave it to one gaijin who's now in AEW. You didn't give it to the other guy. You give him technically, not the real one, but this one, how you mentioned right now, TK, about CSJ.
I mean, don't
Why
discount.
the fuck not? Why the hell not give this man the belt?
I mean, don't discount Finley either. Now they
He looked great, and everything he does, he's a great leader of that faction, dude.
Yeah, like I said, don't forget Finley, because Finley's coming up really fast. Like I
don't think Finley should be coming after Naito. Yes,
no, not yet, but I mean,
because he just got the global championship. That's why Pep fell.
Yeah, no.
Had he not won that match, like then maybe I would have been, or like when he loses his belt, then I'd be like, yeah, sure. Let Finley, because I respect his game. I do.
I
Finn Juice, where he was the clear number 2 of Finn Juice.
Yeah,
he has just come out of Juice Robinson's shadow and became a fucking star, dude.
No, but if you think in levels, like Zack Saber's ready to go right now. Underneath him, though, Finn could probably be next in line after him.
No doubt.
Now that's just on like the non-Japanese level. They still got a whole bunch of dudes in between the both of them who could probably jump in that line as well.
Oh man, we will do a New Japan on them.
Oh yeah, my bad, Poppy, my bad.
Yeah. No, it's all good. No, go ahead.
No, just like Shooter and Yoda Tsuji, but I don't know who else. Like, sadly, they lost everybody, man. I feel like they lost. Like ZSJ's got to be him, right? Like,
oh no, he is. No,
and then Finley.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm blanking, bro.
You can start building. You can
like
start
Yoda Tsuji and Shota Umino.
Yeah,
and like that's why they've been building these. And it's gross to say, but Stupid Evil is always there, and he's always in the mix, dude.
Who does he remind you of? Hey, let's say WWE. Who does he remind you of?
To Evil?
Previously, The Miz.
Thank you.
Really? Oh no shit! Because he's just always there, Poppy. He's just always.
Oh my god! Exactly. See, this is what.
And I'd imagine the Japanese feel the same as we feel about The Miz. Like,
oh fuck yeah! I mean, shit.
Evil's great at the end of the day. Evil's great. Like, he's a good worker. He's a great heel. He's a great face. I loved Evil with Sonata. That was one of my favorite tag teams.
Oh yeah.
I think right now with Tanahashi they're going to actually start building up their Japanese talent like they should have been doing all the time. Like I said, like you said, they relied too much on guys like Will Ospreay, I forget, and then like all the other ones. And honestly, let's face it, their actual Japanese talent started aging out quickly. And no disrespect to them. It's just the nature of the business.
Suzuki, Nagata.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Who's
the blonde guy?
Oh, I know you're talking about.
What he's always wrestling on the face side with Tanahashi.
Yeah.
Nagata is aged out.
Yeah, I mean, even Kenta. Literally, you're sitting there going, Kenta could, but honestly, no. Has Kenta done enough to actually be put in that circle? Probably not. No.
Right.
I mean, other than his name, there's no reason to put him in there.
That's why I feel like they should have brought back the Intercontinental title for that reason, because he could have probably made that middle title at least relevant.
Or I think that's what the global title's supposed to be, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a new. Yep, that's a new one. Yep,
yeah,
that's the global now. Yeah,
and Brian got a good point here, and he mentioned about the Prime, Savage Sting, Flair, Berlingo, and Regal, and his match versus Benoit in the Cruiserweight WCW. Take notes of controlling the pace of Crafton story. And Eddie Guerrero could be wrestling again against Scott Norton, technical masters like Malenko and Flyers and Mary Mysterio. Very valid points, Brian. Very, very valid points.
But yeah, but like I said, being able to run that match that way was something. Like I said, I was impressed with Jeff Hardy because, like I said, he wasn't in his high fly hybrid mode that we see all the time, or the reckless one that we used to seeing. It was some groundwork. It was some good groundwork, a couple of spots, but honestly, Jeff looked much healthier than I'd seen before in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm waiting to see what they do. And like I said, Tanahashi, like I said, I honestly am, like I said, I know we were talking about the new age of wrestling right now this year, but I'm kind of excited to see across the board what wrestling does. Like TNA is coming out. TNA is back, I should say. You got TNA, you got AEW, who I know we haven't talked about the ranking system, but I think that actually coming back is a great thing for them. WWE, and the only reason I think AEW's ranking system come back for them, because that is honestly, in my opinion, after the Continental Classic or C2, That's a story. Like the rankings can become its own storyline the way they handle it, if they handle it properly. Like this wrestler, I keep losing and I keep going down the charts. I need to fight somebody, yada yada yada, or I need to challenge someone, so I'm gonna jump this guy or whatever. So I think the rankings can be a storytelling tool if they do a good enough job with it.
All right.
So I know.
Speaking of that, let's get into it. Might as well. Vader, what time is it, Vader?
It's time! It's time! It's Vader time!
That's right. Dynamite. Of course, it happened 48 hours ago, folks. I know it wasn't the greatest Dynamite. We already know that. I mean, it wasn't. But, you know, we talked about off the air. But, you know, it was just pure matches. But is there stories? Is there anything? I mean, the only stories we could say really here is really the Tony Storm and Tony Storm and Deanna. And really could go with you know, with the Sting and Darby, where that direction's going. Hangman and Swerve now, you know, they're going after the, you know, Samoa Joe AEW World Title. We're gonna have to wait to see how this happens, folks. But man, we're not gonna get into every match, but I feel like we're just gonna look at the attention so far of what we've been seeing of everything what's going on in AEW. Of course, we saw the ratings wasn't the best; it was really low. The attendance was really, really low on that. I know people are giving AEW shit like, "Oh man, your attendance so low." Like, look, man, I said it before. It doesn't matter. Either these people there, let the people enjoy. How Dom says it, man. If it ain't your cup of tea, let someone else fucking have it. Who cares? It doesn't matter. There's people there that enjoy it. I enjoy professional wrestling overall. It doesn't matter what brand. I just want to see it and enjoy it. So it's just, and that's what we do here on the COD. Pepsi Phil and I can tell you that we watch every sport to get, you know, to get an understanding. We're analytics here. We give what we need to give. So, an opinion, especially. We're not, like I mentioned, we're not the other piece of shit. But this one here, one thing I can really say that really got me invested on, and I'll give my ups and I'll give you my pros and my cons of this one. My pros on this one, I would say for Dynamite, that so far the only great story on this has been Timeless Tony Storm and Deanna Praws. I think that's a really good one that is really helping Timeless to get that relevancy and really raking that. Oh my God, hell yeah, she's really doing something that I'm like, oh hell yeah, fantastic. And Samoa Joe, I'm happy that he's getting a title run that he finally gets to have for the first time because he never had one of the main roster. He has this one. And hearing the crowd that are really behind him, I'm very happy. I'm happy for him that he's getting that. I know people. I wish Bruce was here because Bruce would have fucking hate my ass for saying Bruce. Because I know it's MJF. He'll be like, fuck, no. Sorry, but I mean, they're blaming.
He's gonna freak out tomorrow, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's gonna freak out tomorrow. You know, and then
if he was here, I was gonna say MJF was gonna be the 30th man.
Oh my God, I know. Everybody's like waiting for that shit.
Yeah, man, I was gonna have a good night with Bruce tonight.
I mean, I know, me too.
I've had a blast with you boys. Don't get me wrong. I'm just, I love Bruce.
So Ivan, I agree with you. There's only 2 segments of the entire night that I was invested in. I think I told you about this before. It was Tony Storm versus everybody, basically. And I don't get me wrong, I love Deanna Purrazzo, but let's face it, the rub that Tony Storm is giving her right now is probably my favorite of all time. Her whack job mode is great. The other thing I enjoyed, and this is literally against every ounce of common sense I have, it's like the Bang Bang Scissor Gang. I'm with it. I don't want to like them. I really don't. But the problem is, literally, to use Cody's term, they are undeniably funny. They are undeniably good workers, and they are really charismatic together on the screen. Like, they are genuinely charismatic, and honestly, putting them with the Acclaim might be the best move they have done in a long time, because they are literally going into, and they're being meta with the concept of a faction, which I enjoy a lot.
Okay, exactly. This is where I'm going to get in. I'll get to this. There's 2 ways to book this storyline. There's one. The first one is make it official to them to be really a faction. Call it that.
Mhm.
Make the Acclaim go back heel, because this is one thing. You can make Billy Gunn your Gato, just like Jay White had his fucking Gato.
Mhm.
That would be fucking sick. Why do I know. Give me a minute, TK. I know you're like, wait a minute. I don't know.
No,
in a way,
I'm liking what I'm processing here. Yeah.
I mean, but think about it. But hear me. Think about it, because now he's bringing his own Bullet Club here, his own version of his Bullet Club Gold with a sense of humor. Keep in mind that when Jay White was in New Japan, it was still a sense of humor type of style over there with the Bullet Club. You still had to use. You still got a psychotic Juice Robinson. You still got, two he is fucking psychotic, but he's
rock hard Juice.
Rock hard, yeah.
You wonder what him and Tony are doing to get them into both of their character modes. I mean,
yeah.
I wondered how they were together until I saw Timeless Tony Storm come out. That would,
right.
She's as fucking nuts as he is.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. So
yeah,
sorry, Ivan, you were saying
Wendy Rector really helped.
This shit was great.
I was awesome. I enjoyed it.
Is Wendy Richter still wrestling? I swear to God, I asked that question.
Hey, shout out as I'm continuing, but I want to shout out my brother right here, Tim King, because he brought it up to me on Tuesday. You need to put her black and white. And look, you see, I did it. It's right there because you fucking mentioned it to me.
There you go. It's the only way you can put her.
Yeah, that's the only fucking way I can put her.
I mean, but you were saying, I'm sorry, man.
That's no worries, brother. It's just this. That's one thing they could do, and they can really roll with it as a heel faction and really piss everybody the fuck off. I think that'll be great to see, because I wouldn't mind seeing Billy Gunn going back as a heel alongside with the Claim, and it'd be very investing to see, because now then you can develop more people to come teaming up. Hey, we got to team up and beat these guys up, and the hell with it. That'll be awesome to see. That's one. The second one is because of the roster, how it's been very deteriorating as of late. In the trios type of faction, the only one you really have the trios is the Gates of Agony, and that's Brian Cage. Who else do you have? I mean, Butch and they're gone.
They're not even
thinking. You got the House of Black.
There's nobody. But here's my point, though. What I'm trying to get at, they're gonna end up making what's gonna happen here in the end. They're gonna turn, of course, Bang Bangs. They're gonna turn on them because Tony Khan's gonna announce, we're gonna make an announcement. We're gonna combine these two belts together. It'll still be the Ring of Honor 6-man and AEW, so they could go with both brands type of style. And this was going to end up happening by Revolution, most likely, because there is no more 6-man tag teams. Name me one besides Gates of Agony and Brian Cage.
Oh, okay.
There's nobody there anymore.
No, they ruined it all. He ruined everything. He just
so here's a question for you. He Acclaimed, literally one of the most beloved factions at AEW. Do you really think they will let them go heel?
Why the hell not?
No one's gonna. Here's the thing.
I don't mean Tony. I meant the fans.
No one's gonna boo them. And here's Poppy. Here's where I was gonna retort to what you said, because I love what you just said. First of all, except I don't want Jay White and the Guns to turn on the Acclaimed and Daddy Ass. I could see this working as a face faction. I get where you're coming from as a heel faction. Yes, Billy Gunn would be a great heel Gato. Jay White, awesome heel, top of the card guy. No one's gonna boo the Acclaim though, and no one's gonna boo these guys together. It's just like we were talking earlier about Bobby Lashley and the Street Profits.
Yeah,
the crowd's like, I'm not booing you guys. There's no fucking chance I'm booing you. So you're gonna have to flip them. So these guys together. But listen, I think you're gonna have to merge these belts. And I don't know if it was Max Caster or if it was Anthony Bowens. He goes, listen, Billy Gunn, he should have singles gold in AEW. Jay White should be the world fucking champion of AEW. We should be tag champions. You guys should be tag champions. So maybe in my head, I see that they do a they put the belts on the line, the AEW versus the ROH, but maybe they like fuck around to where the Guns and Daddy Ass, like the 3 Guns, end up with those belts. Yeah. And then the Acclaimed are just like, we're going back after tag belts again. And then Jay White's going after the world title. And like the 6 of them still stay together. Juice comes back. There's 7 of them. Maybe they add a big muscular guy and there's 8 of them. and they're just this big face faction.
And honestly, that is the Bullet Club right there. That's legitimately the Bullet Club.
Right. I'm just booking off what he's booking. I'm just trying to add a little piece.
No, I mean
that
that grouping is honestly that's more the formula for the Bullet Club in Japan right now. And well, honestly, I mean like when Finn ran it, and then when Jay ran it, and then when Cody was running it, that was the formula they had. Like those were the guys how they ran. It was like there were multiple champions in there, multiple tag team champions.
And juniors, the regular tag champs,
exactly,
lightweight champion, fucking never open weight champion, world champion. Yes.
And truth be told, having a Bullet Club in the TNA, and Chris Bay, God bless him. Chris Bay is great, but honestly, he ain't Bullet Club in TNA. He just has the music. But I think having a Bullet Club in AEW, at the very least, you would finally have a real faction in AEW. No disrespect to
respectfully
to guys like the House of Black, or guys like
okay, so that's one trio that you mentioned, right?
That is one. That's it. I mean, that's it right there. That's honestly right there.
I would say there's only three. Gates of Agony, Brian Cage, House of Black, and don't forget you still got Top Flight and we're doing Axel Andretti.
So here's one that I want actually find real curious about. FTR with Daniel Garcia. I actually like him as a trio. I really do like them as a trio. I know they have a cage match this Saturday.
Stolen from New Japan. All he does is steal from New Japan. Yeah. All he does is steal from New Japan. Sorry, my bad.
No. That's fucking bullshit.
You're bullshit, Tony Khan.
Bullshit, Tony Khan. Yeah, if my wife just didn't walk in the door 5 minutes ago, that would have been a lot louder. All right. You are bullshit, Tony Khan.
So seeing FTR, Daniel Garcia, I actually enjoy that grouping. Like, I think they're great. I think Daniel Garcia can let the dancing go at this point, but that's another story. But yeah, I think right now those are the only story.
Well, they're still a trio. They are still a trio.
Truth be told,
I hate to say they're worthless, but they're worthless.
Yeah, at this point, honestly, they need to let Silver take over as the leader of the Dark Order.
You know who needs to be the Dark leader?
Who?
He needs to leave LFI, even though I like him with LFI, and he needs to go back to them.
Really?
Why isn't 10 with them if they're heels?
Oh, he just left. He signed his contract ended with AEW.
Preston Vance?
Oh, Preston Vance. Oh, I thought
not Sean. Oh no, my bad. I meant not. Yeah, no. That's Sorry. My bad. Sean Spears. My bad.
Honestly, Preston Vance.
No, Preston Vance, bro. Think about it. Like he was the guy Brody said should be the leader of the Dark Order, and he did his thing with LFI. Got brought up a little bit. If anyone's going to elevate those little boys, it could be him. But
I mean, but here's the thing, though. If you think about it, though, but John Silver really was more the protege but that was like backroom protege kind of guy. For
he like 5'6" of just arms. No one's ever going to take him seriously.
Height don't make you a leader.
You can take seriously if height right.
First of all, height don't make you a leader. If you got enough swag, you can
make you.
Let's face it.
I don't mean to be heightist, all right? I'm not trying to be heightist here. Preston Vance is a big, meaty man who looks like a leader of a faction, okay? I'm just throwing that out there.
I'm not saying meat.
Hey, and plus, but Silver, he's the best one saying, who the fuck is Greg Garrison? Who the fuck is Greg?
I mean, honestly, Silver is the most talented out of all of them, in my opinion. And I think bringing him in is like a faction.
Even more so than Reynolds?
I like Reynolds, but honestly, Silver has a better moveset, and honestly, on his feet, he thinks a lot better. It could just be reps, honestly. It could just be reps. And so I don't want to discount Preston Vance that much, but I have been more impressed with John Silver more than I was with Preston Vance. Although, and I will say this. When they had the anniversary of Brody's death and Preston had that one match, they put him in. He was amazing. He was genuinely amazing. So if that's the Preston Vance that shows up every single night, yeah, make him the leader.
He also be a good muscle of that Bullet Club I was talking about. guy, some just stand there in the background.
I know where you're going with it, Graydon. I know exactly where you're going
The
with it.
Judgment Day, the new Judgment Day. Huh?
Yeah,
That's what
I
you're
actually
gonna
thought about that. I actually thought about that too. I was wondering about that.
darken Anna Jay's hair again and shit. Make her all.
You know what? Better yet, Graydon, just to piss off fucking Copeland, might make Christian Cage handle that one. And he can say he's the father of that. He is the father of the Dark Order. Father.
Speaking of great gimmicks, oh my god!
Just think about that. If that, I think it will piss us off. But remember the old saying: "What puts asses in seats is pissing us off." And yeah, I want to see that could be the case. But I tell you that. But there is one story here that I am not impressed, and I feel that this is my cons of this one. And I want to hear you guys' thoughts because if you notice, like the last 2 weeks we haven't really talked about Dynamite because we've been derailed extremely. But on this one is I am not really impressed with Nicholas and Ashley Jackson. I'm sorry, I am not impressed. I'm not. I know people are gonna be like, "What the fuck?" I've been like, "Why would you say that?" I'm like, "No, I'm sorry. I'm just not impressed." Why would you say that?
What?
Because I'm saying it for a reason.
What?
I don't like it.
What?
Fuck off. I don't care.
What?
Just relax, all right?
What?
I get your point. But hold on.
What?
Hold on.
I mean, go ahead. What? Go ahead.
Like I said, look. For me, this is like okay, maybe if I'm wrong. This is my opinion. Maybe this is like a shoot on the fact because of what Paul Levesque is doing in WWE. He's now the head of creation. He's pretty much took over. This is now more like, okay, you guys been in EVPs. You guys were titles of EVPs for already quite some time. You used that storyline before, but you guys kept your characters. You're telling me now that you started to use it. Well, now that we are the EVPs, so yeah, like, oh, we should take it really serious. Get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm sorry. Like, no, I'm not going to take it serious. Like, it's a fucking joke. Like you can even tell out of when you guys saw the last two Dynamites, are you gonna tell me that they looked like they were fucking serious about their executive position? You're fucking hell no. They can't even sell it on the fucking story. We get it. Their characters are smart asses. Like, yeah, wait, smart. I get that. But if you're fucking executives, to be more fucking serious. This is not, because for me, it's just like it's a joke. It's a fucking joke. It's like a shoot. It's like a shoot on Paul Levesque, in my opinion. Not that I'm defending Paul Levesque. It's just for me, it's just that Kenny Omega's out. He's hurt. Cody Bushi's out. He's hurt. What are they gonna do with Jericho? They don't want to do shit with Jericho. Jericho's fucking, of course, with Sammy. I don't know what's going on with that direction. I guess back in fighting with Don Callis' family. Okay, you challenge Sting and Darby probably for Revolution, and that might happen. Maybe so. And when it comes to the assumption that we got earlier than that Dynamite, that Sting and Darby are going to probably end up defeating Ricky Starks and Big Bill in 2 weeks for those titles, and then drop it to the Young Bucks. And guess what you're going to have? The EVPs of the tag team champions. That's what's going to happen here. And tell me that's a fucking story. I'm sorry.
You're gonna make me play devil's advocate here, which is horrible.
So here,
it's fine. It's fine.
No, it's not fine because I hate them with all of my everything. I hate them so fucking much, dude.
Mm-hmm.
They're miserable pieces of shit, and I can't fucking stand anything about them. I digress. They did this to themselves. They had booked themselves into such a fucking corner that no one gave a fuck about them as a face. No one gave a fuck about them as a heel. No one gave a fuck about them as a tag team. No one gave a fuck about them as a trio. Nick can go wrestle. Matt can go wrestle. They can wrestle with Kenny. They can wrestle with Coda. They can wrestle with Hangman. They could be the fucking Hung Bucks. They could be the Golden Elite. They could be anything. No one fucking cares. Their biggest mistake was what I said Kenny Omega's biggest mistake was, which will be Okada's biggest mistake. They should have went to WWE when their contract was up to go show that they could play with the fucking big boys. Hey, Cody did it, right? Cody made this company, and look at him. We're the best tag team in the world. We're the best tag team of the decade. We're the best tag team of the century is what we say. Go fucking prove it, bitches. No, we're just going to stay here, show Phil up. Well, guess what happened? You and your little bitch boy fucking scapegoat chose to fuck with Phil. So he left, went to WWE. Now look at that. Him and Cody segment on Raw got over 1 million views while your little Nicholas and Matthew executive whatever, 90,000. They got 910,000 more YouTube clicks than you pussies. What else are they going to do at this point? I was disgusted when I saw that they were Sting and Darby's last opponents. I was so like, it couldn't have been FTR. FTR just would have been so much better. We're down in the Carolinas, FTR, the Carolinas, let's go. This makes sense. But instead, we get these two. But listen, here's what I'm saying. I'm playing devil's advocate because nothing I said was positive about them. But what I will say is this. At this point, they have nothing left to do but to embrace the executive role. So Matthew and Nicholas with these two jizz-ass mustaches, with his fucking stupid hat and their dumb suits, yes, they have to embrace it. They have to go full heel. And I mean full heel. And they should get muscle. They need to add to them. They were always the best in a stable. They need to find someone, a big muscle piece, who helps them beat Sting and Darby. They shouldn't beat them clean. At Revolution, because Sting's not going to go out a winner. Sting's going to go out a loser. We all know this, right? Mm-hmm. So when the Young Bucks beat them, they're going to need some help. I think they should get some muscle to help them. I hate them, so I hate this, but I don't hate the gimmick because they have no fucking choice.
Exactly. That's what I'm with. I'm not saying that I hate the fact of the gimmick. I'm with you on that. My thing is more is take it serious. Like really. Like how you mentioned, like you preached it. I'm not disagreeing at all what you're saying. For me, it's more make me believe that you are instead of making it seem like a joke. So that's where I'm at with more.
Because everything they do is a fucking joke, Poppy.
That's the problem. Exactly.
And that is why I can never say they're better than the Usos. They're never better than the New Day or the Briscoes or FTR because they are a fucking joke.
That's the problem.
So here's the thing I will say about them that I think this gimmick has the potential for. So if they're going to really embrace the EVP thing, which we're still waiting to see because it's only been 2 weeks, and they have to, like you said, they have to go into it because right now they look like and I wrote this somewhere, I forget where. They look like a bunch of crypto bros that sell Costco cocaine and were kicked off. That was kicked off the set of Succession. So here's the problem with them. If they're going to do this, they're doing executives, but if they're doing the Silicon Valley style executives,
I love that great.
Where those guys are like that's the guy thing they can kind of, if they can walk that line where it's like they're going to be like the quote unquote guys of like Google, fucking Apple, or even Elon Musk style type of thing. Maybe it looks interesting, but like to your point, yeah, everything with them. At some point, they can't maintain the same energy, and it becomes a joke. If it's not a joke on TV, it becomes a joke on their podcast radio show on YouTube. And you can't take that seriously.
I can't. You gotta really sell me to that. It just there's nothing for it. Okay, so are you going to tell me that you're going to sell me that they defeat Darby and Sting at Revolution, and all they're going to do about with that 3 weeks heading into the next event, they're going to brag about, we retired Sting, we did this, and Darby, what's going to happen? Darby's going to look for a partner, he's going to find a partner, might be Sammy out of the pillars that they have, and then there you go, you're going to have Sammy and Darby versus the Young Bucks.
Truth be told,
or worst case, the team who gets the shot at the tag titles is going to be Sammy and fucking Jericho.
So here's the thing I'm going with. Right now, I'm bothered by the fact that no one thought that Darby shouldn't be the one to retire Sting. Like for me, from a booking,
I thought
that too. I thought that should have been
it. Old, but Sting doesn't want to go 1-on-1 or whatever. So
which I guess is a thing. But I think honestly, it should be someone closer to him. Like I would like it to be Darby because I think poetically that would make much more sense. If it's going to be a tag team, I agree with you. Having FTR be the ones to do it, because let's face it, if you want to talk about it, FTR retired the Rock and Roll Express.
That's very true.
So giving it to them would not be a weird push. And honestly, if anyone's going to respect that, and I'm not saying that, I don't know what the Young Bucks story is, so I'm assuming they would respect it. But I think the fans will respect it if it's from the Young Bucks. Not Young Bucks, I'm sorry. If it's from the FTR guys who do it. I mean, other than FTR on the roster of AEW, who the hell else could do it?
Fucking graded video. Nick Patrick, they bring Nick Patrick back on this shit. Oh my god.
They already have their own stupid ref.
Yeah.
That moron who fucked up Moxley.
Yeah.
Rick Knox.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Rick Knox. Yeah, I guess Rick is still working there. So I guess after FTR and the tag team, FTR, who else do they have who has that kind of weight right now?
I mean, the point is to get the whole roster to go towards against them. That's the whole point of it. But the thing is,
you mean on that? No, I meant like in regards to retiring Sting. Against the Bucks. Or the Bucks, anybody. Shit, anybody.
No, I mean, it should have been Darby, in my opinion. Yeah. I think Darby would have been the perfect fit because Sting is passing it down towards this man and saying, all right, now you haven't beat me, so let's go at it. And that story they said on Dynamite, Phil, that how he said, okay, you called, we went to your house, you have a ring in the backyard, we trained, blah blah. This could have been that direction of heading into Revolution, saying Sting, you know what? Let's go at it one more time, but
you still got to go prove it in a one-on-one match.
Exactly.
Truth be told, I'd be happy if it was Joe. We get a little main event Mafia reunion match. Like
Sting going for the world title in his final match against Samoa Joe in the main event at Revolution would have been poetic as fuck.
Yeah,
especially considering we're gonna get a triple threat match with really no fucking anything substance.
Like I said, having it be Joe also made me think, you know what? They got a long ass history going back to TNA and Impact, so that wouldn't be a bad run.
Long history. They're a lot of people have them on their Mount Rushmore team.
Yeah,
I mean that's fucking a huge match, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Fairly certain they wrestled at Bound for Glory.
Because like you could do a thing where it's like Sting's like, I want my last match to be you. And I think
you're the world champion. Dude, fuck Pepsi, Phil, fuck, man. That's why you're the number one star on OnlyFans, man.
Like, exactly. That's why he's the
no, for real. That story you just booked. We have all this history. We wrestled for the world title multiple times. We were fucking boys. I want you, Joe. I want the world title. This is my last match, and I'm going out on top.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He gets choked out. He loses. Shakes his hand. The crowd pops. Hugs Flair. Hugs Darby. Fucking go roll. That's beautiful.
And Joe can stay a heel. Joe does not need to shake his hands afterward. They can do that in the back. Like Joe,
sure. That works too.
Yeah, Joe can still stay a heel.
Yeah.
So it's
I think showing a little respect by Joe in that place is Samoa Joe. I think that's a handshake he'd probably do.
The problem.
He shook Hook's hands on fucking Dynamite.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. The beating he put on Hook. God bless Hook for putting that. God bless Hook for surviving that stuff. Because God,
man, I give that kid credit. He took it, and the one thing I'll give credit to whoever is, taking story of Hook. They're still making him look strong, regardless if he lost the match. But they're still making him look strong, which is fine.
The sad thing is there's nothing in Hook. That's just the sad part. He's just.
I agree when it comes to story. When it comes to story, there's nothing there. What is it that you?
I love Hook, and I love Hook. I pop every time I hear it. Hey, Hook's a guy who's Taz's son. He's a great worker. He's got great music. But at the end of the day, he's a generic wrestler beyond Raw versus SmackDown fucking download. I mean, like what? I don't know, man. Maybe cut your hair or something. I don't know. There's something that's just like, when he's talking to Joe and he's got his hair like almost to like his lip cover, his eyes and shit. Like, bro, go eye to eye with this man. Like, you literally are looking like a kid. Is that what you want to look like a kid? Then look like a kid.
Truth be told, when I watched the match, the thing I think he messed up with most was, how he does the thing where he always turns his back on his opponent? There is something about that, not from I think for his gimmick that works.
There you go, baby.
Oh my god!
The tattoos were an extra dimension that helped. That helped for sure. The tattoos, but they also helped Justin Bieber mature as a man. So.
Yeah, but the problem I had with it was, you're about to go in a match against Samoa Joe. He looked like he ready to chew your face off. You can only be so lackadaisical because remember that was Orange Cassidy's whole shtick for a while. Now he ain't so Orange Cassidy anymore. Now he comes out and he starts punching people day one. The idea that Hook did not kind of show a little bit more respect to Joe in that match, and then took that kind of ass whooping, made me think that's what you get for turning your back on that man. Even though Hook did turn around and jump Joe in 2 seconds, I feel like that's one of those. If you want to say this is a big time match, what you should have done was turn around and be a different type of Hook. They go, this is me. I'm ready.
If that's the case, Phil, then might as well just make him a fucking heel and then go after the international title versus Orange Cassidy.
I mean, right
make
now,
him go to that direction. Then that's the case because let's just say this match really kind of woke up Hook's mentality. Going, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going heel. Fuck everybody type of shit. Like he's doing now as a face, right? But have that turn around as a heel and have him going after a mid-card title that Orange has been really kind of making that relevant as for to get. And Christian Cage, of course, that's something different that
I got three words for you. Rob Van Dam.
Oh no.
Oh,
I thought you were going to Blackpool Combat Club.
No,
that's what I was thinking too. I was thinking the same thing.
Blackpool Combat Club.
Not in that
thing that I'll save that kid.
Oh no, not in that context. I meant in the sense of
Kayla. Yes, Mox can save Hook too. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the
Mox can save Hook.
Yeah, but the problem I'm having is on their best day, they could never. No one's going to boo Hook. Period.
That's why you got to join the BCC.
Yeah,
exactly.
You don't boo the BCC. Brian spit in Eddie's face and he got cheered.
Exactly, because but
here's the thing, though. But do you think Hook could get buried in the BCC? Because now
he would not.
Look at Yuta.
Yuta's getting buried. That's a whole different story. He's the one.
But Yuta's been how many different champions? He's been in how many big matches?
And what is it right now? The pure.
What would Yuta be doing if he wasn't in the BCC? That's a question.
If they had Dark Elevation or Dark,
or he'd be wrestling on ROH still a private party in fucking Top Flight.
But
he's in BCC. He's fucking a star on paper.
But do you think Hook needs the BCC?
I do.
I do.
I think Hook needs something that's not the best friends. Remember how Wheeler Yuta was with the best friends and then dipped for the BCC? Yeah, same shit. You're with those fucking nice guys? No. Sorry, Kayla. I know you're listening. I know you love them. No, leave those nice guys and go fucking fight. Bleed, fight.
I think the thing, well, I mean, if they work him correctly, yeah, but the problem is it'd basically be like a biker game. He would be the rookie that comes in.
He'd be the prospect.
And he'd be the prospect who,
no doubt.
There's going to be some periods there where he takes the L for the entire.
Go unclog the toilet, prospect.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I mean, honestly, if it gets him out of that stupid coat and lets him relax.
So I love Caleb.
I mean, honestly,
he loves the best friends.
All right, truth be told, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a big fan of Trent too. Trent going back to New Japan. I was a big fan of his when he was with Rocky.
Oh yeah,
greatest music, dude. Yo,
hell yeah.
Every time I got down to Roppongi Vice, dude, I still do. They put it on the other day on I think it was Rampage. I was like, what?
But truth be told, I don't like him in the Best Friends. I like Trent when he was meaner and pettier in Japan. Like that's me. Like I think being in the Best Friends, he a little too soft for my taste.
He was believable.
He was.
Yeah.
I mean, and we're seeing what happened on Dynamite. He kept
I'm sorry, Kayla. Yeah, he like that's not the Trent I remember from Japan.
Yo, that's what's up.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Maybe for ROH, Kayla.
Yeah, maybe for ROH.
Maybe for Ring of Honor,
the Kingdom. That would be cool.
But I like your look. I like one thing that Kayla mentioned that you added to him. That yes, have Hook with Moxley and take him to the ropes. Like, all right, you remind me when I was your age, kid. Here, this is how we're gonna do it. This is how we're gonna beat up folks. Come in there and do like that. You start talking. Let's just say that he helps him develop his promos, help him get there to that point. Make it kind of the childish version of Moxley's there. Because technically, you could say he kind of is.
Oh,
it's just like the way how he, but in his own style, right?
He could be Moxley's like younger cousin or some shit.
Exactly. Yeah, like
protege. Moxley's young boy, basically.
His American shooter.
Yeah, thank you. See, exactly. He did it. He did it with Obino. Why he can't do it with Hook?
Yeah.
If he can do that, then why it will work? Why I feel that Tim and I agree more with having him be in BCC for that reason, and I think that will work out because I think that will toughen him up and make him do something finally for once. Because seeing the match that he had with Samoa Joe, did really impress all of us because it got us to the point that, okay, this guy really took a fucking beating and actually went with his matchup. And not only that, but even throughout the match, for him not to sell the Buster, like it's just a kick out of one.
Crazy.
That's fucking crazy. So that really shocked me. So that's what I'm saying.
That was a conversation in the back a little.
Oh, I know that. But see, of course we know that. But what better way to protect this guy in that way? If he's going to be your future in AEW, you already have your 4 pillars. You have Jungle Boy, who's weird. That's another story.
I don't know that.
Gone. But you know he's still signed with
those
AEW.
4 pillars are no longer pillars, dude.
Well, you can say the Hook replaced Jungle Boy. It'll be there. You go. Your 4 pillars there. Then.
Well, I mean, MJF is a pillar, but honestly, he's on the injury reserve.
He could be in WWE right now for all we know.
Exactly. We'll find out Saturday, won't we?
The mere fact that, and we always say on this show, fuck the dirt sheets. But the mere fact that the sheets are even reporting the fact that MJF does not actually have a contract with Tony Khan blows my mind. Because, again, I know nothing. But everything that I thought I knew thought he was signed through 2027 just based on his 1-year title run.
Yeah.
The fuck would you give a guy a 1-year title run with no contract would absolutely blow my mind. If he shows up in WWE after having a 380-day title run, God, Tony Khan, you're stupid. Sure, they made like $85 million this year, but God, you're stupider than I fucking thought. Because the most casual of fans will tell you that AEW needs MJF.
I'm serious. I'm not going to sit back and take this fucking shit.
You gotta take it because you're bullshit, Tony Khan. You keep bullshitting us.
Bullshit.
I mean, I think
you need the pencil. Where are the pencils? Give it to us, and we'll do it for you.
Will Ospreay had a really good term for it. He basically calls it every wrestling company needs a world eater. Basically, it's the guy who can no one beat, who is literally like just the unstoppable force. Right now,
Undertaker.
Yeah, basically, Undertaker is one of them. I guess back in the day, I'm trying to think for TNA. I guess technically for MLW, it was Jacob Fatu. Going back to TNA, I guess you could theoretically probably say it was, I don't want to say Moose because it was not Moose, but probably Josh Alexander would have been, if he didn't get hurt in the middle of one of his runs, it would have been him. And honestly, for AEW, before Joe won the title, it was MJF. And remember, the World Eater does not have to be the biggest person. It just has to be a champion who is the champion, who you don't, when you look at, you go, that's the guy I need to beat.
I see where you're like Roman Reigns.
Yes, basically.
All right, gotcha.
So I didn't want to use Roman's name just because.
No, Josh Alexander is perfect. Okada in Japan is perfect. Jacob Fatu in MLW is perfect. Yeah, no doubt.
So basically, MJF. Don't get me wrong. I think Samoa Joe can, but like you said, the hit they would have if MJF showed up at the Rumble would literally deflate AEW in no time.
We know that already. It will happen. I hate to say, you're right about it. It's an unfortunate that will happen.
I don't want to see it happen. For as much as I said I want Sasha and Okada in WWE in the worst way, no, I'm begging God for MJF to stay in AEW. They need him so fucking bad. Like they need air.
But here's the thing, though. If MJF showed up at AEW, not WWE, during the Netflix era, where he doesn't have to worry about network shit.
That's something we always discuss. I've said verbatim probably 100 times.
Yeah.
Well, could MJF do what he does on AEW TV, on WWE TV, inside of the constraint booking? Because I don't think so.
Yeah.
Go to Netflix. We've already talked about how it's more of a PG-13 attitude era-ish conversation. He can say shit, bitch, fuck all he wants and do his thing.
Exactly. I think he could.
Intriguing, my friend.
And think about it. At this point, if I was Tony, in the back of my head, I'd be terrified because if you got WWE and Netflix on the other side of your river looking at you, and you see they got a $5 billion contract, and they're looking for guys like literally legitimately young guys to move up in the stands. And Triple H has said he's not looking for independent guys specifically or looking for guys in college. He's looking for folks who can work TV. And if your biggest competition, and I don't mean in the sense of like a attitude era style competition, but a competition for getting talent is AEW, and you have more money than them, which they obviously do. If you see a guy like, and I'll say this, if you see a guy like Ricky Starks, who, as far as I'm concerned, is probably 10 to 15 pounds away from being a WWE guy, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
Like
He's WWE bound in 2024, no doubt.
Yeah, so
he's Cody's best friend.
Yeah, so basically, I see no problem. I mean, do I think Sammy will go over there? No, but Sammy can't hold up a company.
No, but see, the problem is because Sammy Guevara is no different than Ricochet.
Yeah,
that's the thing. Ricochet is no pillar, which is why it sucks to say Sammy Guevara is no pillar.
Yeah,
kid can't speak. All right, you can get the kid if he's vanilla as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
And this is from a Sammy Guevara fan. All right,
Mm-hmm.
I think he's good as a face or a heel, but at the end of the day, he's very vanilla and he's a mid Carter for life.
Mm-hmm.
Darby Allin, same shit. He's
Same
a mid Carter for fucking life. Jack Perry, he has the most potential of these three guys that I just mentioned to elevate to the next level, but we'll see where he goes. Ricky Starks, more potential than the last three guys I just mentioned, but still is no MJF.
Yeah.
But if the WWE lands Cody's best friend and Max, Cody's other best friend and Ricky, and then they get Wardlow over at some point in the next year.
But keep in mind also,
lead it.
MJF has been worked when MJF before he had to go out. He was working with Ricky in the back with Mike skills as well as like because remember they had
the match and
right. The match
they had that banger, dude. They had that program,
exactly. So I think Ricky.
And how far has Ricky Starks fucking fallen since then? That's the thing, bro. You give guys worlds, and it's the Hook right now. Hook is getting the Ricky Starks from last year. It's the exact same treatment. You get the world title match, you get the rub, and then what happens? By the end of the year, you're fucking fluff. And sure, he's the tag champion with Big Bill. But what the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, but like you said, though, he probably is going to leave next year. Because truth be told, I think he's proven himself that he can carry himself on television. And all they basically go, this is what we need you to say. He goes, this is how I'm going to say it.
Worst case scenario, go to NXT for fucking 9 months and fucking ball out. World title. Carmelo Hayes did shit.
Exactly.
And then go up to the main roster because he's smaller. Which is why I get why you said 10 to 15 pounds. He's very similar to LA Knight. But he is a guy who I don't think needs to go to the MJF. No NXT. Main roster right away.
Exactly.
Ricky Starks. You can NXT him for a year, dude. Like he's a Samoa Joe, Finn Balor, Shinsuke Nakamura, Bobby Roode type of guy that you can bring in there who can elevate to the top of the NXT card and they can carry that brand as we talked hypothetically about going up against AEW Dynamite one-on-one in the future.
And like I said,
and there's another person that we forgot to mention on this. So you guys were talking about that. The one person that also is one that has the potential to do that in the NXT and could actually go far in the main roster. People don't talk about him because it sucks that he doesn't get booked very much, and he's done it at one time with this individual who's a SoCal native as well, and that is Eli, and that is Ethan Page. Another person.
That is a waste of fucking talent right there.
He should have been the international champion right after Orange won it. He should have taken that belt off of him right after, dude. What a fucking waste. The North, one's a superstar, one's on ROH. What a fucking joke.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly,
and that's one man right there.
Like honestly, like I said, I don't know if he wants to go to WWE. Yeah, I don't think he wants to go to WWE, but he has the look they want. He's pretty, he's built strong. Like literally, he could come into the main roster as a mid-carder easily, or become a main eventer in NXT inside of a month and a half. Easy.
And like how Tam mentioned right now about Ricky Starks, because we could eventually see Trick Williams and we could see Carmelo Hayes going to the main roster, and they can replace that spot because make that entertainment side. Both of these guys, they can definitely build it extremely. So it's just that right now the problem with AEW and now people are really is, I think we've been digressing for a lot about it prior in every show that we do. It's just all of us, on Floor Slappers, on Circle Debate, on Top Rope, all of us, it's except Bruce, because Bruce would defend it no matter what the hell as what, because that's just him. But it just, for me and director too, because he'll defend it, is the problem is a story. It's the story. Remember what I said? I said it. It's just the oversaturation of the roster that they have. It's really you have Wednesdays, you have Fridays, you have Saturdays. You might get another show, adding for all women's. So if you're gonna have 4 shows, you're gonna have 2 hours on Wednesday, 1 hour on Friday and Saturday. That's 4 hours, and you're gonna add another one. It's 5 hours. So it's like, okay, now figure this out. Now you can really find someone to really build a story for all these stars that you had on Dark Elevation before, like you really didn't, you barely even book them, and barely once in a while you have them on Dynamite or Rampage, and that's it. Either get a win, that's it. There's a story. You have one story, that's it. It's over. What's next for them? No.
So here's
you do something. That's the problem. Why I digress, Phil. Why I get upset with Tony Khan.
No.
Why do I say bullshit, Tony Khan, for that reason?
So I don't think you're wrong. I think part of the problem also is the storytelling, like you said. But I think the storytelling is a different thing. I think the problem is there's a bunch of young guys there.
Thank you, Kayla. Thank you. I love you for that.
And honestly, the problem is that they are in charge of building their own personas.
That's the problem. That's the issue there. Pepsi.
Yeah, exactly.
And no one can take losses. No one can take losses. Like, all right. So, I was having this exact same conversation with my buddy Big Sexy earlier, right? Because he's like, all right, well, Tony Khan, and I was like with him for a quick minute. He's like, well, like Claudio, what a waste. He was this ROH champion, which is the same as the Intercontinental champion, which I've said, yes, that's a fake world title. So, yes, it is the same. But he came in, he beat ZSJ, he won the ROH title, he beat Jericho in a feud. Like, that's good. But then he's now no longer his shiny new toy. So he becomes the 3rd or 4th fiddle in the BCC. Miro. Great TNT championship run. But then, hey, I don't know how to book him to lose. He doesn't want to lose. And since he says, I don't want to lose, boss, I'm not going to book you to lose. Bitch. I am your boss. I'm going to book you in a fucking feud against Wardlow, and you're going to go eat a powerbomb and lose. Get the fuck to the ring. But Miro won't accept that. But here's the thing. Claudio, Miro, Andrade, Malachi Black. Do an exercise where you draft the whole WWE roster and the AEW roster and put them together. You could have 3 people, divide them into 3, okay? Claudio's, Miro's, Malachi Black's, Andrade's, they're mid-card. You can't yourself book them to the fucking main event. You can put them in a quick main event feud, but they're not world champions, dude. Sometimes guys just are mid-card fucking guys. And at the end of the day, I think these guys just need to understand that they're just mid-card guys. And I mean no disrespect to Claudio. I love Cesaro. I think he's a fucking monster. And do I think he could have been world champion in WWE? Yes. Do I think he should be AEW world champion ever? No. The fuck? I can name 12 people who should be. Miro, great. Same shit, dude. Get out of catering and come in some fucking feuds. Win matches. Lose matches. Like, let me ask you. What would Claudio, what would Miro, when Andrade comes back, what are these guys doing in WWE? Malachi, you think they're world champions? I don't. I think they're wrestling for the U.S. title. Are they even on Gunther's level? Come on, let's be real at this point. Like, let's be real with what Gunther did with that IC title. Are they even on that level at this point? Come on.
I'll give you that. No, they're not. But I think here's the interesting thing I can give them. And this is where we talked about the ranking system. And so here's the thing. If you want to treat the ranking system like a storytelling tool, where basically it does not need to be a main card event, but if you want mid-carders fighting to get to the top spot, where like they're not going for like the number 1 spot, they're basically going, I want to be the guy underneath the guy, where it's like, I'm ranked number 10. I need to climb up. How do I do that? I'm going to go after number 5 and take his spot. Like if you do a storyline, because honestly, that's why the Continental Classic worked out great.
And like how Tim mentioned earlier, that's the reason why why the rankings kind of came back.
Exactly.
Because it gave an interest, towards it, and it really attract the audience, and that's something
and regardless of matches or stories, you could, like you just said, Pepsi Phil, rank the shit to 10. It's like the UFC when the number 10 guy's fighting the number 8 guy. You know what that means? If number 10 beats number 8, guess what happens?
He goes up one.
I'm up to number fucking 9, or I'm up to number 8, number 10, and then number 8 beats number 5.
And honestly, it's a cheap way of storytelling. It's an easy storytelling tool.
So easy, dude.
But and it makes sense to bring it back. But the problem is I don't know if they're going that route. Like, I know they brought it back probably despite CM Punk or whatever, but I think the fact that they have to realize that your ranking system was not a bad idea. You just didn't do it right the first time.
Correct. They didn't execute.
It
was
became
a good plan that was executed poorly. And
it was a popularity contest. It was a popularity contest because I think it felt like Cody and the Young Bucks were one through 3.
Well, it wasn't just that, Pepsi Phil. It was whatever Tony felt convenient to his story at the time.
Yeah.
This guy would just go from non-ranked to ranked. Like, oh, hey, they want a match on Dark, so now they're fucking. Well, guess what? Dark and Elevation don't exist anymore. So how are you going to do these rankings without these guys winning matches? You can't go and say this guy is fucking number 5 in your rankings had he not been on TV for the last couple.
Exactly. So
how he's going to go to number 1 if he was not even in the top 5? Explain it to me.
Which is why I'm curious about I know they brought with them bringing back the ranking system and Joe saying there's an executive committee to give you a shot at a championship. I wonder if that's part of the storyline, which is why I wonder if that's what they're doing. I think Joe can carry that. I think it'll give MJF time to come back and get his belt back, as much as I hate people say.
Pepsi Phil, let me just ask you then, because I haven't really deep dive into this show right quick. Before I get my takes on Dynamite, Samoa Joe, is he just a transitional champion? You see the two guys on a screen. The story is it going to be Swerve? Is it going to be Hangman? Swerve had to wrestle Jeff Hardy. Hangman had to wrestle Penta. We talked about it off air. I'll give my thoughts again on that momentarily, but I just want to ask you. So, is he going to be transitional? Is Swerve going to fucking make it his house at Revolution?
So here's the thing. I actually don't think Joe's a transitional champion. But what I do think Joe is, and I don't know if this definition is transitional, I think Joe is a storyline champion. I think the storyline to get someone the championship is being done through Joe. Like, it doesn't work if Joe's not there. If you had MJF, as far as I'm concerned, if you had MJF as champion, it doesn't carry the same weight. Not because MJF's not a great champion, but Joe's a monster. Joe has been.
But do you think Joe's going to lose the belt at Revolution?
At Revolution, I'd let them string it along a little bit more, maybe even an All In. Like, just because, like I said, Joe's a monster, and if you have like a Hangman and Swerve, that's a good storyline. Because right now, this is the best Hangman I have seen since he's been at AEW. Period.
No doubt.
Like, not like before this. Like, because I'm telling you right now, when he was with the Elite, when he was doing all the other stuff with them, and even the tag championships with Kenny, I was literally just like, this is the most god-awful, boring champion. And I was sad because I loved Hangman when he was on the chase. But when he got that belt, I was like, Hangman, you had 2 great matches where you won, but I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Nothing you're doing is interesting me. And that's not his fault. That's just terrible booking. And I think this time right now, I think he's at a point, like he said, he realized, and I mean, I think this is probably because of Swerve, because once again, Swerve makes everyone better. I think his run with Swerve gave him a direction for himself. Like, I know, and no one's, like I said, I thought I was the only one who saw, but he got that Magnum TA mustache and beard.
And I know exactly where you're going with that, but yep, I know exactly where you're going with that.
He's going the Magnum TA route to become a champion. Like, legitimately the same route Magnum TA went for a champion. Like I said, he got knocked down, he came back, he was the workman, he was the go-to cowboy for everyone. That's what Hangman's doing. Swerve, everyone is so thirsty for Swerve to win a belt at this point. It's like I still say it. If he does not beat Joe, I feel bad for Orange Cassidy. But
don't you think that's a step down for Swerve? Because Swerve is like just sit here and he's made it, but Swerve has made it known. What has he said over and over and over and over and over again that he's going to be?
Like, he wants to be. He didn't give a timeline though. He did not give a timeline.
I understand that, but when is he ever? But it was like, when is he ever going to be hotter though? You know what I'm saying?
So I agree with you. Like I said, right now having him lose would definitely be a mark.
It's very reminiscent of the same thing you talked about earlier with a certain somebody over on the WWE side of things. All right, LA Knight against Roman Reigns. It felt like that was like the hottest time to strike with him, right?
Yeah.
And now we're going to go to where he's going to win the U.S. title from Logan Paul, build him up for another full year. You really think with Swerve we can go? Because if it's not him, it'll be who? Adam Cole, right? Because and then it'll be who versus him? Who? Adam Cole versus MJF, or maybe Joe versus Adam Cole versus MJF. So where the fuck does that leave Swerve? So we're gonna push this Swerve fucking as hot as he is into 2025, mid 2025.
I mean, honestly,
you think the crowd's still gonna be popping?
I mean, I don't know.
You think Prince Nana's still gonna be relevant? I don't.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I said, Joe's a storytelling champion. It's not transitional. So that Hangman's hot, but Swerve is. So either way, I don't, like I said, I'd be happier with Swerve beat Joe for it. And I don't know how long his run would be, truth be told. Maybe until MJF comes back. I don't know.
Look, if that's the case, then make this a triple threat then. Because of
no doubt.
They have to.
They
have to.
100%.
Yeah, they have to.
Oh yeah.
And here's the thing.
Joe doesn't take the pin. I think Swerve pins Hanger.
Yeah. Which I don't mind that. And I wouldn't mind if Swerve taking it unexpectedly. I don't think it will hurt Swerve to win it already too soon. I know that people are like, oh yeah, we all want it. Some people, we're being analysts here when it comes to that because we're looking at all sides. We're not looking only at the ring, we're looking at entertainment, we're looking at everything. So in this aspect right now, this story, I feel that giving Swerve right now that belt, unexpectedly out of nowhere, for him to win in that triple threat match, a Revolution. Keep in mind, these two gentlemen are going to choose their own fucking their opponents next week. From there, you can tell it's gonna come down 2 weeks from now, from that Wednesday, that they get a number one contender. It's a draw. Nobody goes over. That means Tony Khan comes out. Well, Tony Schiavone comes. Tony Khan allows it to be a triple threat. It'll be a triple threat match. And there you're gonna have Samoa Joe versus Swerve versus Adam Hangman at Revolution. You have Swerve win it. Say Swerve, I don't know where wins it. Cool. Joe continues to feud on that. Maybe by that time, we don't know that Adam Cole will be ready. If Cole will be ready by that time, then guess what's going to happen? We're going to have a fatal four-way when it comes to that. That means Adam Hangman Page. That means that will be Swerve defending it, Samoa Joe, and Adam Cole. And then from there, the winner from that, then we see the return of MJF. Let's say Cole wins it, MJF returns, gets his title shot because he has a rematch clause. Because keep that in mind, doesn't matter who the champion is. And there you're going to have your place either at All Out or All In UK. That would be the best way to do it, to book it for Swerve to win that belt. Even though it'll be a short time, but I guarantee it won't affect him at all if he loses it. It will not affect him. I can tell you that.
See, that's the only point I have right there. So here's the thing. One of the big things Swerve talked about was when he talked about, thank you.
Vaguely, all right. I gotta see
that. Remember Swerve, what Swerve said to Hangman. You got the opportunities that I can't get, referring to being black in wrestling. So having him get the belt and having it be like a month or 2 months literally doesn't actually work for him. So I think he wins the belt, like you say, but I don't think it's going to be a Cole steal. I think Cole will go for the belt, but I think he gets screwed by a run-in by MJF, and then you get whatever the Universal Kingdom or whatever he's calling it now.
Undisputed Kingdom.
The Undisputed Kingdom versus whatever MJF's faction is going to be with him and Hammerstone.
Could be Dynasty. Could be fucking Hammerstone and fucking
Exactly. So then you get that. So you get that. So they have their own little squabble off to the side, and I think it's a proof. I think we can all agree wrestling is fun when you have a heel champion. Like when you have a heel champion, wrestling is more fun.
And Pepsi Phil, here's what I was going to say on this.
Yeah.
Swerve will get this belt at Revolution. And just because I never thought Joe was going to get the belt anyway. So like the fact that Joe even got the belt is dope.
Yeah.
He will transition it. I know you don't want to use the word transition. He will make a good storyline to the next. Because it's not transitional. Because it's not like, Iron Sheik, transitional. Mick Foley, 3-day champion. Transitional, all right? There's been transitional champions. Joe will have held this belt. He will have defended the belt a couple of times. Not quite transitional. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah. I'm just fucking around because it's one pay-per-view to the next that he lost.
Yeah, exactly.
But Swerve will win it. I don't think Swerve loses it right away though. But I do think happens is while he's champion, he does start as a heel. But guess what happens? Whose house?
Yeah,
exactly.
It's already hard enough to get a crowd to boo him right now.
Imagine we put the belt on him.
Yeah, and he's already and it's hard for people to boo him. Prince Nana is not helping with his dancing.
And
you know what? I hate to say it, but it does help.
Not as a heel.
Keep in mind, I was there when Ronda Rousey was there at the fucking indie scene. What was it? I forgot the name of the Sammy Callis promotion. I was there when Swerve was there and Nana was there. I was there when Nana came on the dance. Everybody was doing it in the fucking crowd.
Oh yeah. It helps the face side of things for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it's a heel, regardless if he's a heel, but it does help. That entertainment side helps. No matter what, it helps. Think about it. Okay, you didn't tell me it didn't help Miro when he had fucking what's his name from Impact when he did Rusev Day.
Oh my god,
did it fucking help?
That was the time, Ivan. That was the time. If he was ever going to be world champion, that was the time.
Well, no, here's the thing, though.
That's what I'm saying.
But I think it goes back to what you said earlier. The crowd decided that they were not going to have heel Rusev anymore. And I think you may get the same thing. I agree with you about Swerve. He will win the championship. He will defend it maybe 1 or 2 times. But at a certain point, even with the guys, they will go. First of all, they already want him as champion. Because let's face it, the man is he's charismatic and his character is great. But the moment he wins that belt, I don't care. They're not going to boo that man anymore.
Which is fine. I'm not saying that's fine. He can still be where he is. What I'm saying is more that if right now with MJF out and rehabbing and everything, and then Adam Cole hasn't returned as of yet because that story is on pause.
Yeah.
But right now you have Samoa Joe, who I am not mad that he's a world champion. He's doing something. At least the crowd is really invested on it. Regardless of the fucking ratings or everything, I don't give a shit about that. That doesn't matter. What matters to me more is the attraction that you're getting from the audience that are hearing on live television. That's what matters to me. And then what matters to get Swerve, that is getting that from the live audience and on television and on social media. Why can you not give this man the belt already? Why not? Even though Joe will have a short term, but hey, keep in mind that Tony Khan's promotion is mainly known about titles being short term very quickly, not long term. MJF is the only man who has held the title for the longest than any other one, even in the mid card, even in any other title. Name who has held it on besides Orange Cassidy, who's by far, well, not really, because
on the men's roster, probably no one.
No one
on the women's roster. However, Britt Baker and Jade Cargill.
Thank you, Bakley Revolver. There you go. That's what I forgot.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Jade held that belt forever. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, but see because that was really.
But that was another case of just like we talked about with Seth Rollins in the USA Network. They just made that belt solely for her. Hey, you're not ready to be world champion. We're just going to make you a championship that you just fucking parade around.
Yeah, that is facts.
Yeah.
So
so that's why I feel it won't affect the product, and it would actually, if anything, it'll gain the momentum which you want. That's what you really, really want. Because put it like this. And I'm not going and I'm not going here race. I'm not going race here on this, but I mean it's like we really haven't have an African American pro wrestler in AEW to have that. We had it in WWE. Kofi when he won it. Kofi what happened there? The crowd wanted him to win it, and he did. And Bryan Danielson allowed that to happen. Because even though the other piece of shit who's no longer
allowed it, he demanded that shit.
Yeah, he demanded it. He put this man the belt. And this should be the same way here. Samoa Joe, him as a veteran, will tell Tony Khan, give him the belt.
Yeah. I think Joe wants that. I think Joe cares about the business, and I think Joe's an executive part of his career, and I think he knows how to set up a run and set. Like I said, I think Hook was a perfect example. He about building talent, and I think he sees Swerve as the next guy. So I'm hoping that's the case. Like I said, I really hope that's the case.
And I feel like that is the case that we're heading to the direction with that, because I feel that just because Joe's the champion, I know MJF's out, but you got to have a plan B and C. So this is your plan C, which is Samoa Joe. Your plan D will be Swerve.
Yes.
They haven't even announced the match of the year 2023 as of yet, which we already know the match of the year is going to be ended up being him and Adam at Full Gear. Well, of course, I was there, but yeah, that was there. So I feel like that's what's going to happen here in this case. So if you're going to, and with the crowd, the anticipation that he's getting from the crowd, this is one thing I feel that where WWE dropped the ball on this is that this is probably the man that he wanted to be in WWE when he brought up.
Easy.
Yeah, big time. And if they did not give him that, and now that he's allowed to do it here in All Elite Wrestling, then this is now something that we've been waiting for. And I guarantee you, Paul Levesque is probably watching this. He's like, "Damn, we fucked up on this one."
I mean, what do you mean? What you mean we? He was on the shelf when they got released. Remember?
Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, Paul Levesque was on the shelf. You're right.
That's how Regal lost his job. That's how Joe lost his job. And Triple H had to go on medical reserve, and all of a sudden they start clearing the board after he left, which is the only reason they were gone.
Yeah.
And so I know he's probably like, "You motherfuckers! I go on vacation, and this is what you do to my business? What the fuck?"
Even though like right now, those are the only top stories we could say in AEW that it has us invested at the moment. Until we find out how is everything else. I feel for me, and I may be wrong about this, but this is my opinion about it. I feel right now they're not really pushing it right now at the point because their pay-per-view is not until March. They still got 28 more days coming up.
March 6th. It's the first week though. We only got 5 weeks. They gotta.
But hold on. But let me remind you, gentlemen, that we're used to that because Tony Khan's booking. He always does that. I know he always does that, and we're used to it. But the one thing he has done differently here in this one by far is that there's 3 stories that we have here in AEW. We have the women's one with the Timeless Tony Storm and Deanna Purrazzo. We have, of course, Swerve, Adam Hangman Page, and Joe, and now we have the Sting with Darby and the Young Bucks. Those are only 3 by far that we have. So we haven't headed the direction where we're heading to as of yet. So at least we got those top 3 for right now. They're the major concern because mainly is really those 3 that really concern, which is the women's main title, the men's main world title, and Sting's retirement matchup. Until then, we'll find out how they're going to book everything else heading to the story into Revolution.
I mean, that goes back into what you said earlier, man. Storytelling, and honestly, I'm not seeing stories right now. And the thing I hate he does is he ramrods a story down our throat that is not naturally occur. That like it doesn't flow. Like it's just some random one. Like this Wardlow.
Oh yeah, I forgot that one too. But
no,
that one,
that's another one. Like, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Pepsi Phil.
I think I'm like that's another one right there. Roderick Strong and Orange Cassidy. That feels rushed,
but it doesn't. And here's why: because we are 6 or 5 weeks. I apologize. I said 5 weeks. We are 5 weeks, but the feud started 7 weeks away from the pay-per-view. So if you start a feud 7 weeks, so it might feel rushed right now and out of nowhere. Yes, really, Roderick Strong's going for Orange Cassidy, but it doesn't. One, because he was just unveiled in the main event of a pay-per-view as a part of a major part of the faction. Like he was Adam, like he was like an integral part of this faction. So of course he wants a fucking belt. So what's he going to go after? He's going to go after Christian, or he's going to go after Orange. He's going to go after Orange. That makes so much sense. And then you got to think about it. He did it 7 weeks out of the pay-per-view. So this motherfucker is actually booking a match 7 weeks out of a pay-per-view. So my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll let you finish my feeling.
No, you're good.
Like right now, it might feel weird. I get that, but 7 weeks from now, once we get to the pay-per-view, I mean, I feel like, this week again, Wardlow versus Trent, like he's telling that story why we're getting to that match.
Mm-hmm. I think maybe it's just the fact that the way it's being delivered is the question I'm having right now, probably with it. That feels sus.
I'm with you on that, Pepsi Phil, but here's the thing, though. Like, this is where the beginning starts of developing the Undisputed Kingdom. Because now this is, as Adam Cole can't do anything right now because of his injury. What other way to go ahead and build his rest of his faction? You already have the Ring of Honor tag team titles with, of course, Matt Taven and Mike Bennett. So now you're going to have Roger Strong going after the international title, maybe dethroning Orange Cassidy down the line, maybe a Revolution. That will be his first pay-per-view event that he'll win a title. Good for him. I'm happy for him. He's underrated. I have nothing to say about Roger Strong bad because the man is underrated. I've seen him win the world title, PWG title in PWG a long time ago. But this is hell yeah. So it's just like there's nothing for me. I don't see that is wrong with it. I see it's just the beginning of where we're heading to. Of the building of the faction.
I mean, obviously, we're
seen that prior when he was an Undisputed Era.
Yeah, well,
we saw that.
And then Adam Cole gets, and then
yeah, I was about to say the Adam Cole injury as part of the Undisputed Era is not a new shtick altogether. Like he has run a faction that way before.
Yeah, so it's nothing new. It's just something that we're already familiar. But the good thing is that now we're seeing more Roger once again getting back in that picture. We haven't seen that in quite some time since the last time we saw NXT when he won the North American title. And then remember, Survivor Series, he had a fantastic triple threat match that he had when it was versus him. I forgot who it was.
AJ Styles and Shinsuke Nakamura.
Yeah,
right. It was yeah. See, that was awesome, and he won that match. And he
That's
won that.
Good.
I think we can agree. We don't think Roderick Strong is a bad wrestler. I think we can all agree on that.
Great wrestler, beautiful man.
Very beautiful.
Yes.
But I think the problem is
great wrestler, beautiful man.
Like problem right now is that actually is not a bad idea.
Orange take the belts off of Christian. That'd be dope.
Yeah. No, I think they want him to move up to like world.
Oh, like the world title.
Yeah.
Nah, we ain't
I
got
mean,
time.
not right.
I don't know.
Although he'd be a good opponent for Swerve to lose to. Or,
Exactly.
To lose to Swerve.
Yeah.
He'd be a good guy to lose to Swerve.
I mean, if he's the one that he has to fight Swerve after Swerve wins the belt, that'd be a great match.
I showed Big Sexy my picture of Mark Davis's ass earlier. He's like, "Who's Mark?" He's like, "Who's Dump Truck Davis?" I said, "Oh, let me show you." And then right next to it was a picture of Ty, and I was like, "Oh, Ty, I miss you so much." God.
So, I mean, honestly, like I said, they have. So here's the thing with AEW. As questionable as their storytelling is, it's not like they don't have tools to actually be great. Like that's the difference. They have the tools to actually have a really great run. Like honestly, if I agree with you, if it's a triple threat, Swerve pins Hangman, and we get a Swerve Hangman return match after that last one for the belt, where the stakes are even higher, and let's just face it, Hangman's entire personality is based on that title run. That's also a great run. So they have, like you said, a plan B, C, D already set for that. Orange Cassidy, I mean, honestly, there's a whole slew of guys he can go after. Like to this day, I still have no idea why they're not letting Ricky Starr get a shot at the international title. Why they haven't let Ethan Page get in the middle of that mix somewhere in the international title phase. I mean, that's what I want. Like I said, that they have the tools to actually be a really great franchise. It's just confusing. It's just the booking is just confusing.
They could have easily went two shows, Dynamite versus Collision, world champion, mid card, tag, women, and then like instead of the TBS, instead of the TNT, you know what I'm saying? You could have kind of like washed all of that out. Oh yeah, she'll be back for sure, no doubt. No doubt.
BC. And I think the one thing, Tim, you also hit on something too. Being a mid card guy is not a bad thing. Like you are legit. Those are some of the best guys we've loved have all been mid card guys, like Mr. Perfect,
Roddy Piper, Jake the Snake.
Like there's tons of guys who pretty much
Scott Hall, Razor Ramon.
Exactly. Like being a mid card guy doesn't mean you're a bad wrestler or that you aren't big time. It just wasn't your time. No disrespect, it just wasn't your time. But the number of guys who have pretty much made a career out of being mid guard, like Dean Malenko especially. Dean Malenko is one of the best technical guys, period.
Oh, yeah.
Best ever, no doubt.
Yeah, and as far as I'm concerned, his career was cut way too short. But either way, the man did the work. That was wonderful to watch, period.
No, he was incredible. Yeah. But it's like you were saying about what they're doing right now in AEW. Yeah. So the Continental Classic was fucking fantastic because they actually had stories behind their matches. Great. And they were telling other stories with MJF and Adam Cole, etc. Here we are. I do want to say I'm pretty happy where we're going with their stories because we have the triple threat coming right now. We have Deanna and Tony. We have Adam Copeland and Christian coming. The Young Bucks and Sting. We have Roderick Strong and Orange Cassidy. So, like, for the first time in a long time, he's actually building these matches out. I also feel like all of John Moxley's promos are just spitting at Will Ospreay because they had the triple threat match in Japan where, like they wanted the match. And we all wanted the match. We wanted Will Ospreay.
Oh no, he's still. Oh, remember they had that triple threat match, and
they took David Finlay out. They beat the fuck out of Finlay to start the match. They had a pact. They beat Finlay's ass so then they could wrestle each other. So after 5 minutes, you know what I'm saying, then they went back. So I that all was great. So I think it's going to be Moxley versus Will Ospreay at Revolution. So Revolution, and we're going to get there, and they're telling the story of Bryan versus Eddie already. So that's 7 matches that they're already booking 6-7 weeks out. 5, you know, that is great. I commend them on that. The problem is, and it was what we were talking about in the pre-show fist fight, the Dynamite this week. And sometimes you just throw shit at the wall and hope it sticks, and you can't have a great show every week. You know, Bakley just said Eddie Kingston versus Bryan Danielson again. Yeah, that's what I was just saying after Bryan spit at him. And I think finally Bryan might get the titles that time, which would be really cool. So Bryan, a fake world champion, but a world champion. He's never had a championship since he's been there.
I mean,
but my problem, Pepsi Phil, was this with the show, and it was what we talked about in the pre-show fist fight. Trent and Wardlow, they had no business going fucking 8 to 12 minutes, whatever the fucking went. It felt like it went 15. So if it only went 8, I apologize. But that match felt like it went like 15 minutes. Like that shit was so unnecessary. And again, they were trying to build that story that we were talking about earlier. The best
most of the matches, you're right. Most of the matches felt extensively long.
But in that match, though, that match could have went 5 minutes, and then they could have told the story after the match. Like Wardlow could have put this dude down, and then they could have told the story after the match. You know, Thunder Rosa and Red Velvet. Thunder Rosa gets a match on Dynamite, but I swear to God, this is no bullshit. I went to the bathroom to take a shit. I came back out. I forgot to hit pause, and apparently I missed the match. And I was only gone for like 8 minutes. So, like, what the fuck does that even mean about the match? Okay?
I don't even know if the match was that long. Honestly.
Okay, so that's your only women's match on the show, and like I was just like, yo, that's bullshit. Like I forgot to pause. I usually pause when I go take a shit. I forgot to hit pause. I came back out, and Sting and Darby were in the ring, and I was like, what the fuck? And then I had just thought, Thunder Rosa was going to come eventually, and I was like, oh wow, I missed that match in those 5, 7, 8 minutes, whatever. But that sucks. That part sucks. But I get what they're doing. I think she'll end up going after the TBS championship as she's been involved with Julia Hart. But I didn't see that. But that's just throwing more shit at the wall. Like Red Velvet, she's been gone, injury. Here she is on Dynamite, on Rampage, on Collision. Red Velvet, you can't get enough of her. But
she had a good showing. She did have a good showing.
I no disrespect to Red Velvet. I think she's a good worker, but she's like a shiny new toy. Oh, she's back from injury. It's like Queen Aminata. Oh, hey, here's my shiny new toy. I'm going to use her for fucking.
I am worried about her, man.
I think she's good, and she's very attractive, and she's Sky Blue's best friend. So she's got a lot of things going for her, but she's that shiny new toy. So she's put on TV for fucking 7 straight shows, and then guess what? She's going to be nowhere to be found after that, or on ROH, early ROH. Bang Bang Scissor Gang. Oh, we talked about it already. I love that. I kind of hope they just get rid of those titles at this point, but I digress. Here's where I want to talk about. We're throwing shit at the wall, okay? I guess Hangman, I guess Swerve, we're trying to tell a story, you get them to Joe, but Penta, I never want to see in a singles match again. All right, it fucking pisses me off. No fucking fear is bullshit because all he does is lose. All right, and I don't care if it's against Moxley and if it's against Hangman and it's against Claudio or Brian or Eddie. And it's against these fucking major players in this fucking game. I don't care, dude. Don't put him in even when he wrestled with Commander, he lost. He wrestled in a trios match against Action Top Flight and he lost. Why is Penta a fucking loser? All right. This is one of the best wrestlers in the world, and all he does is lose. Dude, I'm sick of it. I don't want to see him in a singles match anymore. That match was a good match. a minute or two too long. Jeff Hardy and Swerve. I'm the biggest Hardy hater in the world. But boy, oh boy, Jeff Hardy's been begging to get on Dynamite. Tony Khan gave him a singles match to show it. Dude, guy came and showed out. Came and showed out. I really love the effort that Jeff Hardy put into this match. He looked very, very good. It went too long, though. Like, what the fuck did this match go so long for? Like, Jeff Hardy looked very tired at the end of the match. But can I blame him?
It was a shitload of false finishes that after a while started to get excessive.
Not only that, I mean, he's the one that bitched on social media that we don't get booked at Dynamite, we get booked on a Rampage and Collision.
But I'm glad he got booked. That he looked good. But why couldn't you just make that an 8-minute match? Why do these matches have needed to be 12? Like Jeff Hardy versus Swerve should have been like 7 minutes, quick, done. Jeff Hardy gets a couple spots and shows he can still work. Gets his, like, he didn't even do the Hardy dance on stage because they were telling the story like he's a different Jeff Hardy. He's angry. But yo, if you're a different Jeff Hardy and if you're angry, why are you still slapping hands with the fans if you're not going to do the Hardy dance? So that was confusing all in it with itself. But Jeff Hardy had a great showing. The women's stuff is amazing. Tony Storm and Deonna Purrazzo. The storytelling, I don't know what the fuck Bully Ray's talking about. Tell me a story about the tattoo. What the fuck do you mean? She just told the story about the tattoo. They've been telling the story about how they were friends over the past few weeks. Deanna's been trying to snap Tony out of whatever reality or whatever world she's living in, dude. The shoe was thrown. The shoe is great. I love the shoe.
I mean, the shoe battle was amazing.
Dude, it was fucking fantastic. Tony and Deonna both looked really good on their promos. I love the reveal of the ankle tattoos. I did not know that they were that close. I didn't know they had the same tattoo. I thought that was really cool to find out. The match at Revolution will be very good, and I like the story that they're telling with these two women. And Tony Storm, dude.
Enough said.
Just impeccable. In the thing with Luther and Mariah May backstage where she finally told Mariah May she was going to go to her match, and then at the last second just goes, "Oh, sweetheart, I can't go to this city again." And I was just like, "You did it again." Because that's her shit that she can't go to that city. But she finally told her she was going to go, and she goes, "I can't go."
Truth be told, the work she does with Luther is still my favorite. The sitting on his shoulder thing to do all of her moves at some point where she's dragging someone across the rope, or if she needs to have a conversation with someone, she sits on his shoulders. Like, it's little things like that sell her character. And yeah, she literally has made the character of probably last half decade, in my opinion.
She's fucking fantastic, dude. She is just absolutely fantastic. In the main event, I've bitched about it on this show before, and I'll bitch about it again tonight. I forget to fucking record the overrun, and I don't fucking care to record the overrun. Tony Khan, your show is not that special that you need to overrun it 5 minutes. So fuck you, suck my dick. Your bullshit. And I didn't watch your main event in the overrun because I didn't record it. And I didn't really care for your show that much this week. So I didn't go out of my way to fucking rewatch it. So I didn't see Adam Spear Suzuki, I assume, for the 1, 2, 3. I'm kidding. I know he hit the Luchasaurus, the kill switch, whatever the fuck you call it nowadays. For the 1, 2, 3, because Poppy told me.
I mean,
I didn't go fucking out of my way to watch it. Okay.
Truth be told, I mean, the Cope challenge, as they're calling it right now, I don't think it's hitting like the way they thought it would. Because honestly, the Minoru Suzuki thing, I feel like they bring him out when they're desperate for a guy. And that's no disrespect to Minoru Suzuki.
Actually, well, he's just doing a tour, so he's back again in America.
No, he is, but I think
I was all with when I marked out for this when I saw it. I said, "Oh my god, Minoru Suzuki signed me up," but then they fucking fucked me on the fucking 5-minute overrun.
It's not a matter of whether or not it's a good match or whether or not it's a good pick. It's one of those things where it's like it needs to be something, and if you're going to bring in Minoru Suzuki, it needs to be something. Like, I don't feel like this guy not good or bad match aside, which is, as far as I'm concerned, a great match, but I don't think from a story perspective it said anything to me. Like, as far as he knows, the way he's telling this story, it's like every person he fights is just another step closer, a step over to get to Christian.
Well, to be fair, does any Minoru Suzuki match feel like anything at this point? Whether it's Japan or AEW, he's just there. What did you say earlier? What was the word? Why is Suzuki there? Because of boredom? Not because he's bored, but like it's like a boredom match is a necessity match.
Yeah.
Every match Suzuki does kind of it's not like it's boring. It's just it's
not. Yeah,
like he's Okada. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
like Okada showed up for.
I mean, he's pretty much retired, so basically he just wrestles because it's fun. And
and like Bagley said, it was Adam's idea.
Yeah,
correct. But I'm sure if Adam had thoughts in his head, he'd probably go back the other way, wrestling in front of fucking 1,800 people. That crowd was despicably disgusting.
Yeah,
what a shit fucking crowd, dude.
Oh yeah.
I mean, honestly, the crowd didn't matter too much because it was literally like the type of show they were bringing with it. I don't think it's to your point though. It wasn't a well booked show. Everything was way too long. The two segments that pretty much were great were really short. Your women's match was less than 5 minutes, maybe 6. Honestly, you're sitting there just wondering. First of all, the Thunder Rosa comeback should have been longer. Like it should have been because it's her first match back
on Dynamite.
Yeah, on Dynamite. Sorry, yeah, on Dynamite. But like I said, the Tony Storm, Deonna Purrazzo was a great segment, and I'll say it like the Bang Bang, the debut of the Bang Bang Scissor Gang. As far as I'm concerned, another good moment. There were 6 dudes, so yeah, I understand why that went a little bit long. There were 6
not
guys.
just 5 guys, but it was 6.
but you got 6 dudes.
Yeah. So, but after that, the rest of them were just. I mean, Hangman and Hangman and Swerve do what they do, but so many false finishes. I'm sitting here just going. And honestly, the Hook Joe segment did not feel necessary.
Nah, I mean, no, you have to make Hook strong at the end. That's what matters.
Oh no, Hook did look strong because remember he did survive the match, and surviving in and of itself was a success for Hook. Because we all agreed Hook had a good showing, not just as taking a beating, but in the way he fought Joe. Mm-hmm. I mean, there was that pop up from the Muscle Buster, which again there was a conversation in the back probably, but by and large. Hook looked good to me. Like, I don't think that segment to come out and say, I'm coming for you next, Joe, was necessary.
No, he'll be like, I'll see you again later. So that's pretty much what he said.
So Joe going, get this unworthy out my ring does kind of kill it, though.
Well, no,
that's what I thought, too. I thought when he shook his hand, that should have been the end of the segment.
Yeah.
Done. And then get the unworthy at the security. That made it so weak.
It does in a way, but it still kind of makes Hook still strong because he just whooped everybody's ass at the end. So it is what it is. And you saw how Joe walked away, like, oh, hey, control your son, right? You're telling Taz about his son. Mm-hmm. Okay. So that's the only good part I would say. I'm with you guys when it comes to like the way how it looked, but in this case, it really still protects Hook in that matter because it's like, okay, at least you're still selling it that, man, this kid could go, and man, he kicked out of my fucking finisher. What the fuck? So it still gives that attraction for Hook in that matter. So that, but I get what you guys are saying. I know it looked weak. It was like, okay, really? It should have been just a handshake, walk away, boom, that's it. But, at the end, he's a heel. What else is he going to do? He has to sell it somehow, some way. Even though it was a bad way to do it, but
I guess I still forget what you just said, that he is a heel.
Yeah.
And I still look at him like a tweener that he was with MJF. And I forget that like his story arc right now is that he like was the one who was behind the devil, even though he wasn't, but like he was the devil's like muscle.
Yeah.
So he is a fucking piece of shit prick that we all thought he should be. So fuck chanting Joe. We should shut the fuck up and
I mean, for me, I would have preferred if Joe took a shot at him and then had security beat the crap out of Hook.
That would have been better after or choked him out again, and then thrown him out, like get the fuck out of my ring, bitch.
Yeah.
And then sat on commentary with Taz for the next 2 matches.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yo, I just choked your son out. You want to talk? About man?
I was waiting for Joe to choke out Taz, and
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. Even though Taz knows the business, watching his son get beat like that by Joe had to do something to him. Like, I don't care. If you're a father watching your boy get thrown around like Joe was throwing Hook around, had to do something to your insides.
I'm sure Dusty would have been proud.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Cody, look at my son Cody just get beaten down that. I hope he take that blade to his head.
As a matter of fact, he
yeah,
threw himself on a fiery table for me.
yeah, yeah.
But folks, we're gonna close it out one more, and that is it because we heard it in the chat. We said at the beginning of the show we didn't want to talk about it because of the details of it, but with the breaking news that happened, I think it's about that time for us to talk about it.
Okay.
It's not a debate of the week, folks. I played the song because I like the song of it, but I can say it's a good. There's no debate of the week on this. This is a breaking news, folks. So hear it out. That is right. It is official. We didn't want to talk about it in the show in the beginning, folks, because the whole fact, because of the details what I mentioned earlier that I did not want to touch on upon for you fans as well, because it's a very delicate information.
We don't need to talk about the details. We can
No,
just
right.
We can just talk about the business.
No, that's what we're gonna get to.
Yeah.
So it's official now. It's all over. We've been hearing it for quite some time, and it is official. Nick Khan put a tweet out there saying, "I wanted to inform everyone that Vince McMahon has tendered his resignation for his position as TKO executive chairman and on the TK board of directors. He will no longer have a role with TKO Group Holdings or WWE." Now, there's another one on the course that Vince McMahon himself said that pretty much, "I stand by my prior statement that Ms. Grant lawsuit will reflect lies of seeing, instances occurred, and that indicates his direction." So at this point, he pretty much says that I will be resigning as all of the above what I mentioned earlier. So he is officially gone. Now, in this forum, just to give everybody the details on this, because I kind of researched it prior before we even did the show, because I wanted to see what way to get rid of this man. So the only way is for him to resign, and they couldn't buy him out. So he is now made the decision that he resigned. Of course, TKO announced during what happened during not going into details once again. It's just more like that's out of our control. That's not a part of us. He does not control TKO, nor he runs TKO or runs WWE. He doesn't call the shots of that at all. But we will look more for the investigation. Now, the investigation that was already been done, and more for the details are still happening as we keep speaking of it, and more coming, which probably within our next 48 to 72 hours. But now it comes down to the conclusion that we all been wanting to see is go home, man. You already fucked it up. You already know what you did. Just go home. Stay away, period. You stayed away on national television, not really because you were there, of course, when the introduction of Dwayne Rock Johnson, because you were part of the board of directors. But guess what? You're no longer part of it.
Yeah.
You resigned because the SEC are right on top of you at the moment. SEC has all the files of everything. I'm not talking about the lawsuit. How is this man still part of something, of a company, after all the allegations? So, of course, there was an agreement that, of course, in order for him to be out fully 100%, he has to actually force himself to resign, not bought out. So SEC investigated all of that, documents all the paperwork, and it is all there legit. So as of right now, it's being reported that happened at least 45 minutes ago from the SEC that it has been reported that he did officially sign his resignation. So he is now completely 120% out. He cannot be brought back at all whatsoever, even as much as Emmanuel could try to do that, but it's not going to happen because the signature is there.
Mm-hmm.
So he is officially gone, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Completely away from WWE and from TKO. I'm going to digress very quickly, and then I'll give it past to you guys. I'm not going to say, like I mentioned, I would say this. This man knew that he did all this shit. Everything what the fuck he did. Let me tell you why. He did not put this company into his family for a nature of a reason, because he didn't want the legacy to be hurt because of his actions. Now, and not only that, because it was a public traded company at the time, and that of course the investments could go in an instant that very quick, could lose it very quick, and all the drops could very go out, and nobody will buy none of the stock market at all. That will put WWE in danger to close out. That will give Tony Khan the point to buy that company if it wasn't for Aaron Mania to actually purchase the product, which is why this man did the reason what he did is selling the company, because he knew that this action was going to come and bite him in the ass. The karma was coming. When SEC got involved in the first time of the allegations, that's when he knew, I got to get rid of this very quick because these motherfuckers are going to come after me, and I know you fucked up. And you certainly did, sir. You fucked up. So now that Aaron Manuel, of course, I'm assuming that this man, and I guarantee you this man pretty much, call this man and tell him, you know what? I need you to sign your resignation. You're going to hurt my stock markets. You're going to hurt my public companies in the stock markets because of your bullshit. You already have one in sponsorship already excluded out, not a 100%, but just didn't want to sponsor the event coming in the next 24 hours because of your actions. The last thing you want is to lose another sponsorship, which is Cricket, who is one of your biggest sellers, who are your sponsorships that you have that really highlight you guys. Is the last one you're going to lose, because if you lose that endorsement, then that's the issue. It is the same likewise how Dana White happened to his situation when he had prior to this recent events. That's why he kind of stepped down and said, you know what, I got to shut the fuck up and not do shit and step away, to stay at home, do what I need to do at home. If I want to go out privately, I better make sure there's nobody around me. Good for you, Dana White. You make the right decision how you do your actions. This man, of course, because it was different, because this happened 20, 30 years ago, what he's done prior before, that none of us were fully aware of it, that all he did was bought out everybody, and that's what he did. But now that we're in a generation that is a public traded company that is owned by somebody who was a billionaire more than you, that really actually bought you out because he and pretty much gave you the money here, let me run it, and now this man is running it, and now you thought you could sneak in, I can still make some calls and say what I can say. No, because he knew what was going to happen at the end. At the end of the day, this man is walking away with money, regardless of him that he's gone from TKO and WWE. Now, the one thing that we can say that we don't know what's going to happen to this man is his money. I'm talking about money-wise. Besides, encouragement, all of that, I'm not even going to touch that because we'll see that down the line. But but money-wise, I would say that he will eventually go broke, because you will lose the money that you were given by TKO, the money that you were given prior to everybody else's. You will lose everything. You had no other option to resign. So I'm glad you made the right decision to resign from both of these companies, step away from these companies, because you're going to hurt the legacy that's already been there for the last over 40 years of this sports entertainment that we still talk about, and we were talking about it earlier. We need to step away completely. You're no longer what it used to be back in the 80s. It's no longer what it was in the 80s, getting the center of attention. If it wasn't for me, I wrote about entertainment. Okay, we grant you that. However, your personal life is where you fucked everything up. Here, bringing it. Keep in mind that we are in a generation of an era that we are living by social media. We're living by everything that is exposed in an instant and a quickness as possible. There's no longer like you pay someone at the table and say, hey, you know what, keep this paper away. No, there's a thing called a telephone. There's such a cold thing, the internet. Such cold things as photography, you can put it out there, everything else that you have. You may be the dumbest motherfucker in the world for you to cause all of this, but at the end, you knew this was going to happen, and that's why you sold it to TKO instead of leaving it to your daughter and your son and your son-in-law, because you knew that company would have gone to shit. You knew that Tony Khan would have bought it from your family, because that would have gone that way if Emmanuel didn't buy it. So I'm glad you are gone. Keep yourself away gone. Isolate yourself. Obsolete. Delete from the world of professional wrestling and the world of entertainment. We don't want to see you. We don't want to know from you. I don't give a shit what you do. You do as you. Keep away from what we love, and that is the sports of entertainment. We thank you what you've given us. We thank you what you provided to us as we were back in the back from your father to what you brought to us. We appreciate for everything you've done for bringing that sports entertainment to life, that it gets everybody involved in sports entertainment. But your personal life, fuck off. Don't come back. Don't ever show your face. Keep yourself away from all of us. And even if I see you in person, I'll probably go to jail and whoop your ass, because I will whoop your ass, because I probably will go to jail for that. I just don't want to see you. Keep away. Now that I'm glad that Paul Levesque stayed, because he knew that this was going to be in his hand when he married your daughter. So he knew this was going to be him. And now it belongs to him now. Now it's Paul Levesque era moving forward within the next 40 to 50 years. And probably his daughters are going to run it as well. So I'm glad that you're gone. Keep away. Even you, Shane, stay away. You do what you did and keep away. But you stay away, man. And I'm glad that you resigned and you're officially, completely 120% out. Ariel Manuel, if you're listening to this, you better not fucking sign this man back after everything is done with all these allegations, whatever the determination heads to the conclusion of it. Do not do it. Just keep him away. We don't need that cancer in the world of professional wrestling. I digress. That's what I had to say. I'm sorry. I took that long, but I have been holding myself for a long time to say that. Woo! All right.
It's good, Poppy. It's good that you got that off your chest.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to take it away, go ahead.
Man, I'll make it short and sweet, dude. I've said for a very long time, and it sounds very blunt and very disgusting, but I don't even care. The day that Vince McMahon dies is the day the WWE becomes its best self. Well, Vince didn't have to die for it to start becoming its best self. He weaseled himself back into it early last year. Saw Stephanie walk away from it. We see why. All right. He's dead. Now he's dead. And he might not actually physically be dead, but I saw Joe Paterno go through something that he actually didn't physically do himself, that his friend just did on his watch. This piece of shit did it. He's going to go through the court battle. He will die of stress, and he will never be around the product that we love again, which is why the WWE has once again become the premier. It's always been the premier company, but from wrestling fans' perspective, when I go to AEW, when I go to New Japan, you want to watch wrestling, when I watch this, no, sports entertainment plus wrestling is the exact same thing. Now you can go to WWE once again, and you get sports entertainment and wrestling under the same roof. You get good wrestling, plus you can get good stories under the same fucking place. The premier place in wrestling again is the WWE, because this piece of shit is dead. Now let him actually die.
Mm-hmm. So, getting past the other stuff, honestly, it was the only move they could make. And do I think he resigned voluntarily? Fuck no. I think they forced his old ass out. I think they were literally just like, you are bringing down a mountain of shit on all of us, and it's going to keep rolling downhill. And he finally, and I guess either it was him or somebody in his family or somebody who just said, you need to go. Because truth be told, I'm assuming he hoped to ride out his entire run as just the CEO of a company he no longer did anything for and just showed up whenever he wanted to. The interesting thing about all of this is like you brought up the SEC. Truth be told, if the SEC managed to actually convict him, which again, he's still under investigation for that. So that's the first thing. But then again, that ties to the current crisis he's dealing with right now. At this point in time, that he couldn't lead anyway, so it was either he resigned or they were going to vote him out. Because when you got that much shit on your name, you can't be an effective executive, which makes you incapable. But according to the section of the clause is you either die, you either resign, or they prove you are incapable of pretty much running this company or being on this company head. And at this point, he had reached a point where, like you said, someone said it best. All it took was Slim Jim for him to go. How long has Slim Jim been with him? Since Macho Man. Since motherfucking Macho Man. And you're telling me that now all of a sudden they done seen the light? That is terrifying, because think about it. If your biggest and long-standing supporter disappears, almost 24 hours before your main event of whatever you're doing, you should be scared shitless and go, this dude's costing us money. He is, like you said, a pariah to the company. And unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, they did not do it out of some altruistic sense of justice. It was a money decision.
Yeah.
It was not this is wrong. Until this gets settled, he needs to go. This was genuinely Ari Emanuel, who's a businessman, and he knows if his money's getting fucked with, you know the song, don't fuck with my money. Just don't. And you have to go. Yeah. I would like them. It would be nice if they did it out of a sense of justice, but let's face it, they didn't. But what you take, a win is a win, as far as I'm concerned. A win is a fucking win.
Yeah.
Ivan, to your point, yeah. For the most part, he's the reason why wrestling still exists in the mainstream. But that does not discount the fact that, honestly, he went from being its greatest benefactor. But honestly, there's always been shit on his name that, honestly, this is just finally like karma kicking in. Remember in the 80s when he was on trial for steroids for his guys? So it's not like he was clean in the first place, but when it was a privately owned company by just him, no one cared enough to do anything. Now, you got Ari Emanuel and the entire board like, we just lost sponsors. We just got a $5 billion deal from Netflix. If he screws this up and we lose Netflix, somebody gonna fall out a window.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't want to, like I said, we're not talking about the specific details, but from a business standpoint, this was the only move that company had to do. Like, this is the only move they could do to save themselves. Also, again, this was the reason why The Rock's name is put on the board. Dwayne Johnson is a money-making, beloved name. And even though right now it's rocky waters, having Dwayne Johnson on your board is a good PR crisis management move. Because not only does it it's the same thing when Jericho got AEW's TBS deal. If you want to get more TV for WWE, you got The Rock right there, who's already, like you said, he's got 2 TV shows. He got Young Rock. I forget what the other one was, but he has all these things. He has all these irons in the fires within the TV industry to get WWE even larger output. I would not be surprised if he's the reason the $5 billion deal with Netflix went through. Remember, The Rock has done movies for Netflix already.
Mm-hmm.
So do not be surprised if The Rock's name already gave him some dividends.
That's very true, Bakley.
Yep.
It is. It's very true. As much as it hits the truth. Yeah.
So that's the big thing. Like, The Rock's name's already given them what they needed. This last bit of pushing the old man out is probably just a final step for them. I mean, at this point, they're probably like, well, he's on his own to deal with his own shit. So they've already moved on. But the problem is that I think technically, since the work he did as an officer for WWE, that money from the fines from the SEC, TKO's on the hook for that. Because remember, they bought WWE and all its fiduciary responsibilities. So,
well, not necessarily. The thing is that what the agreement happened is during that investigation time, it still will under only this guy.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't under Emmanuel and the foundation of TKO. So this really comes to what the only SEC can only do in this case is not money wise away from TKO, is more a way to take this man out of the board of directors.
Well, see, that's the thing I'm worried about, because I'm wondering, when Endeavor bought WWE, does that include just the organization, or does that include the organization and all of its debts?
It doesn't. It includes only Vince McMahon, because he's the one that took out of the pocket of the public company before he made this decision. Okay. So at the end, it comes out of his pockets. So this is something that has to pay out of his own money, not under Emmanuel's Endeavor or TKO or Dana White's UFC. This is really more comes to out of his pocket, because when the audit was done, during the time the auditing was done, when they found the missing money, where the fuck is this money is at?
Yeah.
That's when everything was breaking down.
That's the question.
So,
That's the question I'm wondering.
yeah,
What's-
that's something that Endeavor has nothing to do with it. That's something happened prior. So these are investigations happened back and before that company was sold to Endeavor. So that goes to the money of this man right here, because he's the one that did it without the public trading company knowing that he took that money away from them and paid what he paid. So that at the end, the SEC is only going to take the money away from him. That's why I mentioned earlier, this man's going to go broke, because everything else, SEC will make sure that will squeeze all the money that he has gotten, even from selling this company to Endeavor. They're going to make sure that he squeeze everything out of it, but it's not going to affect TKO at all whatsoever.
That was the question I was wondering about. Like, how much are they going to hook with this man? But I mean, like I said, if he goes off into the sunset, into the scorched earth, so be it. I mean, I hope everything washes out the way it's supposed to. Am I happy now? I honestly believe with him officially gone, I truly believe we'll get to see a real Paul Levesque regime at this point.
That's the whole point that we wanted from the first place when he took over. So when this happened in the beginning, that's the one thing we wanted for that to happen. We seen with his credentials what he's done in NXT. You know, Tim brought it up earlier about what he's done with Nakamura, what he's done with with Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, all of that. What he's done, bringing these independent circuit talent and making them into a main roster. Didn't we, all of us, wanted to see someone to be up there to the top? And we got it. And how long it took Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn to main event at WrestleMania? And they finally did it last year. And they got that, that dream come true. Even though it wasn't in a singles match, but they did it together. And they came in together in the WWE and NXT. So I'm happy for that. Nakamura got his moment to shine. An international star that was very popular from New Japan. Paul Levesque did what he did for him to get that.
Oh no, I mean, no doubt, no doubt. Like, we all know that Paul, like Triple H's work, is definitely going to be something. Like I said, I honestly think Stephanie comes back, and this will be a weird thing, but a hand of God, I actually think if Paul wasn't there, Stephanie be the running WWE. I don't think Shane can carry it. No offense to him. I think Stephanie's got a better mind for wrestling and a better mind for business. I think she bounced back when he had stepped down the first time. She was working both sides of the lane, from the wrestling part of it, letting Paul handle the talent, while she was handling the boardroom stuff and all that stuff. And I think together, Triple H and Stephanie will make a hell of a team running that company, which I'm actually kind of excited about.
Nick Khan. Don't forget about Nick Khan.
I mean, yeah. Oh man, Nick Khan's. I mean, truth be told, Nick Khan's kind of a rock. He's like, I don't mean to say like he can always kill everybody. He's a dude who, honestly, he's just smart.
He's the business guy, man.
Yeah, he's a smart dude. Like he knows, okay, this is where we are right now. This is what we need to do. Like he brokered the deal with Endeavor. Like that was him. Like, I mean, it wasn't his idea, but he was the one who did the nuts and bolts, cross the I's, dot the I's and cross the T's on the contract to make sure everything worked out well, especially part of the due diligence part, which is how Vince ended up getting caught after due diligence. But either way, Nick Khan still pushed it across the finish line.
Because Nick Khan, like how Tim mentioned too, he's a smart man, and this man he was a former agent. Especially knowing he knows the sports and entertainment aspect of everything overall.
Also, he was on Wheel of Fortune.
But I know he was part of Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, he was.
But I mean, we know, down the line that Nick Khan really is one of the intelligent men of the marketing in the business aspect of what he's doing for this product. And what he's doing by far for TKO, why he's part of the board of directors. Don't be surprised that he was the one. I can't say this man was the idea of, hey pal, come here, fucking Netflix, come now. Nick Khan, I'm pretty sure, fucking made that happen for Netflix.
Oh yeah. I mean, it wasn't a one-person gig, but it was
I guarantee
he was on the team. He was definitely on the team.
I mean, they were this close already to go with Disney. Disney was this fucking close to fucking getting it.
Can you imagine that product on Disney?
It would have been on Hulu.
No.
Here's the thing: if you imagine them on Disney, I would literally say there is no way on God's green earth MJF was going to WWE. Like, if they went to Disney, he was like, "No, I'm good."
Well, remember that Disney owns Fox, so Disney owns Fox, so that could have been a way different route. It could have gone to this.
It could have. I mean, no, Disney. Honestly, Disney's a real big fan of like content is the content. Don't be painting outside the lines in this house. The mouse will come get you. Yeah. But Netflix don't give a fuck. They're just like, you make us our money, we do not care.
I mean, right now, as we're still continuing to do the rest of, further investigation on this, but the one thing that the importance of this is now he's fully 120% out of the picture.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the importance of this, because we don't want the product to be affected, especially heading into within the next 24 hours in Royal Rumble and heading to Mania. The last thing we want is for this product, especially the return of the athletes that we have now currently, and the last one that we got back, which is, of course, that Tim is wearing the t-shirt right there, Phil Brooks coming here, baby. That's the last thing you want is for this to be effective. Keep in mind that analytically wise, and I'm speaking analytically, WWE right now, of course, because of the return of Phil Brooks, and as much people hate to hear this, but it's damn truth. You got to accept the truth, pal, that his return has made the product really up there. So that's the one thing. Yep. So that's the one thing for sure that it helped it out here. But
it's good. I mean, I think the real thing is that with Vince officially gone, I wonder about the influx of applications Triple H is going to end up getting from people who either got released or ended up asked to be released from the company. That's what I want to see. Because I actually think him leaving will be an influx of new talent coming back or new talent coming in general. Because there are folk, like I said, do we get to see a Shelton Benjamin come back? Like that kind of thing. So
there's a lot of things that we have to wait and see how it further goes. Until then, all we know is that we're happy of how this is really gonna develop and how it goes. But the one thing we're happy by far is this man is out of this damn thing.
Fuck yeah.
That's the only thing we're happy that he's 100%, fully out 100%. And that's it. Now let the Paul Levesque era begin, baby. Let it begin at the main roster. That's what we got to say. And speaking of that main roster, saying, we want to thank all of you guys because we are out. We've been here for 4 hours and 15 minutes. I never thought that we were going to be here this long. I thought we were going to be here for 2 hours.
This was AEW. This was AEW long.
But, man, this is... But a lot of things happened in the world of professional wrestling that it was hard for us not to digress to talk about it.
I mean, we barely talked about New Japan's changes.
No.
We snuck a lot of New Japan in throughout the course of the night, though, which is probably why we tangented in from 2 hours before.
Yeah, exactly. We really
we got our New Japan in, which I felt pretty good about because I've been wanting to talk. So
okay.
Yes, thank you, Brian. Way good way to put it. Great way to put it. That Lisa Poison is finally out. Yes, it is. Yes.
Dango, you were live 2 hours ago. Yeah, man. You went live after us and ended before.
Well, alcohol takes its nature. So when we digress, we derailed. But that's the beauty about here in the debate network. That we love to. This is what we love. We love to do this, and we talk about it passionately. And that's the one thing that we enjoy. And you have your ESPN out there of sports. We are the ESPN of professional wrestling on Floor Slapper Sports and on your debate network, that's why you see right here next to the TK, the Banger Podcast, right each side of him, because he'll be here tomorrow as well. Not only on the Debate Network, folks, but also on Floor Snapper Sports on the YouTube channel to watch along for Royal Rumble happening here. Make sure you guys tune in and make sure you subscribe. But I'm not going to say the word to find these guys. I'm going to let the man, the director himself, the Gajote of podcasting, the Papi of podcasting, the man who the banger of podcasting.
Banger.
Banger. Let the people know where can they find the Floor Slappers Sports.
Probably everything you just said is you, bro. Like everything that you just said about me is you, man. You're the fucking goat around here, man. You're the real MVP. No fucking doubt. Pepsi Phil, I don't even know what to say about you, bro. The reason this went 4.5 hours is because we just went back and forth fucking about everything, dude. What a night, man. I love you guys. This has been a fucking hell of a night. Every time we get together, it's a fucking great time, dude. I appreciate you guys having me on so much. But yeah, man, go check out Floor Slapper Sports. Right here on YouTube. We got the TikTok rolling a little bit, the Instagram rolling, but we just hit 500 subs. So appreciate everyone who subscribes, everyone who follows, watches our shit. Really appreciate you. Most importantly, though, all I want to say is follow this fucking network right here, man. This network is fucking banging, dude. Poppy just leading the way, doing his motherfucking thing as he always does. The best leader around. This man right here, man. So commend Ivan, commend everything he's doing here. But a great crew, Pepsi Phil, Dom, Bruce, Grandma, De Niro, fucking the meatheads, man. We got great shit going on right here on the Debate Network, plus so much more to come. So give this channel a fucking follow, subscribe, and hit that like button on this fucking video. Poppy, love you. Pepsi Phil, you're my dog, dude. And I hope you guys have a great Patrick Rumble Bay.
And I hope JD you will join us tomorrow for the watch along because I would love to have you there. This stream is going to be longer than
yeah, no shit. By like an hour.
JD, we digressed and derailed a lot, but that's
there was a lot of tangents. A lot of tangents.
It was a lot of tangent. I mean, JD, come on, don't kill me now, woman. Come on. I mean, my queen. You know, alcohol speaks, and you know, when we're talking, we're like, hey, we gotta let it out. But see, this is how you know that we are the passion and what we love to see and what we talk about. You know, that's why we are the ESPN of professional wrestling. That's what we are. We are that, that's for sure. But yeah. Yes, Miss Adversity. That's right. The queen of podcasting there, JD. Make sure you follow her new show on TikTok, and that is Bell to Bell. Make sure I will have her put it on social media. You better do it, JD. No bullshit, Tony JD. You better do it. No business, Tony Khan here. So, I mean, Pepsi Film. Let them know that we're going to be here tomorrow. TK alongside with TK as well, and the Notorious DOM. Hopefully, we get JD and we're gonna have Dangle here on the as well tomorrow. Great is going to be here with us as well, and I'll be live in person. There, thank you. See, my queen did it right there. Bell to Bell show. Follow that, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys are listening or watching, Bell to Bell on TikTok. Hopefully, pretty soon she'll find a home with audio fully or video. JD, hi. That's all I can say. I'm not saying anything else. Yes, I might have my presence. Oh, great. We're gonna have, of course, and also follow this new YouTube channel, courtesy of Bakley. That is Wrestling Bros Podcast, as they do a lot of reports, more than you just find that we do here combined. Because man, this man is a man of 1,000 words. That I thought we had 1,000 words in 4 hours. This man could go 8 hours to say probably 2,000 words than we can. Shit, I could tell you that. We are the worldwide leader of professional wrestling here. That is us, Floor Slapper Sports and the Debate Network. We do that every fucking day of the week, 7 days a week, all day, every day. So you already know what time it is, folks. Optimus Prime, what time is it, man? Well, before shit, I even forgot. My bad, Pepsi. See, I busted at you, Tim, when you did.
Oh no, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's been Kayla. It's like
love you, Kayla.
Optimus, roll us out, baby. Optimus, roll us out. We'll see.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
We will see everybody tomorrow at the rewatch, at the live watch of the Royal Rumble. We get to see how our predictions go.
CM Punk.
You trying to have me flip a table over, ain't you, Tim?
I think he's really trying to do that. That's for sure. But you already know, ladies and gentlemen, from
banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger.
You heard it from the banger right here, baby. You heard it from the banger. And of course, you heard it from the only fans of podcasting of the Debate Network and Floor Stapler Sports, because he is.
Hello, ladies.
That's right.
My DMs are open.
You heard it right there, because I can't play it long. That is right. Let's see who. Dango, go to sleep, because we're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow, Dango. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, you already know, bell to bell, Floor Slappers, Wrestling Index, FDS, Title Fight Podcast, Top Rope Wrestling Podcast, Circle Debate. Fuck, there's so many shows we have. And the Meathead Podcast. We don't just podcast, make music, make entertainment, bring you all the sports and the director's cut as well. We don't want to do all of that. I think we should stay together. Might as well. Hold on, before we do. Okay, we'll get you. I appreciate you for staying this long, brother. Man, I love
Thank
you.
you.
Judge, we gotta have you here too. But remember, and also Get Your Podcast. They don't just do entertainment and music as well. What do we do, gentlemen? You guys close it out here. What do we do?
Pepsi Phil makes history on OnlyFans.
Good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
Peace.